Hello and welcome to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for Day 2 of the 2025 New South Wales State Cup. James Preston and Scott McAllister with you to take you through all the day's action. First and foremost, we've got to talk a little bit about what's happening around us. Now, you might be able to see it on camera. Very hazy. A lot of fires have sprung up over the past 24 hours around Port Macquarie. A little further south as well in Bulahdelah. We've had a major fire there which has actually blocked off the highway. So that in itself is a bit of a challenge for the players today with that smoke. Yeah,
absolutely. And the tournament staff here keeping a close eye on conditions out here. Playable at the moment. You can see games have gotten underway here on Day 2. But yeah, we've just kind of got one eye on the skies at the moment. And of course, thoughts are with those that may have been affected by the fires so far. But yeah, hopefully we can get through playing conditions today and continue on with Day 2.
Now, Scotty, you're going to get a good look at some of this smoke haze in some of the backfields as well. This is your first New South Wales State Cup. The scale's pretty large.
Yeah.
What have you made of it?
Oh, it's great. Like we always know, this is one of the pinnacle events on the touch football calendar, and its sheer volume, and to be able to experience it now. And yeah, got some time out the back, and I'll spend some more out there today. And just how many fields are operating at one time, it's quite amazing to see. And parking out the back this morning, just the amount of people that come here year after year on this tournament just shows why it is one of the best touch football events in the world.
Look, thousands of players, 300 referees, a ton of admin staff as well. So it is all stations go. But let's talk about Field 1 here. So behind us, we've got Wallsend taking on North. Now, Wallsend have had a reasonable start to the tournament, so they are still pushing potentially up into quarterfinals position come Sunday, of course. And, we'll get a little bit of a taste of that later today as well. But if we start by taking a look at the women's tournament here, it's probably the usual suspects. Newcastle or thereabouts. East, of course, have been tremendous, with Bella Slattery in particular really laying down the gauntlet. How are we seeing the women's division play out so far?
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight already, but like you said, probably the teams that we expect to be up towards the top are up towards the top. Our first broadcast game of the day is going to be a cracker, a great way to start with East, that team you just mentioned, taking on Canterbury. Replay of the Vorden Cup Grand Final, just the one draw for Canterbury, East undefeated. So, yeah, we'll get a good look at how those two teams are shaping up coming into the Women's Open.
And, of course, in the other pool, it's Newcastle and Manly. Now, Newcastle last year, they won it off the back of some tremendous teamwork, but led by Rachel Jeffs. Yeah. How do you rate their chances up against this East side? At the moment, East look in very, very fine form.
Well, yeah, everyone's kind of got one eye to see whether we're going to get that replay again. Newcastle again, they're heading in the right direction. Like you said, Rachel Jeffs, such a leader for that team. And do we see that battle again with Jeff up against Bella Slattery, who's just untouchable at the moment? So, yeah, looking forward to that if those two clash again.
Now, the mixed opens, this is an interesting one because, of course, traditionally it's been a Wollongong stranglehold, if you will. They've won plenty over the past few years. They're not here this year. Yeah. A lot of those players have shifted across to the Sharks, for example. Some have actually gone up into the men's open division, for example, Jaden Sargent, Isaac Lilly. They've shifted across there, but there's still a scattering of players in that Sharks mixed open side. So we know they've had a good start, but I'll tell you what, I've been really impressed with the ADF, though. For mine, they look like the one to beat so far in the mixed open.
Well, absolutely. They started 2-0 on day one, had a bye mixed in there as well. And, yeah, the players that they've got and been able to draw on, that obviously defence personnel. Drew Price, I heard you called those games. He's coming off the back of state championship win with Redlands last week. He's been in the Queensland mixed team. There's good players in that ADF team. Yeah, I don't know whether too many may have had an eye on them pre-tournament. They got eyes on them now. They're leading the front at the moment. They're going to be there at the pointy end.
Yeah, certainly will be. And, of course, last but not least, probably the most open division, if you will, the men's open. So, look, we've had some great performances from Doyleson, Newcastle, Central Coast. They're all 3 from 3. We expect them to be thereabouts. A little bit of a changing of the guard at Central Coast as well. The Moffat boys have shifted out. Yeah. One of them now playing with the Northern Beaches, of course. So, there's a few changes here. And I think whilst we still have those 3 dominant sides, it's still all eyes on Doyleson. They have been there time and time again over the past 5 years. But how are we thinking that things are setting up here? I don't think we've seen probably the best from Doyleson so far.
Yeah, not yet. Their game, they got the wins. And in a big tournament like this, sometimes when you're scrapping for those wins, it's still not a bad thing. You're still getting that W in the column and it's heading you in the right direction. But there's little things, no doubt. I had a chat with Carly Banks yesterday afternoon, their head coach, little things that no doubt that they can be working on, but they're in a good position right now. And they can go up on the upward trajectory here on day 2, but it is a massive day for all the teams and all the games that are taking place in Men's Open today. quarterfinals on the line. You want to be hitting your straps today.
Yeah, well, speaking of on the line, of course, there was that draw to close out day one. The Sharks, well, they needed to get a result there. They're coming up against the Northern Beaches today, so potentially a spot to snag. Western Suburbs, I think they've been strong but not getting the results. So, look, we've probably got 3, maybe 4 of those positions already locked up. Parramatta, probably the most likely of the city teams to make a real charge for it, but is there any other dark horses that you can see emerging in the Men's Open?
Well, last game of the day yesterday, I was actually about to pop back into the stadium. I heard this almighty ruckus on field 1, so I shot out there to have a look, and it was the local derby between Northern Beaches and Manly. And holy heck, let me tell you, man, the fans were all up and about for that one. Manly got the job done in the end. Pete Norman, big inclusion for them as well, and we saw them have a good run at Vorden Cup this year. So if they can get a string of victories today, who knows, they might be a chance as well. And like we said, having someone with the experience of Pete Norman in your lineup, that's going to help their cause.
Yeah, certainly will. And of course, we're not too far away from the action, so don't go anywhere across Kayo and Sky Sports New Zealand. Game 1 of day 2 in just a moment.
Yeah, it's far away. It's like more than 10 metres away.
Great selection of very colourful apparel as you make your way around the field. You may as well look good. You'll always look good in Rugby Smuggler. Official tournament merchandise available from the Inferno tent, which is a large tent behind the grandstand. Now let's grab something here from Inferno, the original Rugby apparel and standing activewear from Inferno. Of course, Superstars on the best stuff in business. Israel is good at the top, whatever. Superstars are the best stuff.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Good morning, welcome to day 2 of the New South Wales State Cup. We have an absolute corker of a game to get underway here on what is going to be a massive day 2. And we into the Women's Open East taking on Canterbury. Gab Rose is with me for this game. The two top teams in Pool B taking each other on to kickstart here on day 2.
Morning, Scotty, and what a beautiful day and what a great game this one's going to be. I had this one circled in the book as we see Tandek take off to the left. She's going to phase play, come round on the sweep. Unfortunately, couldn't pick up Andy Law there, but these are two of my favourite teams to watch. Star-studded quality right across the park, Scotty.
A replay of this year's Vorden Cup Grand Final, of course, as well. And now we see East give away the penalty on their first touch of the footy. So early opportunities here for Canterbury. Nice quick tap. Almost catching them napping down the left-hand side of the field. Like we said, East started day 1 pretty perfectly yesterday. 3 wins without loss. Canterbury, though, almost going over in the corner. And for the Bulldogs, 2 wins, 1 draw. That draw coming against West in their opening round fixture. It's now Canterbury again attacking. Last touch. They come to Tandek, who decides to kick away and looking to get players on outside shoulders. Now there's another penalty. East under the pump early here.
They certainly are. They had one opportunity with the ball, but they only held it for about one touch. So it's been all Canterbury in the opening 2 minutes. They're getting some fresh legs on, and you'll see Logan Flanagan come into the fray, and she'll be working with Steph Winchester there. And they've got a full set of 6, but it's going to take some good defence by Roosters to hold them out.
Here's Winchester from half, comes back to Logan. Ooh, a dummy, but contact made. Shaping up to attack down the left edge. Flanagan holds it. She'll orchestrate this set of 6 here for Canterbury. And back into half again. This time shows it, holds it, and gets it in behind. Another good opportunity there for Canterbury. It doesn't come up with points for them. They're looking nice and dangerous early in this game.
Yeah, she snuck through there, Logan Flanagan, and unfortunately couldn't pick up the support in Steph Winchester. But good defence there, as we see. Speaking of good, that was an excellent run there by Maddie Studden, who had a really good day yesterday in the 3 games for Roosters.
What a player she is. NRLW experience, comes back into the East lineup yet again. As now Canterbury players retrieving. Referee's happy to play on, and now finding support, but the ball going back into the field of play, which makes it hard to then progress and get it across that try line, but much better that time around there for East. They pretty much went coast to coast down the other end and had a real good opportunity to get the first try on the board.
Yeah, it was Jasmine Fountas on that occasion that just went straight through like she was shot out of a rocket. So you can see already it's going to be expansive play. There's skills of Andy Law there just driving it through, seeing what she can get behind her. Andy Law with the ball. But it's going to be a fast and furious game here, Scott.
Penalty now to East. And back underway as they bring it through the middle here on the first 2 touches. Squadrito driving them forward now as they bring it across to their box. Nice defensive start though from Canterbury. Slattery, this ball back on the inside.
Puts a hand up straight away there, Slattery. She knew that she shouldn't have thrown that back inside. The player wasn't quite ready for it. And you'll see here Bella will certainly look to make up for it in defence.
Coming up nice and early there on the first touch. Here she is again. It's Canterbury with some changes, flow onto the field. Tandek from half, comes off the left foot. Nice roll downfield, working into the last touch of the set. Good bump play. East responding though, and almost getting on the outside shoulder. Good touch in the end from Studden.
Now, speaking of Studden, so we've got a fair few NRL and NRLW stars here this weekend. So we've got Maddie Studden on show today. Emma Tonegato's playing, or Emma Veron now playing Wollongong's women's 30s. Leilani Montgomery from Gold Coast Titans. She's actually playing for her home club of Central Coast Women's Open as well. So that's just few of many that are out here playing in our sport this weekend.
Good roll downfield again in contact. Tandek.
Not on her watch.
Was all arms and legs and body in that one to slow it down. Bit of experience there. And nothing better when you can win the footy back for your team when you're in defence. And which way is this one going to go? Feels like it's going to swing back towards East. And it will. So it doesn't end up hurting them too much in the end with that last call. Flat ball there from half and attacking the line.
That was Tyneese Bowery there, and they're going to have to be watchful here, the Bulldogs, because Tyneese, an excellent young player coming through our system. She looks like she might have hurt herself in that dive, but that is her pet play. She loves that little getting it on the 7 and then sliding over.
Another penalty, Canterbury.
Tandek was pleading with the referee then, so that's 2 penalties. They won't want to concede another one here, the Bulldogs, or they'll have somebody off to the sideline making things extra difficult for them.
Attack down the short side again. Adelaide Sylvester. It's sent back to the 7-metre line to play it. And Scarpelli down. Come back her way. Bowery attacking offside players. There's another penalty. Gabro's got the 3 fingers up in the air.
That was 3. It might only be 2 within the 7. The first one might have been outside that 7. So if they weren't on tenterhooks before, they'll need to be now, Canterbury.
Bell Quinn looking to attack down the short side early. Plenty of touches to work with as East Look to try to manipulate this Canterbury defence. Away from the sweeper in Bowery, who gets in behind the Canterbury defence and diving down low as the ball was thrown. Nicola Scarpelli, pretty confident. They've already sent it back to the halfway line. The referees haven't agreed yet, but they agree right now.
You see on the replay, Tyneese Bowery did an amazing job of getting through, but equally good job. You watch here, Scarpelli. She gets down low. She knew where the pass was coming. She's already near the ground by the time it gets there, and it was a rough dive, but she got the try for her team, and it's 1-0 to the Roosters.
Yeah, he caught it perfectly. Gabby could see her just falling before the pass had even left their hands. Just putting herself into a great position to catch and be already down on the ground. And they strike first here in this one. Canterbury will be looking to hit straight back. Flanagan has a beautiful passing game. She rips left to right there. Comes out of the hands forward.
It's definitely one of the strengths that Canterbury will be looking for. So she came back round Flanagan and ripped it out to Keely Silver, who's so reliable out on that wing, but it was a really good touch there by Tyler Leo for the Roosters.
Studden gets him going forward again. Now Davis. Slattery gives it. Studden sends it in, looking for the repeat set. And they don't get it. It's one of those ones that's tough to make a call there for the referees. Got hit in the midriff. Was up within that passing channel.
Yeah, positioned herself perfectly there, Silver, but hands weren't in the way, so it was all body and the ref team that she didn't deliberately make a play for it. So it was play on for the Bulldogs there, and we see them coming on here at speed. There's a nice flow about the back end of this set here, Scott.
And they bring it out to their right edge. The last touch. Beautiful little late ball. And they will say it was that too late. And the touch was made as the pass was thrown. Held it right to the death and almost exposed them. It was pretty interesting that they kind of flooded down this right edge and didn't look like they had much room to work with. Couldn't have been more wrong.
No, they knew exactly what they were doing, didn't they? And that was clearly a plan to try and get, it was Andy Law come out the outside and see if she could find some space.
No options yet for East. It's Bowery, they go away from her. Nice little pick up and go from half. Scarpelli again. She liked it. The referees are going to come back.
Had a cracking start to this game, Scarpelli. So scored one a couple of minutes ago and nearly sets one up there for Ruby Thomasu. Another one of these players that she's just on the improve. So the coaches at East are doing an excellent job with some of these young girls with a lot of talent. You know, and then you add in the likes of, as we said, Bella Slattery, Maddie Studden, and they've got a good formula over at that club.
Here's Tendek again. Just always working. Into the last. And touch made. So East will restart. Tight contest as expected. Just the one try so far in this one. In favour of the Roosters. Ooh, now they give the penalty away.
They're going to have to run to get on these fresh legs. And last time they did that, they gave away a penalty early in the count. They were made to pay.
Canterbury back in field. They link up with the sweep. And nice touch in the end from Squadrito. Good press there from Slattery, but they did a good job to release that ball. Well, they might have had a chance down the right-hand side. They decide to go back to the left. And popping up out of the channel there, Gemma Squadrito getting the football back for her team. Now East look to make some changes after defending down the other end. Slattery now with ball in hand, looking right, looking left. Clean pick up from Davis. Studden under pressure. That's the last touch now.
Oh.
Slattery just slices in between the Bulldogs' defence. She just had a quick look up at the defensive line. Just saw there was a little bit of space to work with, and you just can't have that available when she's got the ball in hand.
Doesn't need much space, Bella Slattery. She got it on the outball from Davis. They were trying to get back on side Canterbury. Soon as she sniffs an opportunity, she through. Didn't need to look to the pass. Ran straight to the line, and it's now 2-0 to the Roosters. And it's been on the back end of the defence, Scotty. They've had a couple of sets of 6 where they've had to defend hard on their line. They've come through with an A grade, I would say, and then on the back of that, they've scored a couple of tries.
So Canterbury will be looking to be the next team to score and get themselves into this game. Flanagan back on the inside. Yeah, slaps the hands. A bit of frustration starting to creep in.
You could see what she wanted there, Logan, but couldn't quite execute it to the level that she would have liked. So she'll be up here defending hard. And see an error there from Roosters. And I'm going to say that they've done that 2 or 3 times now, Scotty. So that'll be an error. If they're going to win this tournament, they will want to fix up. They won't. Their line defence is good, but you don't want to test it out too many times.
A good opportunity here for Canterbury. Get some fresh legs onto the park. War and Beck controlling things at the moment. Again, you can just see Canterbury players just getting into position, so they burn a touch. And now we'll look to reset and get into attack mode. Kicking out, show and go. Well, we saw something similar just moments before for East. And Canterbury now through Andy Law. I say what you can do, we can do it as well.
And pretty much in exactly the same blade of grass. And Andy Law, well done there. So there wasn't much going on, actually, and she just skipped out off the right to pass, dummied past the defender outside her, went straight through and scored. Well done, Andy. And I love the confidence that Andy's playing with. So she dummies out and gets past back on one side, and it was two on the outsider. So she's done an amazing job there, Andy Law, and they needed that.
She's had a great year, hasn't she, Andy Law?
And it feels like she's just growing in confidence and skills, and she's adding some skills to her game as well, and it's great to see the progress of these players.
He's back on the attack. They decide to bomb early. Tyler Leo. And a good defensive response there after coming up with points down the other end for Canterbury. So well and truly in this game now, 2-1 the score. The ball in hand as Law goes across field.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get to their box as quickly as possible here. Those players have been on for a couple of sets. They scored, and that is not going to help their cause. So like we've seen in this game, errors in your own half, you're flirting with danger. But they're going to have to go back to the mark here, the Roosters are. But they're going to, Fountas is going to come off. Looks like Slattery might be coming on. So look out, Bulldogs.
Take this opportunity to make some changes. Slattery just gets away from defenders again. Now links up down the left.
She was in 2 minds there, Slattery. It was early in the touch count. Do I go myself? Do I pass to my winger? Do I try and take a dump? And unfortunately, it was the wrong option there for her. But every time she's got the ball in hand, it is danger signs, isn't it, Scott?
So what do Canterbury need to do in those situations? Because they're holding back at the moment. Do you get up and put pressure on, or is that exposing you as well, potentially? It's hard to know.
It's
how
a
you
hard
can
one.
stop Bella Slattery when she's got the footy.
So we'll just wait as we... nearly slices through there. But it's hard because you can say put pressure on, take away her time. But because her footwork is so good, you rush up too much, you leave a gap behind where you've been, and she just goes through that gap. So it's got to start with their communication. They've got to be talking about who's got who, where they're going to take, how they're going to... But I mean, she's one of the best players in our game, so she certainly is hard to stop, particularly with all the skill sets that she has. I'd be trying to work her over in defence and fatigue her for her attack, but in saying that, she's also very fit.
Oh, well, we've seen how quickly she's been shooting up out of the line and then dropping back and getting onside, as well as a loose ball here from East. So Canterbury get the footy back. Just take a couple of seconds here. It's probably not a bad idea. Warm conditions, tough conditions out there as well. And it looks like some of the smoke haze has started to clear its way out of Port Macquarie, which is great to see. And again, we have thoughts of those that may be affected by some of the bushfires that are nearby at the moment around the mid-north coast, and a couple that have started a little bit further up the road from us here in Port Macquarie.
Yeah, we sure do, and a shout out to all the volunteer firefighters as well that are doing their best in trying conditions.
Canterbury, he's just come up and make the touch. Yeah, swung and parked the car around near the airport this morning and saw there's 3 or 4 choppers there and the fire service are ready to go. They're flying out. You might hear or see them throughout the coverage, heading out and assisting from Port Macquarie.
And we see it, yeah, they are doing an amazing job, but we just see an error here by Roosters coming off their line again. So I can see the coaches talking to them in the box as the play continues, and they'll be saying, just settle down, let's just get it to our box. Even if it's not 100%, let's get the little things right today. So coming into tomorrow, we are ready to fire.
They're down by 1 on the scoreboard at the moment, Canterbury, but it just feels like the momentum is starting to swing in their favour. If they can get another one here and lock it up, this game is live.
You've got Parrott working with Andy Law here. She might come back on the inside. Oh, she possibly could have stayed on the outside there, Mitchell. Wasn't sure which way to go. But, again, great defence by Roosters.
It looked like one of the inside defenders there for East just kind of lost her footing a little bit and got stuck in the in-goal area. It's a little chance slipping through the hands there of Canterbury, but they're looking good at the moment. This is a danger set, though, for them. Slattery in from half, takes off on that right foot. They hurt her into the corner, force her to switch in. Nice work, though, to get the pass away. I think the contact was made as the pass was being thrown.
There's Emerson Beck there. She saw the danger and she came in and she didn't give the link player for the Roosters any opportunity to get the ball out wide. So really good attack, but great defence out there by Beck. You're right, we're a little bit over halfway. We've got about 12 and a half minutes to go in this match, so plenty of time. But Canterbury have certainly worked their way back into it. It's a little bit of a grind at the moment, but East still ahead on the scoreboard. I've seen opportunity out here for Keely Silver. She'll look back inside for Flanagan. Plays the smart game there. They've still got some chances out here to the left.
Flanagan decides to come back down there with not much room to work with, and Tandek almost crocodile rolling her way over the try line there.
She did roll over, nearly got the ball down and made it evened up the score, but wasn't to be. We see another opportunity, some great metres down here to start their set, and that'll be one of those 50-50s, and it's going to go against Logan Flanagan. Hands in the air, but the referee said we saw a little kick through the roll ball, Logan, so it's going to be a Roosters penalty.
This game's on a knife edge at the moment. And a forward pass from half, so they have been shooting themselves in the foot, haven't they, throughout this match so far, particularly with errors coming out of their end, been a bit clunky working their way to the box, and right there after touch 1, giving the ball straight back here to Canterbury.
They'll certainly watch this coverage back later on today, and I'm sure that will be their key takeaway, just being a little bit cleaner coming into the box and reducing those errors, because they pride themselves, these teams at this level, of having good completion rates. So for Roosters, that'll be an area they'll be looking to improve.
Bulldogs on the attack again. Tandek, a little bit of contact there in the ruck. Tandek goes straight back into that player who she made contact with. Now they look to expand. Flanagan may have had the opportunity.
Oh, that's a try!
Bang on the inside. All clear from the referees. For half a second there, I thought maybe Flanagan might have just been able to take a couple of steps with the ball, released it. What would I know? Absolutely nothing.
Logan Flanagan gave it straight away to Silver. She ducked back in the inside. Flanagan did a good job to get herself back on side. A double clap by Keely Silver. She's very happy with the play there. Flanagan to Silver. They've done that many a time. Ducks back inside. Flanagan dives. And on the back end of some errors by Roosters, we're now locked up at 2-2.
They've done a great job, Canterbury, just to continue to hang in. But it has been the possession that's been gifted to them from East, which has allowed them to get into this game. Scores locked. East back on the attack. A looping ball back on the inside. That looked like it was played at from the 22 there from Canterbury.
Hand goes up by Sailor Parrott. It was kind of right there, and she probably didn't need to put her hands out. The ball was going to go to ground, but it's very tempting.
It's hands in the cookie jar, isn't it? You know you're not supposed to be in there, but you just got to have a little crack.
I tell you what, if it's a chocolate cookie, my hand is in there every single time.
Does this just open up the door again for East? Oh, that looks sloppy in the play of the ball, but it was the contact that forced that. Oof, little hand in there. That's the call.
And they're going to have to fend hard here. Canterbury, they've got Slattery on working with Davis, and you've got Studden out here on the right-hand side. Halliwell Quinn on the left. Looks like Slattery's going to go left. No, she's going to just do it herself, is Bella Slattery. Give me the ball, and I'll give you back the lead. I don't know how you stop that one.
Good luck. good luck to the defenders. And the big players want the ball in the big moments. And like you said, she did it all herself.
Yeah, she looks like she's going to fade back into the right, so it just holds the defender up there for a moment, and then she skipped out to the left, and again, they got a repeat set there with a penalty through the ruck, and she just makes that happen nearly every single time.
So just over 8.5 to go in this one. Dogs now down by 1. They'll keep scrapping till the full-time siren. There's now Law back on the inside to Flanagan. Good defence. Adelaide Sylvester saw the play coming. Came in from the right. Link, they come back in. And the touch is made. Ball went backwards.
Bodies flying everywhere there. It's taking full-length dive touches there to stop the Canterbury onslaught. They've done a really good job there, the Roosters.
Positive play there on the last touch of the set from Canterbury. They went, no, let's have one more crack.
Looking like a better set here for the Roosters. I don't want to put the mocker on them, but they've come into the box and then out of it. We give themselves an opportunity with Fountas acting half here on the last touch.
Picks up and go. Tandek does a good job, but misses the next touch, and they just loop the ball around.
Really good wing play again there from the far wing from Canterbury and Emerson Beck. She's daring the Roosters players to be able to throw a cutout or double cutout out to the wing. As we see an error, it's about to be an error here from Canterbury. The referee's moved in position, didn't play the ball straight. So Roosters will get a good shot to try and take a 2-try lead with about 7 minutes to go, Scott.
Yeah, this is a big set for both teams, isn't it? Like you said, if the Roosters can get up by 2, where it's been a tight contest, low scoring, margin of 2 might be the way Roosters head into victory here in this game. Canterbury in defence, they don't want to let in more points, but Davis through the middle. There it is, and you can hear the reaction from the Roosters fans and the Roosters box in front of us. They knew that was a big moment in the game, and they iced it there.
And they brought Davis on definitely for that purpose. So Slattery takes the ball. She partners well with Davis, and this time it's Slattery to Davis. You can see Bella Slattery saying, "Ball down, referee." They all agree with her. They were turned inside out there, Canberra. She's very happy with that, Sophie Davis, and she's had a great game today as well. So to make matters worse, off the tap, Canterbury have made an error, and they're straight onto it here, the Roosters.
Canterbury just can't afford to go into their shed. They ease now, just again keeping that door slightly ajar. Another mistake as they're making their way across to the sideline. And we've seen throughout this game, this is when Canterbury have been able to work their way back into the game. Just under 6 minutes to go. That's a stack of time.
Yeah, certainly a golden opportunity for them here as they see sweep around that short side. Well defended by Roosters, but they are inviting them back into this game.
Here's Perrott. Flanagan just holding, is looking for a pop out. It's the last touch of the set, and they're caught flat-footed. Oh, they're going to get a penalty on the last. Yes, they will.
Oh.
As Andy Law went the quick tap, and they went, we're not having that. Back you go.
No. Grabbed around and...
Usually it's the referees that'll send you back to the mark, not the opposition players. Now Faze really close to the line.
They're going to need to triple Faze if she can get it out long. Oh, unfortunately for Logan there, it was on. We often see Faze play where you see them give 2 touches in a row. That was nearly the 3rd touch. He gets it down. And again, we'll see it on the replay. Flanagan goes in. Couldn't quite get the ball out to a winger, but there was an opportunity there.
Enterprising play there for Canterbury, doesn't come off for them. And they pretty much need to be perfect defensively for the rest of this game. They don't want to let any more points in. Saying that and doing it is another thing. They're on the back foot. They've got one more touch to make, and they will come up and do it. Now they're camped all the way down the other end of the field. Fatigue starting to set in. Warm conditions.
Yeah, 2 tries behind it. It's all uphill here for Canterbury, but although it was a little bit messy at the end of the set there for Roos, it was definitely a better one coming off their line. You saw they finished the ball down on the 7 metre, so their coaching staff will be happier with that effort from them.
It's a good start to the set. Nice little switching play through the midfield. Giving them nice roll on. Last touch. They pick up and go. And a comfortable touch there to get the football back for East.
It was a good set there by Canterbury. You had Baker working with Thorne. Very experienced, that pairing. And we'll see the referee make them go back here, the Roosters. But this is where they want to be better. They're obviously ahead on the scoreboard by 2, and they're playing some excellent touch. You see here, Halliwell Quinn, she's just going to straighten things up, make some metres. That's a better run. Well done, Summer.
And Davis follows suit. Puts it on a platform here for Slattery. Skips off that left foot, gets in behind, and touch has been made on the boot. And a good touch as well from Lauren Thorne.
Great touch by Thorne, but a much better set here there by Roosters. And that's all they need to do for the last 3.5 minutes of this game. Defend hard and then just hold on to the ball and just, you know, obviously try and keep that 2-try lead going into the middle part of day 2.
Canterbury through Law. Oh, just couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. Like they were just setting the platform just to pick up and go down their sideline. And East can probably control the game, control the clock from here. Again, if it's not points, as I say that, I put the absolute mock on them.
I'll let you do the commentator's curse this morning, Scott.
Off to a good start.
There's still time here for Bulldogs. There's 2.5 minutes to go. If they can get a try here away in this set, defend hard, although they've only got a couple of players on the field now. It's a little bit of a 2v6 at the moment. Perrott and Silva versus the Roosters. Got their fresh charges on now. Got Tandek and Tandek working with... Oh, that was... Well, she did well to get a penalty there, Logan.
Little Mayo. I'm sure it was warranted, the contact. They got to go. Just over 2 now. Tandek straight and hard in at the line. There's some experience, but that's what they need. And the clock is starting to get away from them. They probably can't waste too many time burning touches. They're getting themselves set, getting in players into position.
Yeah, they definitely need to score this set. We've got Flanagan there. She'll work with Tandek. Washington back on the inside, and for me, he's going to rule a forward pass. Otherwise, it must have been close to ball down there, Scott.
Yeah, I reckon if that one goes backwards, they score.
They played a bit more direct there, you said it, Scott, and they nearly went through.
So East on their way to another victory. They seem to start the tournament 4 wins without loss so far. Huge day of matches in the Women's Open. Some teams playing 4 games today in this pool. We've got other teams that will get their bye today. Some had the bye yesterday.
There's definitely a war of attrition to win these, all the divisions here at State Cup. You're potentially playing anywhere between kind of 7 and 9 games to win a tournament. As we see going straight through, Tandek's dived across. 2 bodies on the ground. They both come up unharmed. But it's a bit of a war of attrition to see who can get to Sunday with the freshest legs.
There's a good look there. Bella Cable almost scoring another one for East as they sweep. Fountas goes herself. And it's going to be sent back.
I like the way Fountas runs. She came across on the sweep play there and has a lot of speed, and she's looking dangerous as well.
Yeah, she's been really good. That was looking dangerous as she threw that ball there and almost off to the races. Picking that one up, Sailor Perrott. So last touch of the footy here for Canterbury. They're still well and truly in this State Cup competition. They've had the draw. This will be their first loss. They're still sitting towards the top end of this pool. In Pool B, Women's Open will go into quarterfinals. So the top 4 teams from each pool will progress through to the quarters, and Canterbury are definitely going to be thereabouts in this comp. And a tough loss for them here to start day 2, but East too classy in the end.
It was a really good game to start off the coverage this morning, and the middle part of the game became a bit of a grind, but the class of the Roosters just shone out in the end. So excellent game, and it bodes well for what's going to be a great day on coverage here on KO Sports.
Mixed Open action coming up next. We're going to have East back on the field again. This time they'll be taking on Manly. Day 2 of what's going to be a massive day here at the New South Wales State Cup. Plenty more to come.
I I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I think it's very important to have these nights.
Welcome back to day 2 of the New South Wales State Cup. We're about to get into some mixed open action. East, who have the tap off in this one, taking on Manly, I should say. And these two teams, Manly coming into this one in 3rd position at the moment. This is Pool A in the 4th round. We'll see how this opening set unfolds. And it looks like it's a great start here for East. Perfect way to start the game is score, come up with points down off the tap-off. And like I said, he's sitting in 4th position at the moment. 1 win, 1 loss, 1 bye. They ticked most of the boxes yesterday. Manly 3rd with 1 win, 1 loss. They also had the bye as well, as Jason Stanton jumps into the box for this one. No better feeling than scoring straight from the tap-off to lay the platform here for this game.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a bit of a boost. Even if it's a game that you're underdogs in, or even if you're favourites, you get that early try. It tends to settle everyone down. It's just so valuable. Worth a lot more than just one on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. So Manly coming in off a 4-8 loss against Defence. And Defence, we saw them yesterday a couple of times on the screen. Probably one of the top picks so far throughout this competition in the mixed open, along with Sharks and Warhope, who are sitting in the top of Pool B at the moment. They both had 2 wins and 1 loss on day 1. So it's a big match here between these two teams, sitting in 3rd and 4th position at the moment. And for East, they had the bye yesterday afternoon for round 3. They had a 5-12 loss against Maxville in round 2 and an 8-6 win over Port Macquarie, the local team, in round 1.
Yeah, Roosters might be looking to build into this because their lineup looks quite experienced and, of course, being led by Rohit Prasad. So they're very experienced team. They might just be feeling their way into the tournament because the results didn't go all their way yesterday.
The recently named New Zealand Mixed Open coach as well, Roy. He's obviously a legend in mixed sport. There's no better person to get in there, and that looks like an exciting opportunity for Prasad.
Yeah, I think it's deserved as well. He's been a servant of the game for a long time, like decades as a player and a coach. He's put a lot into our sport, so it's good to see him being rewarded with an opportunity like that. Maybe not if you're an Emus fan. You probably don't want him on the other side of the...
He knows all the tactics and the insides.
Yeah.
You got one eye on you, Roy. Now, look at this ball over the top with an absolute age and acres of space to work with. And East continuing on. They get another try.
It's a beautiful play there, and that's a really... if you end up playing... If you're a mixed player watching this at home, that's a bit of a mixed 101 type play. You do the quick release, you get the ball back, and then a long ball to the female winger. It's a bit of a stock play. So it's a good one to run. And as a defence, you've got to almost go man on with that person getting the quick release. You can't afford to give them such an easy number like that.
Carly Walsh scoring the try, quality. And finisher in mixed footy. She gets the opportunity. She's going to score those ones every day of the week. Manly desperate to try and get themselves into the game here. Players are onside. Back to the mark they go. Zach Simons in the number 3 here for Manly. Gets the footy back again. Little late switch. East plays down on the ground. And taken nicely there from Manly. Oh, desperation defence in the end to get across.
Yeah, great save from the winger. They haven't got a number, but she did a great job there. Took her player and had the ability to get the read and come in and touch the link. Great wing play there. Was it the number 38, is it? Abby Burge did a great job.
Here's Burge now from half. She'll dish another one off as Roosters make changes onto the field. Jack Lewis, those players down on the deck everywhere. And the referees were happy just to say half was caught.
Yeah, it could easily go the other way. You could easily have a penalty for being getting tangled up in the ruck, but... Manly, and you mentioned Manly not strong Friday as well. They were runners-up in the Vorden Cup. So these Eastern Manly, without seeing the mixed competition, I would have been driving up to Port thinking these two teams could be in the final. So to see them maybe not be as dominant on Friday shows you the depth of mixed touch, I guess.
Yeah, and a few different teams. Again, contact again, players down, referees just happy to let the biff and barge occur at the moment until now. They finally... They've had enough. The boys testing it out in the middle at the moment.
They don't want to test Amanda Sheeky, the referee. She won't take nothing from them.
I think
she would have been smiling on the first one and said, yeah, easy. And then the second one, she goes, that's enough.
Back to the mark they come. Daniel Chitty. What do they go with here? Manly, little bounce out play. And that looked like it came off the fingertips forward and has a chance their hand early. Roosters with tap on their 7. Far side of the field. They bring it to the middle here on the first. Ball's rolling around in the ruck there. And it's come off the boot of one of the Manly players.
Yeah, a little bit messy around the ruck. I'm sure the referees will clean it all up, but getting a bit tangled there, a bit of push and shove. Hopefully it gets all cleaned up so we get a Get a good 20 minutes or more. We're only about 5 minutes into the game. This one's only kicking off.
Yeah, both teams just, even though the Roosters have scored a couple, they get going. Seems like they're both still finding their feet a little bit here in this game. It's a good opportunity for Manly. They've had repeat sets down this end of the field. Haven't come up with points as of yet. Another good chance for them now. And there's another loose boot in the ruck.
Yeah, it can get messy. So I like what the referees are doing. Just blowing the penalties, cleaning it up, opening up the game. It's these two teams. This could easily turn into a real cracking match because there's so much talent out there. I just noticed the number 7 for East, Hussein Ibrahim. He's one of the young talents coming through.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for some of those young ones, often enough, if they're not playing 20s or maybe just outside that 20s bracket, to get their first and crack at some opens level footy through mix. Completely different style, though, isn't it? But obviously, if you're one of the young fellas in there, you're going to get your hands on the footy quite a lot.
Yeah, the pathway is a bit different. It's interesting. It has changed a lot, I think, in touch over the last few generations. Traditionally, 20s would be the main thing, and then you'd go into men's, and mixed was secondary, whereas now mixed is seen as a really good division in its own right, and if anything, a really good stepping stone. So a younger player like Hussein Ibrahim can see mixed, in a strong team learning opens footy as a really good bridge into men's open.
Here's Prasad. Just outside the 7, gets it back, goes the early release, up off the feet through the middle. Good response in defence, though, from Manly.
Yeah, same play they scored off. You probably wants to do that the opposite way, so he's coming back towards the female link. So generally the defence will generally squeeze to where they think the ball's going, and you'll have your two males will generally be in the middle and have a male link, Scotty. So generally if you're trying to get the male players to squeeze to one side, you want to push them to the link side to have the two females defending. That's generally the higher percentage play. Of course, some of our female links are better defenders than the guys, so you don't want to go there. But all things being equal, it's generally a good way to sort of structure your mixed attack.
Now Manly, they go away from the sweep. A nice clean pick-up from half and desperate defence coming back across. Dwayne Brown was there to make the touch for East. Not a bad little look, though, from Manly. They finish it off down the other end of the field. East again now. Oh, loose ball back on the inside of Prasad. Gives a little glaring look back across to the young fella on the inside. Manly back on the run. Swain releases. Hamer plays it. They come back short side and over the shoulder. Manly just can't quite capitalise on the opportunities. East have been presenting them so far in the game. Oh, yeah, good contact again. The girls are getting involved. Looking to put some shots on the boys. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I think it won't be going on for too much longer.
No,
the referees will clean it up, but it's a very interesting mixed division. I've just been reflecting on what you were saying earlier about these two teams both dropping a game. And the interesting thing for those that might not have been following this pool is that they actually dropped games against different teams.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, there's one strong team that's come out. I think it might have been ADF.
Yep.
Beat Manly, I think, in one of them. And was it Maxwell? Was the other team you mentioned?
Had a big win over East.
So it's very interesting. So two teams from Sydney you'd expect to be very dominant and not. And that's really exciting for fans of mixed touch because it's showing there's so much depth in the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly it's local teams from around here. Like Warhope have had a great start. Port Mac are floating around there. Maxville as well. Doing pretty well. So yeah, one eye on what's looking to be a pretty mixed open competition here in this year. It's a big day for the teams. There's now East. Nice little step back around.
I guess there's Sharks too. You mentioned earlier that there's that Jai Ayub and that crew. They're a strong team.
Now East just had a little bit too much on that one. Ball goes over the sideline. So after a fast start from East, it's been a little time between drinks since we've seen some points. Now Manly trying to pick up some metres through the middle. Chitty will play it. Now they shift. Send it across to their sideline. Good meters, good speed as well. Just having to come back to the mark. Slowed them up momentarily as Watkins plays it. Heads over for a breather. Nice clean pickup. Looks like East players offside at the moment, skipping away, but the touch has been claimed on the boot. Must have just been onside to make that touch.
So this is, I'm quite sure if this is run like the other divisions that only the top 3 will go through from each pool. I'm pretty sure if it's a 2-pool format. So that would mean similar to what we saw yesterday in the men's. This is almost like a quarter-final in that, or a knockout type game, because both teams can't go through. If you've got 6 in the pool and top 3 go through, and they're currently sitting 3 and 4, that makes this game even of more importance. A lot of hard work, long way back for the team that doesn't get the result here.
Another good chance though for Manly. Can they get on the board? Try here might just spark this game up a little bit. Both teams really working for points at the moment, and Manly eventually across the line. There's a Roosters players down, and they took full advantage there, Manly.
It was nice. They'll get some confidence out of that. That was a structured play. You'll see on the replay the sweep of the number 3 from Manly. I think it was Simons come around the corner and then going back against the flow. They had East caught over squeezing to try and save that sweeper. So they'll take a bit of confidence out of that one. Nice play. Let's see if the Roosters can hit back.
So 2-1's the score now. He's still in front. Does this spark the Roosters after conceding a try in the previous set? Nice ball on the outside. Great defence as well. Might have been a step short. And the number 10 there, Jarvis Zotchling. As he claimed the touch, put the hand straight up to the sky.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting replay because it looked like he'd made the touch. Maybe he didn't get back.
Yeah,
he didn't hit the line, did he? So good call there from the refereeing crew.
So East do exactly
nice.
that. Yeah, hit him straight back.
Yeah, can't wait to see ADF and Maxwell play. If Roosters are looking strong like this, and then they got touched up. I can't wait to see the other teams in this mixed division. You know, the Sharks and Warhope, Maxwell, ADF. It's lots of excitement in the division.
Oh, Manly with a big opportunity in the corner. That was Bridget Zotchling that time. They were always tough ones to take, though. Absolutely rocketed across from one of the boys. They have some clear pastures in front.
Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there, and Manly definitely will have to take all their opportunities to stick with this experienced East team.
Now the Roosters pick up and go. Space down the left. They're looking for a repeat set here, East, and they will get it.
All right, it's a big challenge here for Manly. Let's see what these come up with. So if you look at the D-line, I'm not sure if it's coming through on the vision, but you'll see that they've got the 3 male players clustered towards the bottom of the screen. So that's generally where East will be looking to do the dump. And then you'll see how much space there is towards the top there.
They started their set bringing it out to this right-hand side. Still touches to work with here for the Roosters. And they take it out to that left edge. Back to the open side, straight into the middle of the fence. Chitty making the touch.
Yeah, so it's almost the opposite. They're making me look like a liar here, Scotty. It's almost you want to run that play, but the opposite way. They sort of pushed them to the top of the screen and then tried to go man-on-man with the male player foot speed, and Manly took care of it, but I'd like to see that play in the reverse. Push the Manly players to the bottom of the screen and then bouncing out towards the top. So I'm sure Rohit Prasad will be across that. He might have that in his thinking cap for next time they get a chance on the line.
Manly rolling downfield pretty nicely here in this set. Coming to the last. Half pickups is probably where they've looked most dangerous. Now, playing advantage is our referee. Roosters players being called offside. Manly, nice awareness.
Yeah, it was a good call. Offside, Manly taking advantage. And again, little tip if you're watching at home, when you're the defender, especially if it's dummy half, you don't want to stop and just put your touch. You want to keep running with him. You don't want to stop and then wait to hear whether you're onside or not. You want to keep running with the dummy half all the way. So that's a bit of a tip there. But, yeah, good hit back from Manly. I've noticed you're a bit more comfortable in the commentary box when there's maroon on the field. Scotty?
But Manly maroon is a different kind of maroon.
Oh, is it? I've been schooled. I've been schooled that way. I thought it was the same. Oh, well,
it's a nice kit, though. I'll give him credit. It's a nice kit they're rolling out with the Manly crew.
It's very close. Come on, give me something.
It is very close.
It's looking Queensland at the moment.
It is very close. We're a different breed up north of the border, that's for sure. There's Prasad. Has a crack in at the line.
So both teams warming into it. 3-2. It's a good contest.
Yeah, good contest.
The loser mathematically can make it, but a big uphill battle for the loser of this one. So it's a lot of meaning in this clash early on the Saturday.
And Simons feeds it. Oh, he's got the ball going forward. Now left foot.
Wow.
Oh, great ball. And Walsh is coming in. Manly going to get a late penalty here.
See, and that would have been a try. That would have been a play-through try because the winger was called off. So she was able to hold on to that. So that's, the second time, I think, Manly missed opportunity.
Yeah.
If they hold the ball, they get the try. So they're certainly up to this. They're in this game, up to their armpits.
Yeah, another try here is going to lock it up. Prasad with a hand in the air. Heads back towards the line now in defence. Can Manly crack them open? They go the opposite direction this time and they've exposed. There it is. Manly. Back to back. Lock us up.
It was a nice play. Again, we're seeing with it going against the flow, Scotty. That's what we've been seeing a lot in the mixed game. You'll see here. Sweeper coming around the back. Dummy to him. Go back the opposite way. Catching the defence. The reason why that's happening is in mixed more so than any other division, you really got to be helping each other out. It's combination of male-female plays and you're squeezing up, you're trying to support. So often those plays going against the flow or against the grain are very effective. So Manly lock it up. As you said, we've got a game.
3 tries apiece. 12 minutes to go. Stack of time on the clock. Got men's open action coming up next. West taking on Penrith. Be an interesting game between those two teams. A couple of losses on day one.
That's the same as this one, I think. The winners chance for the quarters, the losers out. So,
he's had a good look there. A nice little hit back after leaking back-to-back tries. It was just a bit of one-on-one type stuff on the outside.
Yeah, it was a nice finish there. Sometimes those calls can turn into 50-50s, but you'll see here on the replay, the referee Sheik, you see she's in really good position. She's got sight of it, and it's an easy call. And we're getting more of that in our game. I think our referees are getting really good at understanding what sorts of plays are being run and getting themselves with visibility. And that was a good example where I think a few years ago there might be, did you get him? And there's a bit of a debate, but with good refereeing, you get rewarded for your results. So East out in front, see if Manly hit back.
Nice touch there from Walsh. Watkins feeds it from half. They come back to Chitty, who switches in. Williams. Now Williams in from half with a bit of time to work with. Sends a nice ball out. Just didn't have enough on it.
Yeah, they flood across. So that's another good example as well. As a bit of a tip, if you watch the East defensive line, then as the long ball was thrown, the left link would have been the link at the bottom of your screen. Hussein Ibrahim, he was actually at the top of your screen. So literally 5 of the 6 players were jammed into a 20-metre period, section. So they're the sorts of little things, I guess, when you're learning the game and you're looking at different plays you want to run. Generally look at the way that the defensive line moves to the ball.
Here's Prasad. That casual style. Showing the ball in one hand. Now comes back to Price. They rip. And just had too much on it again. Price slapping the hands. Just needed a little soft touch on the back of that. It might have been down the left edge. They still hang on to the lead at the moment.
It's a pretty good matchup. I think, Scotty, maybe this is the difference between, Maxwell or some of the other teams you mentioned is they don't seem to be getting a good rhythm of the game. They're not sort of driving down the field, getting a good flow. Both the teams are a little bit disjointed. Like, it's a really good matchup. But as the game's going on, I'm starting to see maybe why, there was a few gaps in their gameplay on day one, sorry.
Price again, just can't quite get it out of their hands cleanly at the moment. His hands on heads. He comes up here to make the first touch. Needs to respond in defence for his team. Manly will get some changes onto the field. Watkins plays it. Here's Benson Simons. Now a bit of space here for Manly. They decide to rip and shift out to White. She'll take the touch. Here's the final of the set. Now Suitors looking for a repeat set, and it looks like it was thrown into poor old Horatio Price, who just can't take a trick at the moment. The poor young fella. Looked like it might have come off the head. He's up there about another 6 touches to defend. Here on the line now for the Roosters, and within the 7 Manly. Not much room to work with down the short side. Put the brakes on. Suitors brings him back in field. Now Simons looks to kick. They come in to make the touch. Through Watchman. Manly looking again. Back to Suitors. Holds it out and deep in. And a good touch made. Just getting in behind them there. Eloise Hamer that time for Manly. I think they still got one more touch to work with here, the Manly club.
That's a bit sneaky. They did some substituting while Manly didn't have the ball. Little sneaky Roosters getting away with that one.
Now it's the last touch of the set. They go open again. And Walsh is there.
Good read there from Walsh. Another good example of outstanding wing play. Seeing the number, the opportunity, like the overlap, and just coming in to shut that down. A good, definitive early decision. Well done, Walsh.
So Roosters tap in the middle of the 7 metre line. Get back underway. Broussard snatches, holds on to it. Now Lewis gets good metres. Enderman from half. Looks at options. Pretty sharp. Ends up going back into the middle of the fence there of Manly.
So this is that part of the game here now. It's got to with Manly. They've got to be driving down the field here, get a better flow, get a bit of a rhythm.
I'll get some changes now. Nice little release. A little bit isolated. Good kick out. Brings it across the park. Just Fowler there for Manly. She'll head back over to the left side of the field. And good pick up from half, but comfortable in the fence. Jad Watchman makes a touch. He'll feed it here from half. The Roosters are on the right side of their field if they want to make some changes. They head towards their box now.
Yeah, better example of how to defend the scooper there, where the defender was running with him, which we spoke about earlier. So that was a good example of how to do it when the dummy half's running at you and you're initially offside. Make a big effort to get back on side and keep running with them as you make the touch.
Coming into the last. Oh, a little deflection and in the spot. The referee does a great job to hold her feet. Just behind the camera shot there, and she will point to the spot. Well, got
bit
the
of a
rub
trickster.
of the green. They got a
She
little
did
bit
well.
of the rub of the green.
She did well. I'm not sure if it comes through on the footage, but she
could see
had a bit of a stumble.
Smiling her way through there.
Little deflection. Great hands there. Putting it down. Great work.
Whoop,
Referee
whoop, whoop. I've got it. Don't worry
She's
about
held her
that.
feet well, got it easy, and got the call right. Putting it all together. Doing a great job, our referees today, and what a try that was. Is that enough, you think? Out by 2 now.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like either team really still all that comfortable. Roosters do have that margin at the moment. We've seen Manly get back-to-back tries throughout this game. One here would definitely help. And
Almost on cue.
That was very, very close. Very close. Max Simons, who's in from half again. Shows and goes this time. Needs someone in a white maroon jersey, and we'll find them. Jarvis Zochling coming around the back. That's exactly what they needed there, Manly.
It was super play too, and I'd like to see more of that. It was something that was in the game a while back, and it sort of went away. Is when the dummy half gets, or the scooper gets into the in goal. Watch the number 10 on the replay here. Scooper's gone the in goal. Then rather than follow him in the in goal, he's run along the try line, and that's where the space has gone. It used to be an older type skill that went out of the game, but it's starting to come back in, and great work there.
It's a great point that you make. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players in that situation catch the ball back in the field of play. Sometimes they even start in the in-goal area and then pop back out again.
Yeah, it's a good thing because the defenders intuitively or instinctively run into the in-goal. So often the space is at the scoreline. So, yeah, that's a really, really smart play. Was it Zochlin, was it? The number 10?
Yeah.
Amazing. Really good skill.
They got to defend this set, though. Manly, sharp footwork. There's maroon and white jerseys everywhere to make that touch. Yes. They've got one more in this set.
Yeah, so I'd probably set up almost the same play again and then bounce it. Whoa! Wow, that was wicked.
Ratio Price. Oh.
Everyone was beat on that one. I think I was leaning the wrong way as well in the commentary box. How about that footwork?
Well, he was winding this one up for quite some time. Look at the strut on him as well as he head back to the box.
Look at this.
This was the first crack.
That's sort of showing what I've got. I've got a big left foot here. There we go. All right, so we're thinking left foot, big step.
Through one punch. There's no worries. Give me another go here. Winding.
Here comes the left. No, it's not. I was worried about his left foot as well. It was like a dummy. That'd be one of the better dummy steps we've seen.
Goodness gracious. Oh, now almost popping up out of the line. He's going to be penalty here to Manly. But it's an important try as well, because after Manly scored, yeah, absolutely, Manly scored. They hold their line in that set. They're still down by one. They get the footy back. They're off and running. It just gives the Roosters a little bit more comfort on the scoreboard again. Forces Manly to continue to chase. They're getting penalties, though, within this 7-metre zone. That's at least 2. There's still 2 minutes left. They need to pretty much score in this set here, Manly, if they're any chance. They decided to go the big play early. Great hands out in the corner. The Roosters shift across. They go away from the sweep. Nice little line, but it was lost. Oh, there was a touch. And it was probably lucky the touch came first, to be honest, because it looked like it might have been a little fumble over the line unless there was contact on the hands.
Yeah, there might have been contact on the hands. Another close one for Manly. I think when they look back on the game, if they don't get the result, they'll think about a couple of those opportunities, a couple drops, half chances. Could have been the difference here.
So a minute and a half to go. Looks like the Roosters are going to hang on. They'll jump Manly now on the ladder. They're sitting in fourth coming into this game. Manly in third. Only the for and against separating the two teams. Now, the Chooks looking to finish this one off with more points, and they will. A beautiful ball, and out into the hands of Justine Watchman. Classy way to finish this one.
Yeah, nice, beautiful play there. Nice way to finish, as you mentioned, and this is what Roosters will need more of as we go through Saturday and into Sunday. You'll see on the replay here, there wasn't a lot looking like it was going on, but it was just a beautiful scoop, got all the Manly players interested. You'll see as he throws the ball, you probably got 3 or I think if not 4 players around him. He's got the whole team. He sort of mesmerised them, and a nice long to the winger. Great finish.
Nice work there from the young fella in the one, Hayden Enderman. Putting the polish on here for the Roosters. 3-tie margin now. They finish this one off. Great touch. Coming from outside in. Manly were looking for one final try to close this game out. Took a little deflection there off one of the Roosters players. Now they look to come down this short channel. On the right edge again. Back to the mark they go. Max Simons plays it. Hoon sounds. Manly, can they get one more? It's going to hit the deck. A good win in the end from East. They had to fight their way through that game, but keeps them within this mixed open comp.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they sort of went a gear a little bit better than probably yesterday, and they're going to have to find another gear later today to build into tomorrow. And who knows? They're still in it. they'll be crossing over against the Sharks or Warhope, and they're still very much in this competition, but they're going to have to keep improving.
Big match coming up next in the Men's Open. West taking on Penrith. Plenty more to come here from the New South Wales State Cup. Stay with us. I'm off now. Yep, James should be in.
Then it goes a little something like this.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing, we're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
Down here on the sidelines with one of the legends of the sport, and Roy Prasad. Tough game out there, mate. Geez, you really had to work for that victory.
Yeah, well, I think we had a bit of a dust-up yesterday against Maxwell, so a few chats yesterday, and it was just like, we're going to actually try here, like, you know, give it a crack. But I think Manly beat Maxwell yesterday, so I think, when you're a bit panicked, going into a game and you play maybe a little bit better.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. So, yeah pretty good. We just completed a lot more sets than yesterday, so... Always helps, mate.
The mixed competition's so hard, isn't it? Like you said, we've got teams beating other teams and it's crossing over all over the place. But today's a really important day, isn't it? You've got to get your victories and be a chance there when the Wats get cricking tomorrow.
Yeah. To be honest, like, ADF's got some young fellas. I really don't want to play that game, to be honest. Price is there, right?
Yeah.
We're going side to side. I don't want to be defending that, not at my age. So, like you're saying, everyone's beating everyone, so it's good. The comp's competitive. So, like you said, get to Sunday and whatever happens on that day, catch up for a beer afterwards. I think that's what's important.
Nice one. Personally, mate, some big news coming up for you recently. The head coach now of the New Zealand Mixed Open team. What a big opportunity, mate. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Huge opportunity. It's I don't know, mate. Like, I just came back from New Zealand on Monday. I had a few chats with obviously high performance, a couple of the players, and everyone seems like quite excited. It's exciting times, but I think it'll be hard. The players have to adapt to new structures, new coach. You got to get the buy-in from the players too. So Mate, it's super exciting.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Started yet.
Watching a lot of footage, but yeah, super tired. But mate, yeah, super exciting. Great to get a head coaching role, mate, for internet. But you know, for a country, like, mate, that's huge. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, super stoked, excited. That's for sure.
Awesome, mate. Well, exciting times ahead.
Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the competition
Thank you
as
very
well,
much,
and
mate.
good luck for the New Zealand gig coming up.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks, legend. See you, mate.
Thank you very much, Scotty. Let's pick up the action here with Western Suburbs up against Penrith. A great start from Penrith, scoring with their first use of the ball in what is essentially a sudden death match here. So West, of course, haven't won a game in their opening three. Penrith have got one on the board. And with a top four spot up for grabs, this match is all important. So Penrith once more on the attack will throw wide once again. Plenty of opportunity. Almost rinse and repeat from the first attempt. Played out there from West as we welcome into the commentary booth once again, Jason Stanton.
Hey, James, excited for this one. This is a semi-final early. We're here on early Saturday. The loser of this match you would expect to be out of the competition. So this is going to be a great contest. Can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Penrith once again looking wide, trying to find some sort of support in that corner, but well shut down by Setineri. So they head back towards the middle now. So Horatio Edwards, short release then, wrapping around was Ashby, not called upon on this occasion. Chloe still looking for an opportunity here. Last one brought up. They won't go to Chloe on this occasion. Good footwork instead from Jaden Ashby, who went bang off the left foot, opened up some space, and now Penrith have two early tries.
Well, they're out of the blocks, Penrith. We didn't see a lot of this on Friday. As you mentioned, both these teams didn't have a good day one. This one was a little bit surprising because you'll see that Ashby almost telegraphs it. He tells everyone he's coming around the back and then stepping back on the inside.
That includes all of the playing field.
It's a hard one to defend, but if you're not involved in the touch and that sweeper comes around the back, you've got to step up and go man on with them. And unfortunately, Magpies a little bit not what they wanted, I guess. But 2-0, they're still in it. Let's see how we go.
Very early days here for the Western Suburbs side. I swear that second touch there was definitely an attempt to reel that one in. Fortunately, yes, the sideline official will have a chat with our man in the middle, and this will be another set for Western Suburbs. The first contact was incidental, but the second one was deliberate.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the good call there. As you know, the three referees will work together, and it was Sanderson, the referee on that occasion, spotting the little deflection. Good spot. Another chance for the Magpies.
Here's JP Catalano stepping away from one defender, then getting very close to the line. Turned away on this occasion. So Blackwood waiting and acting half. Now delivers here for JP. Drops it down Blackwood once again. JP Catalano wanted to find that link hole, but the pass was a little too deep.
Better set from the Magpies. They've got to settle in. The only good thing about being down by 2 is that it's only in the first few minutes, so they've got plenty of time to settle in and work their way back in this. Penrith, this is the best we've seen them for sure in the tournament so far.
So now Penrith marching upfield. Good chance to put on another attacking raid here. Space out the back. West shut it down very quickly. It was a good read there from Setineri.
It was a good read. So I think bit of the story of day one for this Magpie team was that they were very good in patches. They had little moments where they were matching it against the top teams in Prem, but they just weren't able to string enough of those little, 4 or 5 minute good patches of play together to get a result.
There's some reasonably tight results for West on day one. It's now on the last. They'll attack this line yet again, looking to open up some space. And there's that execution we're talking about. They can create the opportunity, but you've got to ice that moment.
Yeah, there's been a few things haven't gone their way to start this game. Magpies probably a couple lapses in defence that Coach Trad wouldn't be happy about, and a couple of missed opportunities with attack. But as I mentioned, we're only in that first 5 minutes, so that's the good sign if you're a fan of the black and white. If you're a fan for the Penrith Panthers are out of the blocks 2-0. You're looking good, much better day two.
Now bouncing around is Katya as they send it wide again, but Penrith up very quickly off their own line will shut down the space. Lagos, little short ball here for Goss. Goss taking off again, and then a long pass from Matter, sends it wide. Good chance here for Western Suburbs. Oh, they just managed to get the touch in time. That was extremely tight.
Yeah, super save out wide from Penrith. They do look a lot more connected than what we saw yesterday, and now moving the ball in their drive. So the Panthers, they found a couple gears, James. They're looking good.
Now another good carry. Penrith continuing to march forward. Genuine opportunity. They'll get another set to work with.
So danger, not quite danger signs yet, but definitely if Penrith get the third try, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Now played quickly through the centre of the field. Horatio Edwards once again scheming. Nothing coming this time of it though. Angles Cork on this left-hand side. Plays it quickly now. Another wraparound play with Ashby. Floats it over the top. Well, they worked the numbers beautifully there, Penrith, but just couldn't find that final pass.
Penalty here for not moving forward. So, as you know, in the modern game, the outside players try and get a bit of a head start when the touch is imminent. And Magpies just too deep on that occasion.
Chloe was wrapping around, not called upon on this occasion, though. Instead, backtracking is Edwards. Edwards linking up with Jaden Ashby once more. Edwards, Ashby. To the 7 they go. Edwards, quick release. Ashby, was that touched in flight? It came out awkwardly, and yes, it certainly did get a hand.
Yeah, Ashby's looking good, isn't he, to start this game? With a bit of a spring in his stride, so it's very common up at State Cup. It's a 3-day tournament. It's not uncommon to see totally different, form from a team day one into day two. Penrith looking good early.
They do look very sharp. One victory from their 3 matches yesterday. Of course, West unable to get any points on the board. They were competitive, though, against some of those heavyweight teams like Dawson. Only went down by a couple. And geez, they had a golden opportunity there, Penrith, to really let that sing nice and early, but a bit too sluggish on the delivery. So West were able to scramble. Ashby now up towards the 7. And there is the third penalty, so someone has to be sat down here. They lost count here, the referees, because that is 3.
It was a little bit bizarre because they were penalised for not moving forward, but they had players charging up at Ashby there, so it was a bit of a bizarre penalty, that one, but Magpies, as you know, they're on their last warning.
Oh, Ashby finding a good ball, and then wider still it goes. A chance now for Penrith. Oh, did they get there in time? The coverage was excellent from Catchia, but he wasn't able to catch him. So a third try on the board now for the Panthers.
And that's the one that's going to hurt the Magpies now, because we're coming into the end of that first 10-minute period, the first part of the game, and they haven't been able to stick with it. And it's that man Ashby again with the ball around the back of the corner, and then I think it was Edwards with a nice delivery to the wing. So the Panthers looking good. We'll have one eye on finals footy. If they can get on top of the Magpies here, they'll be playing Sunday footy here in Port Macquarie.
It's been a terrific start from the Magpies, as now Catalano Jr. is out there. Haven't seen too much of him so far in this match, but he'll link up with his brother JP, who sends it over the top. Oh, great footwork from Western Suburbs. Back on the inside they go. That's an important try to just keep them within touching distance.
Yeah, it was important to get the hit back, and I like it as well. Just a bit of one-on-one brilliance there. There wasn't really any number there when the long ball went out. It just was just a one-on-one. The West winger didn't catch what number it was. Was it John Carshire out there? I didn't quite get the number, but you'll see on the replay there, Penrith actually held the play, like they actually matched up well, but it was just beautiful left foot step on the inside, and look at the finish. Great work. Maybe that's the catalyst the Magpies need.
Here come Penrith now, though, once again with Ashby, looking for that quick roll ball inside the 7. In the end, they'll backtrack to that marker. Ryan Chloe once again plays it quickly. Chance to link up with Ashby, little bobble. That ball goes to ground. So the try was scored by Guy Luca Conti out there on the wing.
Good work. Hard to stop for the defensive winger, because you're coming in to help the link, and then you've got to rush out with the flight of the ball, and then you're faced with a one-on-one. As you mentioned, Conti, great feet. So 3-1. A little bit of hope for the Black and Whites.
So 10 minutes gone. Certainly have some clues as to how this one is going to pan out. We know that West need to lift here because Penrith have started extremely well. Getting very close to the line. A bunch of pointing here. It's almost like the Spider-Man meme. But back to the 7 they'll go instead. Ashby ultimately winning out on that contest.
Ashby's had a big 10 minutes. Very impressive. I didn't get to watch him yesterday, but if he was playing anything like this, it surprises me Penrith only got the one win.
Now big step from Goss. Oh, found the pass. What a ball it was from Ryan Goss. Directly into the waiting arms. And once again, Conti goes in.
Check out the experience of Goss here. Nothing on. Left foot step. He's taken on Ashby, the best player on the field, the one we just said. Gossy winding back the clock there. Ryan Goss, a left foot step. A ripping pass to the winger. Centenary, was it?
Yeah, Centenary just come on there for Guy Luca Conti. So quick change and straight away getting to put the pill over the line. So 3-2, they're back in the contest. Now an early delivery out wide. Penrith looking for their fourth try. And that's a big play here from Centenary. He's certainly claiming the touch, but they won't agree with his claims. And 4-2, it's now confirmed. Geez, he can't believe it, Centenary.
Yeah, it was a close one. There's a fair bit of chatter around it. I'm not sure if he was called off or not. We'll see on the replay here. The dump's well outside the 7, so offside's not an issue. And he's probably touched, but that's a shame. They're close ones. It can go either way. And this is what we spoke about yesterday. It's an area of the game, I'm always rapping the refs, as you know. It's an area of the game I'd like them to improve on is when there is a close call like that, just to sort of almost, close your ears for 30 seconds because these are our elite athletes and some of those very close calls, they're going to ask you about them. And we've been seeing, often those follow-up penalties, which is probably not ideal. So unlucky for West. They'll have to be a bit more disciplined. And now Penrith with a golden opportunity here.
Speaking of discipline, JP Catalano was forced sub just then by the referees as well for a bit of back chat. So now wrap around for Ashby. Penrith at the line once again. Next try could be crucial here. That 3-point buffer would be a big one for Penrith. Of course, if West could get it though, they can maintain that pressure. 4-2 the score, and as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast for this match, essentially it's a sudden death semi-final. Winner likely to go through to the quarterfinal phase of the competition. The Magpies, of course, still looking for their first victory. Penrith picked up one yesterday, so that would just about sink the Magpies' chances. Now a nice little wraparound here for Mata. Takes the meters on offer, and then Conti getting involved as well. Short delivery now, up over halfway they go. Good charge off the back of it from Jukador. Now JP Catalano sends it wide. Good pressure from Penrith. Stepping up to make the touch was Kairimu.
Just to circle back to that try, James, I think it's a good call for JP Catalano to be forced replaced. I've got no issue with that if they're going too far. What my point was that, we're talking about our elite athletes here. If you watch the replay and the player happened to be touched, is that a measured response, overall? Because I know when I'm playing, if I touch the guy and I'm going to tell the ref I got him, it doesn't need to be have a big reaction. So a bit unlucky there for the Magpies, but I really like what I'm seeing from the Panthers.
There's a lot of variation in this attack. Now a conference here between the referees won't result in a try, but it will be another set to work with here for Penrith. There's plays in motion everywhere, in the end shut down by Bashara.
Well, this is the same thing again. So you'll see Junior Catalano's made the touch. He's saying to the ref, I made the touch, and it looks like it's been ignored. So it hasn't been a good couple minutes in this game for all involved. Let's see. We're only halfway through. Let's see if we can show our best product in the next 15 minutes.
Jeez, that was a great read from out wide. Once again, it was Guy Luca Conti. And if he hadn't stepped up onto the spot there to apply that pressure, that could have been a fifth try for Penrith. Now Bashara with good footwork, beats a few of them. Now Junior Catalano stepping forward. Then Blackwood up over halfway. Quick roll ball. Nice momentum here from Western Suburbs.
Good feed.
Lovely footwork as well. Finds a flick pass. Blackwood somehow able to get his balance in check. Found a delivery to Goss, but Goss wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, Blackwood did really well. Definitely some good signs, and I think for both teams, if you're a Panthers fan or a Magpies fan, it's a little bit frustrating because they can do some really good things, these teams, in both of them, in little sort of patches, just not able to put it all together. And now we've seen a little bit of a disjointed game the last few minutes, and good work by Sanderson to try and settle it all down. Referee Sanderson say, look, guys, we need both teams to settle. We've had enough. Let's focus on the footy. Lots of little indiscretions, I guess, around the ruck, and probably combined with a few difficult 50-50 decisions for the referee. So you put it together, and there's a fair bit of frustration from both teams.
So another forced sub here as well for the Magpies. That's twice now in this game. Meters as a result for Mitchell Haylar. Will eventually be caught about 15 away. Now Graham Whittle bouncing through the middle. Cameron Chloe waiting for his chance to strike. Short release there. Magpies being told to press forward. Chloe, quick release. Oh, it was a decent little pass. It would have beat them on the outside.
It was a nice play if the pass was there. Missed opportunity for the Panthers. A good ball there to the winger. And they're out 5-2 and probably too far back for the Magpies. Maggies have to be next to score. Penrith getting the job done at the moment.
Now good meters once again from Mata. Links up with Charbel Azzi. Last one brought up. Azzi losing his footing. Set upon by the Panthers, trying to create something, but it has come unstuck the last probably 3 or 4 sets for the Magpies.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely got a little bit of game management.
Oh, that's not a good delivery at all, though.
Same for Penrith. These are those little moments, James. Both these teams have got to get the game management, the game awareness a little bit better if they're going to take on the top teams like Wallsend and Newcastle. They've last 5 minutes for both teams hasn't been their best.
So Mata sends it back to the middle now for JP Catalano. Bouncing around. Quick return. Now, was Chloe offside? Yes, he was. He got out of the line very quickly, made the touch, forced Catalano back towards a couple of defenders who were onside. So good call there from the referee.
Yeah, it was a good spot there by Cheesley. Link definitely offside. Magpies really desperate for the next try to keep this game alive.
So now Mata. JP Catalano, nice pass floated over the top. They'll keep it alive. Oh, Junior Catalano with some basketball skills back into the arms of Setineri, and that was special for Western Suburbs.
Yeah, that's better from the Magpies. A nice splitter play, long ball to the wing. Junior Catalano, that's when he's at his best, when he's focusing on his footy, just what's in front of him. Look at the inside ball here. Most players there dive for the line, but not Catalano. He had a good read of the situation, popped it straight back to Setineri, and just like that, the Maggies have a little bit of hope.
So 4-3, still plenty of time on the clock though. 12 to go. Nice little charge there from Nicholas Thornton, who hasn't seen too much of the action. In fact, that's Graham Whittle now out there as well. So here it is again with Kingston Graham Whittle wrapping around, and then a long floating pass, which looked to be forward out of the hands anyway, but it hits the deck and score remains at 4-3.
Let's see how the Magpies go. Got to find rhythm. I think whichever team can find the rhythm in their drive is going to come out on top because, as we've mentioned, a bit of a disjointed 10 minutes. This is better from the Magpies for both teams. But see, right on cue. But this is both teams. Whoever can get through that midfield is going to come out on top.
Well, JP Catalano's got to be careful here. That was a definite little bobble in the roll ball itself. It was quite clear to us, even up here in the commentary booth, but he's continuing on with the point. He's already been 4-subbed once, so has to really tread a fine line moving forward. It's now Haylar for Penrith. Direct option. Horatio Edwards will finish it off. However, they just got him in time, so back to the 7 he goes. Haylar once again. Now Chloe. Chloe having a look for minor touch pass, and yes, it is called as such.
It's an interesting point. Bit of a tip, I guess, for those watching at home. You mentioned a couple of the players there, asking too many questions maybe of the referee or having comments. And the main thing with that, apart from the whole discipline side, is you're not focusing on your game. That's the main thing. I always feel like if you're not talking to the referee or the opposition, you're more focused on what you need to do. And that's definitely something that both these teams can benefit from.
Oh, Catalano Jr. with a superb ball, and now wider still it goes, but they've just run out of space. Cameron Chloe, so quick, got on his bike and shut it all down before John Catcher could do anything about it.
Yeah, that was a better set from Magpies. Where's that been? Jukador, there, Bashara, Catalano, much better set from the Maggies. They'd want more of that. 10 minutes to go. Penrith are going to have to kick. I don't think 4 is going to be enough, James. Penrith's going to have to find at least one more.
I think you're right, Stanto. It's now Angles Cork finds a lovely pass here for Jimenez, but ultimately set upon very quickly. So inside the final 10 we go. Just about to say there's another good drive there from Catalano Jr., but I'd like to see more ball in his hands. It seems like he's been doing a mountain of defensive work without actually getting much time when they do have the ball here, the Magpies. So I'd say he's arguably the strongest driver in this side and probably one of the strongest drivers in Australia. There's now Matter. Sends it out over the top or picked off here from Angles Cork.
Yeah, Junior Catalano had a great State of Origin series, and in that sort of like supporting, driving, defending role, did a lot of good stuff. And you've got to balance that when you come back to club footy. You need to get the ball in your hand and sort of look at what the team wants. So he's definitely had some good moments in here. With this last 9-10 minutes, he's got to step up and try and lead these Maggies over the top of the Panthers.
Look at the roll here from the Panthers. Ashby trying to squeeze all the way through, but the touch is made. Certainly claimed as such from Azzy.
Well, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. So we were sort of a little bit critical on JP. Same thing here for Ashby. I think he's the best on the ground, but he's sort of pointing around. He's throwing the ball away, argued it probably should have been a penalty against him. So definitely all of our younger players watching, you want to take the good bits out of the game. And when both these teams, when they focus on the task at hand, they're outstanding. When they get a bit distracted, and a little bit of chatter, we don't seem to see as good footy. That's what I'm more talking about, the footy, not so much the discipline.
So now Bashara with a scything run. Setineri hopping in and acting half. Now Junior Catalano is out there in good field position. So this could be dangerous now for Penrith. Lagos as well can certainly conjure up something. Back to Lagos it goes. Plays it on the 7. Junior Catalano, good footwork. Now short for Lagos. That was beautiful from Junior Catalano, who's pumped up, and now we're locked up.
It's better. Great work from Magpies. I know it's a bit of a developing year for both these clubs, but you see moments like that, and you just wonder what Sunday could bring if they could get there. Junior Catalano, left foot step. It looked like he was calling for a second phase dump. Lagos, again, just that game awareness, knowing the situation, went straight for the try line, and we're all locked up at 4-all. Much better from the Maggies, and I know I'm harping on the point, James, but both these teams, when they focus on footy, isn't it much better to watch? And they often play a lot better too, don't they?
And they've got 7.5 minutes to do exactly that. Just focus on what's in front of them. Potentially a finals berth. Graham Whittle, short ball. Now Chloe sends it wide. Lovely delivery, but excellently marked from Daniel Setineri. He has come up with some big plays out wide.
And that's better too there from referee Cheesley. Just blow the whistle straight away, get the boys focused on the game. Any indiscretion, blow the whistle, get these boys focused because they look awesome, both teams, when they're playing the footy in front.
Now Blackwood with a great drive here, picks up 15, make it 20 metres in the end. Excellent work from Blackwood. Back to the middle now for Matter, who straightens off the right foot. They'll be able to set up on the 7 here. They need to try and work for that strike dump, though. Blackwood will now try to get the wheels turning as a result. Still didn't come up with the touch. Oh, they're going to say in the end it was made, though. So now it is a static start on the last here for the Magpies. Great speed, though. Matter pushing through and finds the support. Brilliant work as he split them. Matter finishes it. And can you believe it? Western Suburbs have the lead.
Charbel, Azzy, where was that on Friday? Look at this, the skip step. Look at the speed, straightening goal. Still had work to do. These Magpies, they definitely have the ability. Look at the speed, straight in the in goal. And Joey Matter following him in the in goal with a good read. And the Magpies, that's 3 on the trot, James. It's a simple game if you're a Magpies fan. Focus on the footy.
What is going to keep them alive in this tournament if they can get the win here? For and against is pretty similar as well between these two teams, so it's a very important encounter. Still more football to come today, of course. Last one brought up. Ashby's short ball. Well read, though, from the Magpies. You're right, Stander. They have turned a corner. They look very focused the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. Shout out to the senior players as well as Coach Trad there getting the boys focused. The last few minutes has been good. I know we often talk about Lagos and Ducador, Catalano, but you mentioned James Blackwood, Ryan Goss. Haven't they been strong, the older boys, in this West lineup?
Certainly have, is now taken forward by Abood. And then Azzy once again with the speed. Oh, he nearly did it a second time, but he was just caught. Very close run thing, though.
What's happened to Azzy? Something's got into his head. The Roadrunner, he's running. We didn't see this on Friday. This is Charbel, Roadrunner Azzy, showing his speed. Good call then again from Cheesley. And again, see, no need for the extra contact. This is that game management, the game awareness we're talking about, James. Bit of a mistake from the Magpies. Let's see whether the Panthers can capitalise on that error from the Magpies. Wasn't really needed. Penrith with a golden opportunity here to tie this one up.
So third forced sub for the Magpies. Short pass now for Jimenez. Plays it just outside the 7. Jimenez once again delivering. Now scoops on the last. Cut out pass all taken here from Centenary, who gets away from the touch. Still going all for mine. That was not a touch that was made. We will get to have another look at it, but geez, I don't think he got him at all.
I guess the replay will tell the story, but again, both teams there, I've been harping on it a bit. They've got to focus on their footy. Lots of pointing, lots of talking, probably not ideal. Both coaches, Scott Buckley and Tony Tradd, they would be very acutely aware that when their boys are really focused on the task at hand, they look outstanding. But too many distractions, too many times there's a break in focus, and that was probably another occasion there. So West would be thinking one more, give them a chance for Sunday.
So now Catalano Jr. scooping, finding a great pass, but good pressure from Penrith. They'll keep it alive. Now chance for the corner. Oh, what a finish. That was acrobatic. Spearing himself into the turf, and will get there. That's outstanding from the Magpies.
I wasn't expecting that. It looked like the last pass was forward. If anything, it was a lobbing over the top, maybe line ball, but look at the finish out there from Cascio. Wasn't that amazing? Almost dived over the defensive hand.
John Caccia. Well, this will look terrific once again on the replay.
Wow. Look at that.
Well, that is awesome. If we do get a chance as well, though, I would like to go back and have a look at that no touch issue off the back of the intercept. Ultimately, it won't really matter because they still scored off the back of that set, but just out of my own curiosity, as now Ashby sends it up again once more, ends up into the arms of Centenary, who can't. In fact, that's Conti now out there. Geez, they look similar, those two.
Yeah. And definitely it's been a few missed opportunities for the Panthers, but ultimately it's 4 tries on the trot for the Magpies.
Oh, he goes Centenary. Centenary down the sideline. Needs to find support, though. Can he link up? He's going to hold this for an eternity. Bombs away. Finds JP Catalano through the middle. They're claiming the touch through Karamui, and they will get the call here, Penrith.
Great call. Charlie Cheesley. Out of all that intercept and everything that's going on, how did the referee end up right in front of the ball? Good work there, Cheesley. Look at this scoop here. Players offside. He's off to the races. Look at that. Got in the in goal. If you could find a vacant person, that would have given him a chance. So I suppose just to paint the picture for our viewers, James, if West win here, they would still need to beat Hills this afternoon to get through to Sunday. If Penrith win here, they're guaranteed in the quarterfinals. That's pretty much the setup. So the Panthers going to have to find some late tries to get through. If not, they'll be nervously watching the Magpies to see how they go against Hills later today.
So 2 minutes to play. Catalano Jr. running directly at a man who was initially offside. It was Ashby. The stumble, and then Ashby eventually got his feet behind the line and made the touch. I think if he didn't lose his footing there, Catalano Jr., that would have been a playthrough.
Yeah, it looked like he had him in trouble. And a game awareness now. Coming into the last minute, Magpies just got to complete their set, and that puts them 1 foot into finals day. Still got a hard game against Hills today, but the Magpie fans will be happy that they were able to settle down a bit, stay focused, and come back on top of the Panthers.
I certainly think that is one they can win, though, West. At their best, they're a very strong outfit. Catalano Jr. going for it and will come up trumps. Excellent stuff from Catalano Jr. Seals the game for them, 7-4. The Magpies are still alive in the 2025 State Cup.
Yeah, we spoke about the last 10 minutes Junior lead in, and look what he's done there. Come around the corner. You'll notice the last few minutes as the players are fatiguing, the Magpies are just running at the offside player, diving at defenders' feet. It's a pretty good play to do up here in Port Macquarie. It's hot, players are fatigued, and often that's your best option, diving at the offside player. And the Magpies, I think that's 5 tries now on the trot. They've definitely made their mark. Bit unfortunate for Penrith. I felt like they lost their focus a bit midway there, James. They were looking good very early.
Now touched in flight, so a really good read once again out wide between Conti and Centenary. They've shut down so many opportunities. That time it was Conti. Now Horatio Edwards with about 15 seconds on the clock. So Penrith now just trying to pad their for and against, essentially. West will definitely win this one. They'll be happy to give away yet another penalty here. And there's a 4th forced sub for the Magpies. Nothing comes from it, though. There is the siren. And Western Suburbs get a big victory. 4 points on the board. They now equal Penrith on that tally. And, of course, the Panthers have already played the Hillside, who have had their struggles in the 2025 edition. So the Magpies, out of these two, they're in the box seat.
Yeah, Magpies don't need any results to go their way. If they get on top of Hills, that'll see them in a Sunday, which will be a good result. I think both these teams, bit of a developing team, like we haven't got them as favourites alongside Dawson or Newcastle or Central Coast or Parramatta for that matter. But I think West will be really happy that they've turned the corner there. If they can go another gear against Hills, who knows what they bring to Sunday. You probably wouldn't want to match up against them in the quarter, would you, if they're coming off a couple victories?
No, you're right. I think they're really one of those confidence teams that when things are going well, they go very well for the Magpies, and they can certainly threaten any team on the day. They pushed Dawson yesterday, but today they've come up trumps against Penrith. Full time here in this one, 7-4, and up next across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. We move to the men's 20s. Haven't seen too much of the younger boys floating about, but it'll be Dawson up against Penrith in just a moment.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the pendants, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the pendants, I'm a diamond and the run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. And birthday, got another hit, no flinching, and tell them send a watch that I can fit. Move.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Men's 20s action about to get underway here between Doyleston and Penrith, two of the real great nurseries for touch football talent in the state. 30 minutes on the clock, and Doyleston will have first use of possession. Great to have your company across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. James Preston and Jason Stanton bring you all the action. Stolson go on the attack here. Good left foot step and then right through the middle. That was very clever work from Harry McPeak in peak performance. And there's a little bit of a conversation here, but I think they will award it. Yes, it is. So McPeak goes in nice and early for the Doyleson Dragons.
Good start from the Dragons. It's my first look at the men's 20s, James. It's a really hard to get a read. I think there's 19 or 20 teams. And as you mentioned earlier, two good nurseries here in the Dragons and Panthers, but really hard to get to read on it. You see the Doyleson Dragons, I think it was McPeak there, straight through the middle and a great finish. So really hard to see how this is going to play out. The 20s is definitely one of those exciting divisions where anyone can win it. So it'll be interesting games today and tomorrow.
So Penrith now with their first look at the line. Short release, good speed this time, taking on a direct option through the middle. Shut down very quickly though. So Mates goes back to the 7 to play it. That one looked like it bounced before it got to the hands. Well, that was just lazy from Penrith.
Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity. But one of the teams I think we'll see coming through tomorrow will be Maitland. I think you mentioned when we'll call in their men's team, that really good program. A lot of young ones coming through. So Maitland 20s to be one to watch. There's also the Hills program's been good. So there's lots. It's pretty hard to, like I said, 20 teams, lots of different matchups. It's hard to get a read. You would think the winner of this one, as we've seen with the last two games today, the winner of this one you would think would set them up to be going through to finals day. The loser may be out or maybe turns into a mathematical chance. So this game, a bit of extra importance.
Yeah, the big challenge for those two teams you mentioned though as well with Maitland and the Hills is a lot of their strong players from those 20s and even under 18s of recent years, they've actually all come up into the men. So Logan Bump, for example, for the Hills district, he's been in phenomenal touch of the past sort of 18 to 24 months as Penrith go on the attack here. Catch and pass, they score, they do exactly that. Gillard goes in the corner. Terrific work from the Panthers, so locked up at one apiece. But, you know, by the same token, with the Maitland Redbacks, it's the likes of Harry Lidbury. Brain is not playing in this one, but we've seen him do some great stuff over the past couple of years. But Lidbury certainly is. Carlson's in there. Brendan Cox. I mean, these are players that have come through those junior grades and have now stepped up into men's. They're competitive, Maitland, and I think, you know, in 2 or 3 years' time, they'll be a genuine threat in the men's comp. But I suppose the other issue it then creates is there's a bit of a dearth of talent in some respects for the 20s. They have to get new players constantly pushing through because it has been a developing program.
It's a really interesting point, bit of a thought experiment. If Maitland and Hills put all of their under-20s in under-20s rather than playing Premier League, how strong would they be? It would be a totally different outcome here because Maitland and Hills are both strong in the 20s. I think they're both undefeated, and that's with at least half of their players not being available because they're playing in their Prems, because they've moved into the Prems. So it's a really good thing for both those clubs, you know, big congrats for their development programs at Hills and Maitland, but makes for some good 20s football as well.
It's a pass back on the inside, but Sonny Martin had stopped on the run and as a result couldn't link up there with Joshua Muddle. So Penrith now working away from their own end. We've had about 3.5 minutes of play, locked up at 1 try apiece. Good speed about this game as well as Logan Cray works it up towards halfway and then Remy Ryan will follow suit. Short release now through the middle. Scooped and off they go. Good left foot step. Penrith opening up some space, needing support. All well knocked down in the end from Joshua Muddle, who really muddles the chances there of Penrith.
Yeah, interesting team. So I think in the Dawson camp, it's really good that their men's are really setting the tone. So this 20s team, a lot of talent, and they'd have one eye on, you know, a bit of their career pathway. They'll be thinking, I want to do well, maybe get into the men's one day. Same with Penrith. We just saw their men's doing really well. A bit unfortunate against the Magpies, but some of the 20s have one eye on that team as well.
Speaking of pathways and former champions, for example, Will Elford is out there, of course, son of Shane Elford, former premiership winner with the West Tigers back in 2005. Here he is now with ball in hand. Now it distributes here for Debrett. Debrett once again cuts out Elford on this occasion. Great pass out wide. That was a beautiful delivery. And going in once again is Jack Giller, but they'll say the touch has been made.
It was a close one. It looked like it was down on first look, but the referee's a lot closer to it than what I am. Bit unlucky there for the Panthers.
So still locked up at 1 apiece. Dawson now on the march forward. Interesting to think as well. I mean, Dawson have been so dominant in the men's division for the best part of half a decade, but in many ways their development program is probably still developing.
Yeah, I agree. And it's always adjusting too. It's not you've got to always be looking at all the way through 10s, 12s, 14s, 16s, 18s, all the way through. You can't just have a focus on that's our men's team and who are the next 4 or 5 players. It's really a full high performance program, and a lot of the clubs are doing a great job in that space.
Now, worked forward here from Matthew Muddle. Back to the middle for McPeak, who got the first try of the match for Dawson. Short release here for Morgo. Now McPeak again. Morgo, McPeak, then throwing long. Decent delivery, good footwork as well. Beat them all, ends up. A great ball, but an even better finish. Made him look like a traffic cone there. Jaden Austin goes in for the Dawson Dragons.
We've been seeing a bit of that as well. The defence is actually recovering and matching up with the numbers okay, but it just gets him into a one-on-one isolation there, and then the footwork was great work. I think he was coming back hard off the left, and a good finish. So Dawson with their nose in front.
So Penrith now with a bit of work to do. 2-1 the score. Dawson in front after 6.5 minutes of play. Up towards the 7 they go once again. Quick release now. Into the hands it finds Bailey Lean. Lean will play it just shy of the 7. Good little passive out the back here for Charlton. Charlton now stopping on a run, and then some fancy footwork. Will turn himself inside out before linking up again here with Mates. Mates brings it up towards the 7. Last one called here for Doyleson. They've held on quite nicely in Penrith as a result. Can't conjure up anything on the last. And there is the turnover. So they're losing their way a little bit the last few sets down this end of the field.
Yeah, it can happen a bit. You always got to try and adjust a bit, get a bit of a feel for the game. Sometimes the scoreboard is in your mind as well. But plenty of time left. We're only about, I think it's eight minutes in. So both these teams still got plenty of footy left in this one.
Good meters now from the Dawson Dragons. Up over halfway goes Zustovic. Zustovic once again bouncing around, looking for an opening. Great one-handed scoop there from Watson, who takes off. Now keeps it alive. Zustovic, the little bat on, trying to link up wider still with the run of Caleb Xavier Mahe, but that one hits the deck, and 2-1 it remains.
It's an interesting one to see how the concentration goes as well. Sometimes with 20s or some of the junior ones, some of the players will float in and out of games. 30 minutes is a long time without a break to keep the momentum with. So it'll be interesting to see in this matchup how the focus of the young boys go, but they've certainly started well, both teams, in this opening 10-minute section.
So now a nice little carry here from Braden Hardy up along the sideline. He'll then distribute back to the middle, links up with Devine. Now worked forward from Gillard. Long pass over the top, looking for Jack Gillard on this occasion. And it wasn't too far away. So 2-1 it remains. 8.5 gone. Probably waiting for both teams to really click into gear here, though.
Yeah, I think that's why I was making that point about the focus. Like, you feel, you're on the stadium, you settle into it. You've got the game live on KO, so there's a little bit in your mind probably. But after that first 5-10 minutes you settle in, the game's still in the balance. So now this next 10 minutes I think is going to be interesting to see which team finds their feet.
Devine. And now scything run from Logan Cray. Cray will come back at them. Ushered away though by the referee. Watson made the touch in time, so back to the 7 he goes. Devine. Oh, not a great delivery at all there. Cray barely moved, but it just got stuck to the fingertips there of Lachlan Gillard. So the Dragons now up towards halfway. They'll keep it alive into the hands of Watson. Good meters in the first couple of plays. Now up over halfway they go. So this is probably the best set from either team in about 5 minutes. Good meters on offer. Muddle works it forward. Couple plays still up their sleeves. For mine, that was a touch pass, and the referee agrees, so that will be the turnover just as it was building nicely. That ill discipline creeping in. Both teams just lacking that focus, as you mentioned, Stanto.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's one of the things that it's going to be maybe a bit of a theme for this one. Whichever team can really focus on the job at hand. In a lot of ways, similar to the previous men's Prem game we just saw, where just focusing on your job, not giving any silly penalties away.
Charlton eventually plays it. Forward they work now with a little run there from Debrett. Debrett still looming in support, gets it now. Again, a pass that didn't need to be thrown, this time from Elford. A lot of turnovers here from Penrith without any pressure being applied. So now McLean up towards halfway. Dawson starting to get these driving sets right. And interchanges storming onto the field. Been pretty smooth as well in the last couple of minutes. Now Cohen Lee. Drops it down, McPeak. McPeak threatening, then sends it wide. Good delivery from McPeak into the arms of Matthew Muddle. No way he could muddle that one. And another try on the board here for Dawson. So a little bit of breathing room, 3-1 the score.
It was a pretty good finish too. Sometimes the wingers will run onto it or maybe try and use their feet. He had good awareness of the situation, made sure he caught it first. You see on the replay, it's a pretty red-hot pass here. Long ball right over top, made sure he caught it first, and then rather than try and step the winger, drop your body weight and dive into the corner. So it's a pretty good example of how to finish there, and a really good wing play. You'll see here, great catch. Resist the temptation to step inside, go for the corner. What a finish. Good call too from the referee, in great position.
And a good match here for McPeak. Scored the first try, now sets up that one. Short release here from Hardy, and then once again Penrith not getting it right here in terms of setting up for the strike dump on the last. So as a result, it's pretty easy pickings here for Doyle. I think that's been one of the key issues here. Doyleson have now begun to work through their sets. They're getting that driving momentum as they look to make those changes, but Penrith, when they're getting down to that 7, you've got to look at launching at least 2 raids, in my opinion. One where you can set up midway through the count. That pass is at least 2 metres forward, and it produced an audible groan from the crowd as well. But the initial indiscretion is offside, so even though we were playing NFL for a moment, they'll still come away with the ball.
Maybe that's a good feature we can have in our game. We have the mic for the crowd, and if the groan gets loud enough, it's an automatic penalty.
It's not a bad way to look at it. If it hits a certain decibel range, it automatically gets blown.
Yeah, I think our referees are mic'd up for the bigger games, so if the decibel goes too high, the alarm should go off and say you might have missed an NFL pass.
Yeah, and the issue I then have with that, of course, is that if someone produces a rather audacious flick pass and everybody enjoys that, they'll bring that one back too.
Well, true. It's a very rough idea, James. It's not a polished idea, the decibel meter. Not yet. We're still brainstorming here.
Come back to me with the final draft.
Yeah, well, certainly that was a no-brainer there. The crowd got very animated.
I think that was the most blatant one we've seen in probably 5 State Cups. As now Zustovic works it forward. McPeak, quick delivery. In fact, Watson linking up. And now Muddle simply taking the metres here. It's all in slow motion from both teams the last couple of minutes. Now McLean. Oh, that one's at least 3 metres forward now. How have they let that one play on? Well, finally there's a late call from the sideline, but I'll tell you what, people in Warhope could have spotted that one.
That's just more evidence that the decibel meter could become part of our game. I think that could work well in NRL and other sports as well.
You're winning me over here, Stanto. The initial idea, as you said, it was a bit of a rough draft, but with each and every attempt, it's looking nicer and nicer, and this attempt here from Dawson is also looking nice. Wow. What about the footwork? Bang off the left foot, Cohen Lee goes through and scores in style for the Dawson Dragons. Breathing a bit of fire now, and with breathing room, 4-1 the score.
Big left foot step. I think Coach Carly Banks for the Premier League, she'll have one eye on that play. The replay here, stopped on a dime. Some of our viewers new to the sport, look at that. Very hard to defend that. Just running full speed and then just stopping, almost some sort of automatic Formula One brake system. Look at this. Boom. Straight down on a dive and a finish as well. Wow.
You mentioned the Formula One brake system there. It's interesting, actually. I was doing a little sort of safety training for one of my workplaces the other day, And one of the questions was, as we see Penrith have a little take here at the line, why does the F1 and all their different teams spend so much money on their braking system? Now, you'd think potentially it's due to safety, it's to ensure that when they're going around corners they can pull up efficiently. The actual answer was to go faster.
Well, I think that was a good example there. There's a lot of Formula One about that play. Just thinking about it, running top speed. We often look at different sports or, look at our athletes. Imagine running a 100-metre sprint and you're at top speed and then someone has the ability at one of our players just to stop. Very hard. So that was a real special play there. I'm sure Dawson Prems would even be impressed by watching that.
He put some footwork on once again there, Cohen Lee, so certainly one to watch. He and McPeak been in great form. Speaking of which, there's McPeak driving forward again. It's now Bissiker brings it forward. Morgo, good metres from him. Now, that looked to be a touch pass, and the referees are on to it this time, and they will make the call.
Yeah, they got that one right. I just wanted to circle briefly back to that point we were talking about before, James, about the clubs that have a lot of young players in Prems, and I was just checking my notes here, and Hills actually have 7 players in Premier League that could be in the Hills 20s team, which was undefeated on day one. They've got 4 17-year-olds, 2 18-year-olds, and 1 19-year-old. So when you look at development programs, I think Maitland would have a very similar thing. So, bit of a shout out to both those clubs, Maitland and Hills, because they're promoting the young players through, but they're still dominant in the 20s, as well as having a good Prems team. So I just wanted to highlight that for our viewers at home. A lot of the clubs putting together really good programs, and if you're a mum or dad, your child might be in 14s or 16s, and you've got the full pathway there if it's something you want to continue with.
Think about the talent in that men's team for both those sides in the next 5 or so years, given how young they are. Of course, the Hillside probably headlined by Logan Bubb, who's been tremendous over the past 18 to 24 months. And on that Maitland side, you're thinking of immediately the French boys, Cox, Carlson, Lidbury. So just a few names to rattle off. And, of course, Laith Brain, who we've seen him do some very special things over the past couple of years. He'll come into that side very soon as well. It's now Doyleson on the attack, but they've turned this one over. About 12 and a half to go. Penrith really not offering too much with ball in hand at the moment. So 4-1 the score, but I can't see where they're going to get another one on the board, Stanto.
Yeah, well, the first 10 minutes we thought was a bit of a settling period for both these teams, maybe a little bit of nerves in that. Then in this next 10-minute segment, we did flag that it's something we really wanted to focus on to see which team went that other level. Dawson's gone the next level. Penrith haven't gone with him just yet.
Now here's a good chance, though, for Penrith, but shut down very quickly. It was good covering from Sonny Martin. So now back towards the 7-all. There's a calamity of error. Someone needs to play the Benny Hill theme song. And they've tripped each other over. Trey McInnes hit the deck. And now Doilo, as a result, can work up towards halfway. That's better pressure, this time from Nate Devine. And we'll come back to halfway here. And what's the call? Is it suggesting 7 on potentially?
I'm not sure. 7 on. So a bit of a slip in concentration there. We've been seeing less of that in this event, I guess, than in other events. The 7 on, it sort of tended to get, that error tended to be quite common. But it looks like the different coaching teams have made their adjustments. We haven't seen 7 on as much in this tournament, which is good to see.
Worth pointing out as well, not just the smoke floating around here making it difficult, very warm conditions, already at 30 degrees in Port Macquarie. And that sun is really beaming, so a lot hotter. Of course, in direct sunlight, we take that measurement from the shade. So Doyleson continue marching forward.
Any rain tomorrow, James? Can you give us any tips? Go out on a limb and tell us if we're going to have rain for the grand final tomorrow.
Oh, well, look, we do have thunderstorms forecast into the afternoon for tomorrow, so that is the real concern there, and they tend to spark up around about that 3 p.m. time slot. So, look, maybe the last couple of games, I think we should be all right, though.
Have you got any special, Bureau of Meteorology, links? Have you got any, secret where they tell you what's not on the news?
Look,
30 degrees
I'm
now.
not being paid for this, I'd like to point out. There's no third-party little brown paper bags being slipped through. Windy.com, that's the one I like to use.
Windy.com. I just want tips for all of our viewers because you mentioned how tough it was for our athletes today, 30-plus degrees. And then tomorrow, it could be totally different. It could be raining. You got to come with your sunscreen and your gumboots.
So now Doyleson having a crack at the line again. Are you looking for a job in meteorology? Is that what this is?
Well, we'll just see what happens, mate. I just like to put together a good performance and let the scoreboard take care of itself.
Okay, cliches. That's where you're now angling. But Doyleson are angling for a try, and they pick one up here. Oh, that's groovy as well. That's straight out of Fortnite.
It was nice, wasn't it? Nice little slide dive there to finish. I think Dawson's really grown into this game. I've been impressed with him, and again, if they can go another level this afternoon, they're going to be looking good coming into Sunday. Maybe they could cause an upset in the quarter and be there at the pointy end of the tournament. Look at this come running onto it. There wasn't a lot you can do about that. He dived from about 7 metres out. A little bit of go gadget about it for our older viewers.
It's Cooper Bisker getting the try for them. Quick release there from Morgo, and then Bisker. A nice little wrap around. Good stretch. As I mentioned, the go gadget extendo arm. So 5-1 the score. Penrith now on the attack. Geez, had they hit that link hole, they'd opened up a passage. It's happened a couple of times for them, but they've tended to play shorter. Penrith, and now a very audacious flick back to the middle. That one would have been brought back even without the touch, I feel, for an intentional tap forward. So 5-1 it remains with about 8:20 on the clock.
It's a good point you make too, James, about the opportunities. Penrith have created opportunities, but maybe hit the link a couple of times when it could have been the winger, or hit short when it could have been the link. And those 2 or 3 chances, that's why it's 5-1 instead of maybe, 5-4.
Zastovic working it forward. Another chance here for Doyleson. Good speed once more from McPeak. He has been dangerous in this match.
There's been no shortage of stars from both teams. Definitely a couple of the Doyleson players have showed that exhilarating, like that extra level of speed and agility. So that's why if they can keep their rhythm coming into tomorrow, that might be one of the teams that you want to circle there alongside, whether I think it was Warhope, Maitland, Hills. You might want to keep your eye on Doyleson as well. They've shown some good signs here.
Also very impressive sign, speaking of Warhope, in the mixed opens division. Of course, big upset against Penrith, who took out the Vorden Cup. And they're currently sitting pretty, and at this stage will certainly play finals football tomorrow. And with no Wollongong in the mixed opens, really is a much more open competition. ADF currently in the box seat. Oh, McPeak with a lovely pass back on the inside. They have to award that. It was just so good from McPeak. This is the best trick so far.
McPeak putting his stamp on the game there. This is going to be a good replay to just see the great finishing from Dawson. They've really just gone gear after gear. It was a dummy. It was a dummy to the outside, and then going against the grain, and then trailed back in. I love the trail play. It's a great finish there. But McPeak, definitely someone to watch.
And now Penrith heading to the corner. Well stopped in the end from Doyleson. So big margin here. Doyle leading 6-1. That was a great effort from McPeak with the little slip pass back on the inside. Elford back at the line again, dancing about. Guess who's there to stop him? McPeak, who has been superb both sides of the footy. Elford now short for Debrett. Oh, and then once again finding a decent pass. Had Debrett hit that hole, there was a golden opportunity. And again, that's what we've been talking about. The gaps are there in the defensive line, but nobody's pushing through the holes.
Yeah, they've got to press up and hit the holes. You mentioned Warhope in the mix. I got myself a bit confused. I meant Wallsend for the boys' 20s, not Warhope. But good try there to Penrith. So yeah, Wallsend will be definitely one to watch in this 20s division. Wallsend, Hills, Central Coast, and Maitland, of course. And then, like I said, Dawson probably starting to form as a bit of a smoky or a bit of an outside chance in this division.
So 6-2 with Penrith going in there. 5:20 on the clock. Now Doyleson Dragons. I think one more here would certainly end it as a contest. I don't think Penrith are really in with a chance of claiming this one at this point. That's not how the game has flown by, but 4 points the difference with 6 minutes is indeed possible. As Muddle now has a dive from range. Last one brought up for the Doyleson Dragons. And up next, of course, we're back to the Women's Open division. Manly up against Wallsend. Now, this will be a great little battle because Wallsend are one of those teams that potentially are forming as a dark horse. They're still in a little bit of development, but a team with Zali Chippendale in it is capable of some very, very unusual things.
I was about to say, I want to watch that one if Zali's playing. She had a really big day Friday. She was very strong, and if she gets going, they definitely, they're always a chance for an upset.
Now, Penrith was certainly baying for a penalty there. As a result, they've come flying out of the line trying to put a shot on themselves. That time it was Charlton looking for a little bit of revenge. I thought it could have easily been called as a forceful touch. Play on the call instead, though. So Muddle now works it forward. 6-2 the score. 4 on the clock. Zustovic plays it. Muddle back to Zustovic. Quick release. Wider still it goes. Chance for Matthew Muddle to finish. Set upon very quickly, though, by Logan Cray. That was good covering. Clean out there as well. Muddle straightening. Now scooped up here from Riley McLean. Long range effort from Cody McLean. Stretches out. There is the extendo arm. That's a great dive from Cody.
Yeah, really shown some really good moments. If they can string a few more together, the Dragons might be able to cause an upset, as I mentioned, in the quarters, in the semis tomorrow. I wouldn't want to be matching up against the Dawson Dragons coming in tomorrow because they look to have got another couple gears here. The longer this game goes, the better they're looking. Good signs if you're a Dragons fan.
Bit of feeling in this one too. You could see in the celebration there from Cody McLean. He was getting stuck into the Penrith defenders. And a couple of those harder touches as well not too long ago. Genuine rivalry between these two sides. It's now Penrith work it forward. There's another example of a forceful touch, and this time it will be picked up. So another set to work with here for Penrith. Debrett will have the restart. Both teams just need to keep their heads here, though, Stanto.
Yeah, there's only a couple minutes to go. It's been a good contest. I think Penrith maybe mathematically might be able to make it. I haven't checked the crossovers because there's 3 pools, but Dawson definitely with this win should be seeing them playing Sunday footy. And as you know, between day 1 and day 2, we've seen so many differences or variances in form. Day 3 also can toss up anything as well.
Certainly can. That's now 2 penalties as well against Doyle. So they've got to be careful here. Penrith, if they're smart, they'll try and work for that numerical advantage. 3 plays down now. Debrett back through the middle. Nothing really doing here for the Panthers. Elford hops in at acting half. Debrett back to Elford. Back tracking. Floats a pass wider still into the arms of Remy Ryan, who's up very quickly, as was Dragons defender to meet him. Ushered away once again inside the final 2 minutes. A real nothing set here from Penrith, and then simply Elford trying to throw it over the top into his own arms. But geez, that's a disappointing set, especially after 2 penalties.
Yeah, and it's probably showing some of the areas they need to improve on because they looked good early, didn't they? It was almost a bit like the men's. The first few minutes they looked okay, and then the opposition's gone another couple gears and they haven't been able to match it. So I'm sure they'll get some learnings out of this one. We've got to get through the next minute without the boys pushing each other over. So hopefully they can all settle down. But yeah, good work by the Dragons. And best of luck for both these teams coming into Sunday.
Well, that was a genuine shoulder drop. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a forced sub here. McLean's a little bit shaken by it. He's still mouthing off here. Of course, he was the one that had something to say after he scored that try.
It was only a minute to go. I'd probably just put him in the bin. Oh, yeah, he has. He's put him in the bin, yeah. I just think there's been a few pushes, so putting both players in the bin makes sense now. Settle the game, and the referee's done a good job at doing that.
So McLean will head up to the right of screen. And on the other side of the equation for Penrith, Braden Hardy will now head to his in goal as well. So both teams will play with 5-on-5. Only 30 seconds to go. Good chance here, though, for Penrith to potentially put on a consolation try with a little bit of extra space on the field. By the time they eventually get underway, though, there's only going to be 15 seconds. So they might get 3 plays in total. There's one of them. So work back to the middle now with Debrett. Debrett eventually linking here with Elford. Elford, little stutter step, bouncing out towards that right-hand side. Then back to the left. come right side once again, and nothing really doing there. And unfortunately, that probably sums up the match there for Penrith. They never really got out of second gear.
Yeah, there'll be some learnings for them. I think they're a very young, developing team there at the Panthers, but they'll have to focus a bit better. It's hard to keep the concentration for the full 30. We did talk about it in the first 10 when the game was in the balance, but the Dragons have settled. They've gone a couple gears. They're looking good, and hopefully they can continue that and maybe make some noise or cause some upsets tomorrow.
So 7-2, the final score here in this men's 20s fixture. The Doyleson Dragons victorious over the Penrith Panthers. And up next, the Women's Open as Manly take on Wallsend. Scott McAllister will bring you all the action in just a moment across KO and Sky Sport New Zealand.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling?
Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back to the live action here at the New South Wales State Cup. We're back into the Women's Open Division. Manly, their top team, taking on Wallsend. Gab Rose is with me in commentary for this one. Second versus third in this pool. This is an important match.
Certainly is, and both coming off a win this morning where you said Manly 7-3 versus Northern Beaches, and for Wallsend 10-4 against Norths. That was an interesting game that was on the stadium, that one this morning, Wallsend versus Norths. And Norths had a couple of opportunities with some runaway tries, but yeah, Wallsend ended up on top. So they're wanting this win in this second game this afternoon. they're vying for, top of their pools. So any losses here can be costly coming into the back end of tomorrow, Scott.
Seems like that's been the theme for Wallsend throughout the tournament, isn't it? They've just been scrapping their way to victories. The scoreline probably not reflecting that game against North earlier on this morning, and they've just been in games that really having to fight for their victories, but they've got so much talent across their roster.
They sure do. And speaking of talent, we see Manly through Nina van der Ridden straight into Danny Davis. Beautiful cutout, and it's going to be a try straight off to Jasmine Vera. That was clockwork. You had van der Ridden to Davis and then a cutout pass. You could not start the game better than that, Scott.
We're seeing so many teams putting so much emphasis into the start of the games and getting points straight away from the tap-off, and Manly are no different. They've set the tone nice and early here in this game against Wallsend.
Yeah, it was a set play. And Jasmine Vera, she's got a set of wheels there. She only had to run a couple of metres, but full-length dive. But I was watching this Manly team earlier this morning in that match versus Northern Beaches, and I reckon I saw the try of the tournament from Manly out there. It won't be on any videos, but it went through nearly every set of hands. They were switching, they were wrapping, and Vera was the recipient of the try in the end. But they've started off in perfect fashion here in this match.
Wallsend, well, their first touch of the footy came up with a mistake straight away. Manly get the football back. A little mistake from them as well. So Wallsend back into it now. Zali Chippendale, as expected, really leading from the front for Wallsend throughout the competition so far. Here at the New South Wales State Cup, and what an absolute peach of a ball over the top. A nice little hit back. Now they work their way into the game. They look up the scores at one try apiece.
That is going to look good on the replay there. You called it, Scotty. Chippendale, she takes her on out wide, throws the cutout pass, and reliable Tyler Brown in the corner. Scored plenty of tries already this tournament. Tyler, a good young talent in touch footy, and also for the Knights in the NRLW lower grades through the Tasha Gale and Harvey Norman. So she's a talent on the rise as well.
Nice start to this one. Manly now back on the run. Halliday coming in off the left foot. Good defence there on the line from Wallsend. Manly come back out to the 7. What shape do they roll with now as Clifford hits it down? Van Rieden from half. They just go short and through the middle. Wasn't quite ready for that one. Zara Halliday didn't really have any options to work with if she did take the ball cleanly. So a little bit unclean off the back end of the set. And some good meters here to start this set for Wallsend as they roll over the halfway line now. Bouldery will play it on the 10-metre line. And still holding off at the moment. No touch made from Manly. Wallsend happy to throw the footy around. They'll finish off the set in the corner now. Thought both teams may have thought that might have been coming into the last touch of the set. Still one more to work with now as Wallsend decide to shift. Gives them an opportunity from pretty much going from one side of the field to the other. And they do finish it off on their sub-box side, and they'll make Manly work here as they come out of their end of the field.
It was unusual. They both definitely stopped when the referee said fifth touch, but there was no damage done either way. Manly trying to work it out of their own half, but this is really good push defence as we see that kind of releases the valve there, and an excellent run there for Manly.
Steph Mayolo, big metres. Now ball back on the inside from Dybel, who looks at options, plays out the back to Norman, who sums it up nicely and somehow finds space down this right-hand side of the field. Jess Rosario, but it looked like it was falling away from them.
It was just Dybel there. She kind of feigned to go right, went back left, and then turned back. She got Danny Davis was coming around the back. And then you're right, it was just Rosario managed to get the chocolate. So it's 2-1, Manly over Wallsend. But that was kind of something out of nothing.
Off the back of that run, though, through the middle from Steph Mayolo, because you're right, up until that point, they were a little bit flat, trying to push downfield. Mayolo steadied the ship.
Yeah, I'm giving her an assist on that try, Mayolo, for that run.
Wallsend back on the attack. Last touch of the set. Chippendale back on the inside. That is amazing hands.
Give it, referee. She held that.
This is a try for me, and the referees will confirm it. That is unbelievable. Watch this.
It's Chippendale. She goes off the right, drops it back in, and that is a try. Oh, what a catch.
Oh, yeah. Couldn't have shown it any better than that.
I couldn't see the number. I feel like it might have been Heidi Richards, so I apologise if I'm wrong there, but wow, what a take.
Get her in the Australian cricket team. Good set of hands, and now popping up out of the line. 2 tries apiece. What a start to this game. The tries we've seen from both teams have been absolute quality. And you can just tell that this is an important game for both these two teams. The way they've started, the intent that they've brought to this fixture. Wallsend now playing out the back, and a great read from Zario again, who's been in the thick of the action here for this Manly team. She scored not too long ago. Comes up with a big touch in defence there.
It was a beautiful read there. And we're only just over 5 minutes in, Scott, and it's been action aplenty already. So I'm happy for them to play all day if it's going to be at this quality. They may think differently.
Oh, yeah. Easy for us up here. Changes onto the park for Manly. 5th touch, though, and they played it just on the halfway line as Mayolo again gets him going forward. It's valuable metres, but pretty good position here for Wallsend to start their set.
I'd like to see Mayolo's run metres already in this match. She'd certainly be leading the charge for her team. Speaking of charges, she's been penalised there. One of the Manly players a little bit too tough in the touch there. We see Danny Davis come through there, or Danny Norman I should be calling her, coming through to make the touch there.
So Manly coming into this one, 3 wins, no loss. They're sitting in second position at the moment. Chippendale just loops it out the back, no winger in place. And just a for and against separating Manly and Newcastle, who sit on top of the table. Newcastle looking good as well so far throughout this competition. Wallsend in third, just the 1 loss so far for them.
And they're in no rush here, Manly. They'll get their breath back. They might look to go a direct set here, as we see there. Danny Norman straight up the field. She's got caught up in the defence. No penalty, play on, and they've thrown a bit of a speculator out to the left-hand side there. It would have been difficult for the winger in Vera to try and catch that, so the ball's gone down and Wallsend get a golden opportunity here.
Yeah, this is a big chance. Looking to get in front for the first time in the game. System will burn a touch. They've got some time to work with here, Wallsend. Do they strike early? Chippendale props off that right foot. He's looking for some offside plays in the middle there for Manly. Nothing forthcoming. Chippendale working with Searston again. Another touch for Zali. Ball out in front. A little bit of contact there, but Rosario coming across, checking on our Wallsend player. Just caught catching the ball at the same time as the contact was made.
Yeah, it was an awkward catch there, or an awkward fall onto the ground, but she's back up running. There is Bailey Pappas, so no damage done. And we see here Manly going to get a penalty here. They're pleading their case, Wallsend. And they'll get a little bit of pigback. We had a flurry in that first 5 minutes, but it feels like this last couple of minutes, Scott, it's just kind of settled a little bit, and they're trying to work each other out now after that initial rush of tries.
Manly, again, I was just going to make the comment, they still seem a little bit jittery coming out of their end, pushing passes to try and pick up space, and now there's a little mistake here in the roll ball from Wallsend.
So they'll get it back, Manly, right on halfway there. It's Van der Ridden there, and she's working with Vera down that left-hand side. They're happy to just take it up the field, and they'll put their team in a good position with about 3 touches up their sleeve.
Here's Dyball just dragging him across field. Contact made, held upright. So redirect now. Decides to kick out. Dyball, nice link ball there to Van der Ridden.
So light on her feet, Dyball. So she goes one way, goes back the other, and she's got you fooled.
McDonald feeds it from half. Dyball, show and go.
Play on!
And no contact made on her. You may mention she's light on her feet. She was controlling that set for Manly, and somehow no touch made on her.
Now, see on the replay, she just snuck through the gap. She gets it back, played the ball. Looks like she's going to pass. The defender was actually there, but great honesty by the Wallsend defender. She sneaks through, and that's a try, and that's what the good players do. They win those big moments.
Manly back in front. 3 tries to 2. Can Wallsend hit back? There's a little bit of space through the middle, but they go on the outside edge, and they will hit back. Oh, they go on punch for punch in this one.
And it looked like we'll see on the replay that she was going to fold it back in. They're going to run that boy play. The defender went in, and Tani Beckett, she said, thank you very much, I'll dive over and even up the score. That is a very well-constructed play there by Wallsend. They faked to go in, which is a play we see a lot, and then just went outside their player and she scored the try. 3-3. It's going in little fits, isn't it? Like we get a few tries and then a nothing and then another clump of tries.
Here's Norman just getting the ball away to Clifford. Again, now Clifford getting contact as she played the ball. Pretty physical out there.
Sure is. There's a lot on the line, as you said, Scotty. But you'll see here Danny Norman. She'll be constructing play here with Taylor Clifford. And they've got Vera out here on the right wing as well. Looks like Durdovic in the link there. So they've got some strike power out here on the field at the moment. The referee's going to give 6 to go. And again, they're in no rush. They're not panicking. And of course, with the experience they've got plenty of time.
Clifford comes back to Norman, loops over the top, taken and put down. Jasmine Vera scores again here for Manly.
Rinse, wash, repeat. We saw Norman to Vera at the start of the game, and we see it again. Norman skips out, gets the ball over the top of Durdovic, and gives the ball to Vera, who again had a little bit of work to do. She sucked the defenders in, Danny Norman. Beautiful put down by Vera. She's got a double, and just like that, Manly are in the lead again.
4-3. Wallsend pretty much been able to hit them straight back after getting points. Can they do it again here in this set? They're forced to retrieve at the moment. Carmody will play it, coming into the last of the set. They go an early release, goes over the head. And they're in the number 12 and Emma Dawson. And a little leg up for Manly here to start their set, and a much better start to their set as well. Third touch just shy of the halfway line.
This is their best set so far going into the box. We've seen Norman there go back against the grain, drops it back in. But it was Hannah Dyball started that set.
Now Medved just getting a ball away, and they turn it back on the inside. So Alyssa wearing the Gold Coast colours last week, the Queensland State Cup.
Yeah, Manly Junior, but has gone up for university or work, I believe, up to the Gold Coast. But, of course, this is her club in Manly. She's played that many a time through the junior ranks for all the junior state cups.
Now Wallsend into Manly's end of the field. Haley Prestwich gets them going through the middle again. Pretty compressed at the moment, but getting nice flow and plays into position. It's going to go away from them, though.
There's a good touch there by Grace French. Another one for the Manly Seagulls. It's light on her feet. So you'll see in attack and defence she's very strong, and another one of our up-and-coming players in the system. And that's French with the ball now. Takes it towards the line, and they're getting some good flow off the back of that.
Oh, nice little show and go from Clifford. And now they have to snatch at it, but picking it back up cleanly. Wallsend are going to get the football back here.
Yeah. Forward pass there by Manly at the back end of the set. It was worth a try. They had nothing to lose there, but it was good metres in that set for Manly. We'll see Wallsend take it up. Good defence here by the Manly Lincoln winger. That's Durdovic making the touch. But they're coming on now at speed with Chippendale.
Oh, yeah.
That was more than flat, Scotty.
Well, I always say, if I say there's a flat ball in the commentary, that's usually my code word for it was forward.
Well, that was very, very flat then.
The flattest of all flat. It's hard for the referees to pick up positioning. On-field referees on the back foot trying to get players into an onside position. Sideline referees might be coming on and off at the same time.
Yeah, the referees were actually changing then, so they wouldn't have been looking at the ruck. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but no damage was done. Manly have got the ball back, and they're taking up the field here. They might be looking to shift it left here through Dyball. She's off the right, scheming back into the left, and she looks like she's about to raid an attack.
Picks up and goes. And Chippendale just sticking those long arms up in the air, and now she's getting the long legs to stride away, and she is racing away from Manly here. What a turnaround. And Zali Chippendale just having a presence there in the defensive line. Not sure if she was that hopeful that the ball was going to stick in. She just kind of put the arms up in hope, and before you know it, she was in the hands and she was off to the races.
Yeah, it landed straight in her hand. She was up in the channel defence. We'll see it in a moment. Kind of landed, she bobbled it, and if you're going to throw an intercept, you do not want to throw it to Zali Chippendale. Great chase, as I said, Jasmine Vera has got wheels, but you're not going to catch Zali Chippendale like that. 4-all.
Well, out of nowhere. Wallsend lock it back up. A good game on her hands here. Norman has been great in the early stages. They go phase and a beautiful right to left out of the hands. Well, that's at least 3 try assists for Danny Norman. She's got her fingerprints all over this one.
It was just smart there. You'll see on the replay, she worked well with Medved, and she knew they had the half opportunity, but she didn't try and overplay her hand here. So you'll see on the replay, she drops it back in, tells Medved to go down. She does an excellent job, Alyssa Medved. Beautiful cut-out pass. The first 2 tries she's set up for Danny Norman. She's passed left to right. On that occasion, it was cut out right to left. All the skills as you expect with the premier players in our game.
That's a good point you made about Medved just holding and getting out of the way. When you're that close to the line as well, you can almost be in the path of the pass. And it was a lovely ball from Norman. It wasn't straight back on the attack now. They want to go for a little quick play the ball. And when you're that close to the line, as long as you got those feet on the line, a couple of steps and you can push forward and snuff that one out. And that's exactly what Manly did.
Yeah, the play ball was a little bit close to the line, but it was an excellent touch there by Ellie Wilson. She scored the diving try a moment ago and now aiming up in defence as well. There was another very, very flat pass, Scotty.
Oh, it was more than flat. They've got the comms from the commentary box.
They know our code.
They know the code. They've cracked the code.
They're onto it, the referees. And that again, yeah, it was definitely a forward pass. And that gives Wallsend a definite another opportunity here. You got Tyler Brown out there on the wing, and you can see they've brought Chippendale back on.
Zell assistant just cops the shot. Kirkpatrick hovering from half. Gets into position now and losing footing. And there was another one. We're seeing a lot of teams in that 7-metre zone where they're trying to get it there and almost arc the ball around. But the player that's playing the ball just taking a couple of steps forward, trying to get momentum coming into the line. It's so difficult to try and get that ball to go backwards.
Oh, it certainly is. And at the speed at which they play, it's very hard to do. As we see Dieball just take it out wide there to Vera. And here, again, another set. That was Danny Norman there, and they're bringing it up through, it looks like Durdovic, just straightening up play through Medved. This set's looking good.
Now French links back up with Medved. French again, looking for offside players on field, says all good.
Yeah, so caught from acting half there, French. He thought the players were offside. Referee's in better position than us. Good touch there by Nina van der Ridden. And they need to get a little bit better here, Wallsend, getting out of their box. They need someone to just take it direct. Looks like they're going to have it here. That's better play. Estelle Nicholas.
They'll have one more to set up. They're going to get a few more than that now. A penalty given. And another defensive set on the cards here for Manly. Kaya Little looks at options. Nicholas on the sweep, gets it. Looks for some footwork. Pretty comfortable there. Grace French making the touch for Manly.
Very calm there, Grace French. She just stuck the hand out. She knew she was onside and popped up out of the line to make the touch.
Then again, sweep, release. Manly just sliding across the line. Final touch of the set. Now they find some space and dancing down the sideline. But Rosario has put their hand up. She's chatting to the referees, and they will say touch.
Oh, they nearly picked their pocket on the last touch down a skinny blindside. I'm not sure if we'll see a replay, but that was very, very close there for Wallsend. Last touch. We've got to still concentrate.
Now Manly again switching in players. Wallsend doing a pretty good job so far to stifle them. Mayolo can't get them going forward on this occasion. Clifford just rips it out. Good hands to hold on to it. But a good response defensively there for Wallsend.
Excellent defence. Now, we've seen some good sets coming in and out of the box for Manly. That was not one of them. But again, on the back end of some pushing defence and an error there from Wallsend just when they'd done a really good job in containing Manly getting the ball back. They've had an error themselves. So now it's giving Manly another good opportunity to be close to the Wallsend line in just a moment.
They're just the moments in big games, aren't they, that you just need to be able to at least complete that set and get it down the other end. Where it looked like momentum was starting to swing in their favour. Now they've got to defend, and Norman's back on the park. Gets a little shot, comes back to the 7 metre line.
Yeah, working with Clifford here again, and they've been a lethal combination already in this match with... she's talking to her, just making her go back and play the ball.
Almost looked like she was trying to say that they made a touch on Clifford and not herself as she was holding with the ball. So that just really stifled that attacking set for Manly. So no harm for Wallsend after coming up with an error last time around. They need a little injection. Look like there might be a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. This is where you need someone just to grit the teeth and get him going forward. Now they try to flirt. We've seen Chippendale go down the sideline in some earlier matches.
It wasn't a bad play, that one. They kind of tried to get him back here on the short side again. And Zali was just hanging out here on this, or her right wing. So it's 5-4. Nice little play there by Halliday. There's about 9 minutes to go. Manly up 5-4. So still anybody's game. But they won't want to give Manly too many opportunities down on the line here.
Here's Dybel. Sends it out to the left edge. Derdovic links back up with Hannah, who plays it. Up nice and early. And referees are happy. Hayley Presswich, she could smell the danger. As Mayolo is comfortably touched to close out the set.
Yeah, we've got Hayley Presswich playing for Wallsend there, and that was an excellent touch. But her sisters, as we see an intercept there from Millie Derdovic, her sister is actually playing in the Manly number 2 team. Caitlin, she's been pushing up in defence.
Oh, now Manly have dropped the ball. This is incredible. We've seen that. You made mention before there's been like moments in the game where it's been back and forth tries between them, and then there's these patches where they've just been error for error, but it's been matched on both sides of the field.
They're being too kind to each other.
I know. I feel bad that you dropped it. We'll drop it as well. And now they get back into it. And a little bit clunky here as well for Wallsend. They haven't been able to punch too far downfield, and they're trying to throw the ball around. They get themselves out of trouble.
So you see McDonald there with their ball. They're trying to get it straight over to the box there, and Dybel, she's made some good metres for her team as well. McDonald will take it up the field, and that's a good run and allows time for Norman and Co to get on the field.
Now a nice switch play in for Medved, who links back up. Alyssa switches Norman. They got pressure on her, and she was throwing that ball. Good work in the middle there from Jules Kirkpatrick.
Excellent work by Kirkpatrick, because it was looking likely there for Manly. They had a set play where they came back one way and then Danny was sweeping back, but they were up to it there, Wallsend.
A little bit more punch coming forward now. This is more direct. Ooh, that was the last touch of the set. Thought they might have had one more. So did the girls from Wallsend.
That was looking good there for Wallsend. Unfortunately, they didn't count the touches correctly, as we see Wilson there, one of the try scorers for Manly, take it directly over to a box, and now here's Van der Ridden straightening things up for her team.
This game's on a knife's edge. Manly still in front at the moment. Up by 1. I thought I saw the referee chuck his hand up.
Oh!
Space!
Oh! No! The try that's gone begging for Manly there. They did all the hard work in the lead up. Sliced through the middle, went out the back, but unfortunately that last pass, it was just a little bit of ahead of her, Ellie Wilson. She did everything to try and grab it. And there we see it's going to be a penalty, one of those 50-50s. It's gone the way of Wallsend, and they needed that, Scotty.
Oh, didn't they just? Manly is starting to win the battle in this transition. They're being nice and physical. The penalty, though, given away that time around. Chippendale again. They've gone back to that play, but they're still throwing it when they're not quite in position to be able to do so. I think we might see that one go back into the back pocket. They've had 2 cracks.
They do like that play, and it would, if they can get it right, they will have success, obviously, with the speed of Chippendale down this side. But you can see now Chippendale, she's pushing up in defence. We speak about it all day. The players at the top of their game, they work hard in attack and defence. That's a great run there by Millie Derdovic, straightening up for her team and giving her an opportunity at the back end of this set.
Norman just had to scramble to get into half. It's a beautiful ball.
Millie Durdovich. It's Norman to Durdovich. And that's given her team a 2-try lead. It was an excellent catch there by Millie. She had a lot of work to do, checking in on the defence, which is always nice to see. But she set the platform. Not only did she start it, she also finished it. Beautiful pass by Norman. Great catch. Excellent put down. But Danny Norman, that's 4 try assists by my count, Scotty.
Man, that is some ball. And you could just see in the lead-up, it looked like Norman was actually shaping to come on the out. Maybe looking for a little bounce-out play. Scrambled, gets into half, steadies the ship, and it's a great line there from Durdovich. And got him behind the defensive line as well to score that one. And give a little bit more comfort now to Manly. 2 tries. We haven't seen a margin bigger than that throughout the game. This is going to have to be something pretty special here from Wallsend.
Yeah,
Clock a factor.
Time is definitely becoming a factor now. There's a little bit over 4 minutes to go. They've got a 2-try lead. They don't need to do anything silly. Manly, they'll be looking to take it up the field. Oh, that could be a sign. Yeah, again, Vanderen's probably potentially lucky to get away with that one. She was kind of not facing straight on, but she certainly got knocked as she tried to make the touch.
Manly shift straight away. Lucy McDonald seems some space down the left. Good flow here for Manly. There's Medved just straight and hard into the line at the moment. Nice little hole through the middle, and a desperate touch is made on the bootlaces. They keep Wallsend in this. They've got one more to make, though, in this set. As Brown comes up and grabs it. She was looking for a quick play the ball, and they held her up. And there's some questions being asked here from Wallsend.
There's another one you don't want to give the intercept to in Tyler Brown. We've seen her with a few runaway tries already this weekend, but it was well defended there by Manly.
They'll get some changes on. Prestwich makes her way onto the field, as does Richards. Here is Richards. Getting it down, nice little short ball, show and go. Oh no, the touch is made for half a second. I thought the same thing you did, Gab. Thought she might have got away from Steph.
Who was that? Estelle Nicholas. She was off, but an excellent touch there by Steph Mayola, and one that had to be made. See, good run here. It looks like Grace French just taking it down the field. Only 2 minutes 45 left. They're going to need to score next. Wallsend, it needs to be probably the next time they get the ball, but they've got to hold Manly out here.
Clifford shows it and gets it down. We'll come back on the inside. They almost lost possession. Clifford now over the top. And nice touch in the corner. Stevie Baldery is closing it down.
It was a good touch by Baldery. Sometimes it looks easy, but it's not, because the winger can drop back in, step back, and you think you're kind of running one way and got to get your hand out. So she did a good job there, Baldery.
Now Pappas over the halfway line. Good start to the set here for Wallsend. Foster will play it. They still need to punch forward. Chippendale looks to pick up and go. And they get some players across to make the touch.
Less than 2 minutes to go now, so Manly are going to also get a penalty. They'll walk up to the mark, makes their job a little bit easier to get to their box. As we see again, Millie Durdovich, she's had a really good game, taken some metres for her team, obviously scored a very important try a few minutes ago. But they're now coming on at speed. They're not done yet, Manly. They want more.
And points are always important in big tournaments with how tight it is. This is great ball work. Mayolo shaping up to go back on the inside, but not needed. As Ellie Wilson will cross over. And they put the icing on the cake.
Again, a beautifully constructed try. They went forward at the front end of the set. They got some good metres to get some fresh players on. And Norman was in the thick of it again, if we see the replay in a moment. So here it comes. Beautiful pass under pressure. Gives it to Dieball. Dieball to Mayolo. They're going to score that every time. With that experience, they just know how to construct a tie. Bring the defenders in. It's just an easy 3-on-2, 2-on-1, and Wilson scores in the corner.
So Manly going to roll on. Undefeated. Had to work for this victory, though. Wallsend really pushing them for the majority of this game. Nothing there for Searston. Just over 30 seconds to go. Can they get one more? It won't be in this set, unfortunately. Manly will finish off with the ball.
shaping for an excellent Women's Open, finals day tomorrow. We've seen this performance by Manly today, but you've still got your Wallsend, your Newcastle, your Canterbury, your East, just to name a few. Competition is wide open, Scott.
So Hooter will sound momentarily. And there it is. One final play here for Manly. And they're still continuing to look to run. They get in. And that will close us out. A good victory in the end. Like we said, they had to work for it, but they're the games that really, those type of ones in the round games, that's just kind of sets you up nicely. Day 2, you got one eye on finals, a good tough contest like that. Manly come out the victors.
I agree. It was a hard tussle for most of the game, but it was the class of the players and the end by Manly that stood out. Particularly obviously Danny Norman. She had her hands all over plenty of those tries. For Wallsend, they're not out of this competition. They've got plenty to take out of it, lots of talent. But the Women's Open competition, how good?
Oh, yeah, and plenty more to come as we look to see who's going to be heading towards finals tomorrow. Quarterfinals will get underway on Sunday. We will shift into the Men's Open B division coming up next. Wallsend taking on Manly. We'll see these two strong affiliates out on field again. James Preston's going to grab some of the Manly players as well and wrap up that victory. Plenty more to come here from the New South Wales State Cup.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for the 2025 New South Wales State Cup. I've got with me a very tired but also very impressive Danny Norman. Danny, you were just laying tries on for fun in that one.
Oh, this team, man. Look, obviously I don't live in Manly anymore, but coming back and playing with my girls, they are so effortless. They just make touch football so easy. It really does take all 14 players on the field to be able to put on a performance like that. It really does.
And look, there's obviously a lot of reverence about your performance in the game. I saw a couple of Wallsend players after the game coming up asking for a few tips from you as well.
Little Ellis said I actually gave her a little pointer. She's a really little gun, up-and-coming young player. And there's Zali Chippendale and Ava Simpson in that team. They're just a really young, fresh team, and they're going to be unbelievable in the next couple of years. Really exciting to watch.
Yeah, a bit of a dark horse, that Wallsend side. They don't go away, do they?
No, they play the full 30 minutes and they give it to us, and they make us really work for that, especially that win. And I think a couple of Auden Cups ago, we played them in a grand final or a semi maybe, and they really are just working and chipping away. And like I said, they're just going to be unbelievable in a couple of years' time when they get some experience.
Well, look, we've been saying in the broadcast, it's essentially looking like it's now firming for, say, a Newcastle, Canterbury, Manly, of course, yourself, and then also Eastern Suburbs. Where do you find yourself placed now? Obviously undefeated up until this point in time. Do you really back yourself coming into the final day?
Oh, look, we've got a really tough game, obviously, against Newcastle this afternoon, and that's going to be a really hard game to get. They're just flying at the moment, and they're killing it. Look, get through the rounds, reassess on finals day. We don't think that too far forward. We just want to make it through the rounds unscathed, and then we'll switch on for finals footy when that time comes.
And last one for you, probably pretty happy to be back here at the New South Wales State Cup.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Pete also playing for Manly, so getting that homegrown club rule.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm homegrown. Hand on heart, he actually flew down for his 5 games. Had to take a photo and send photos through to qualify and do the right thing. But the biggest thing for me is that he gets to represent. I get a bit teary. My home club, and it's really, really special to have him down here playing and representing Manly. It's really, really special.
Well, Danny, really special to have you here as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, James, and what a performance that was from Danny Norman. Having a heavy hand there in getting her Manly team the victory over Wallsend. And we've got the same two teams taking place, but now in the men's B divisions, Manly and Wallsend. Little double header for you here. Now, this men's B's competition is huge. 30 teams in total across 4 pools. So, important match here. We'll let you know how these two teams are shaped up in this one. And we saw the Manly girls score straight away from the tap-off. Now the boys looking to do the same thing. They went pretty close on that occasion. They'll have one more final touch here in this set. And an incorrect play of the ball. They won't be able to get it done.
I'll tell you what, if it's as good a game as we just saw in the women's between Manly and Wallsend, we're set for a cracker. But I've been watching a few of these men's B. I've got a son actually playing in the Cronulla team for the men's B. So I've seen a few of these teams rolling around this weekend, and the standard is good, Scotty. So we're in for a great game. Speed, there'll be passion, there'll be pushes, there'll be chatter. We're going to see everything.
We saw a little bit of it right there. Sam Graham copying the shot, getting the penalty for his team. Takes the tap, gets straight back into it. And coming up nice and early to make the touch, Shannon Boschita. Now, what have we got here? We're just going to restart and play the ball on the mark. Continue on. Now Wallsend. Nothing on offer at the moment. McDermott will get himself into half. Brings it back down the left edge. Nice little touch.
A little touch into a big touch in the corner there. The referee said play on. He came across to make the touch. It was Lucas Hickson. We'll see on the replay. It was a nice little play by McDermott. The little outplay. Lovely bat on. Not scoring in my corner, said Lucas Hickson.
So Manly come into this one. They're sitting in second position as we speak, though. They turn it over. 3 wins, 1 loss at the moment. Wallsend are 4th. This is Pool A that both these two teams have come from. 7 teams in total in Pool A.
They're liking what they see down this short side. That was McDermott again there for Wallsend, Kyle McDermott, and he's looking likely. But they've definitely spotted something down here on this left-hand side that they like.
And they bring it back through the middle. And nothing there. As Lachlan Morley will play it. Morley again. Back down this left channel, a little bit more space, a little back, but some good defence. Back on the inside from Boschita. It's good footy from both teams there.
Great footy. It was really good attack, but even better defence there by Boschita. A touch that had to be made, so they popped it back in. We see that a lot of times, Scott, where they pass to the winger, drop it back in, so you've got to always be aware.
Manly rolling down, coming into the last. Little show and go, good set of wheels as well, and there is the support. Rico Masters, the man on the spot. What about the speed there from Will?
I'll tell you what, that was a great end of the set there. You see Will Bogniovic, he races through, passes it to Rico Masters. First time they've had some good ball, and they're straight in for a try there, Scott. That looks sharp.
Very sharp. Nice way to start this game. They went the distance as well, started their set way downfield. And Wallsend through Ethan Kelly. They split through, lovely left to right and plucked out of the air from William Murphy.
This is what we came to see, a beautiful left to right pass there. He puts the ball down over the line, William Murphy. It's 1-1 in the blink of the eye, and the replay again, it'll look great. That is a beautiful pass there. Looked like it might have been Ethan Kenny maybe on the replay. Oh, it does not get better than that.
Nice hit back. Wallsend, Walker's back up. And again, shaping to go inside.
He scored.
That is unbelievable skill. So they shaped that inside ball, but he actually caught it and popped out in the same motion to get away from that covering defence. Oh, goodness.
Oh, look at the replay on this. He caught it. It was hard to catch. Passes it back in. off his bootlaces. And it was Shannon Boschider. He's been good in defence, but even better in attack there, gives his team a 2-1 lead.
The ball just dipped away last minute, actually helped him to get into the right position to take it. So some quality tries to start this one as well. Nice and early. Manly in front 2-1.
Certainly is an entertaining start to this game with the 2 tries we see. And they're going to say it's going to be a Shepherd. I know, 7 on the field, so you can't be doing that coming out. And even that split second makes a difference because it gives you a bit more of an opportunity as you run onto the field. So the referee's right onto it there, and it gives Wallsend another opportunity down the Manly end.
It looked a little clunky in the first few touches of that set, and then flowed on as they're looking to make some changes onto the field. Nice look here for Wallsend. And spice up from half. Nice ball. Good defence through the middle. Jared Horan makes the touch. Now we get some fancy feet coming into the last one. Almost punched him behind.
He's running home with the ball, I think, Scott.
He's almost back up here in the grandstand. I could have given him a high five.
Lachlan Spicer is probably lucky not to be penalised there because he ran around the dead ball line into the grassed area, but then eventually gave the ball back.
A few groans from the crowd usually tell the story.
They're certainly giving him some opportunities here, Manly. The last 2 sets have given away an infringement. Let's see if Wallsend can capitalise this set.
They're making some changes. We've got the 4 players on at the moment. And 1 more to come. So they'll just burn a touch here, you feel, as they get themselves into position. Flat ball back on the inside, but there's no question about the second one. Oh, these boys are turning it on. And there's a Manly player getting called back who wasn't too happy with the call.
No, it's definitely a try there, straight up Main Street. It was classy little play. And we'll see the replay in the moment. But the skills on show here today, Scott, in this men's B division. Ooh, potentially one of those flat passes we've spoken about, but don't worry about that, Jared Hepburn. He's not worrying about that. He pops it back on the inside, dives over for a try, and the referee says, that's a try to you, young man. Gives his team the lead.
Manly back on the attack. We had a good look there as well. Just get put back to the mark. Sheeta's been heavily involved. He's already got 1. Here he is again. Ooh, flat hard down at the bootlaces. No one's going to be able to reel that one in.
No, he just threw it a little bit too hard out of the hands there. But last touch. So it's not a disastrous end to the set. They'll be looking to push here in defence here, Manly, and see if they can force an error from Wallsend. You can see them doing that wave defence, Scotty. 3 up or even 2 up, 2 back. But he's gone in a little bit too forcefully in the touch. He's in everything, Shannon Boschider, at the moment.
Absolutely. Put the hands up to the referee. Wasn't me, sir. Wasn't me.
Oh, we've all pleaded our case like that, Scotty.
Now there's a little bit of a bobble in the play the ball. So Manly doesn't hurt them in the end, giving that last penalty away. Will then come up with the error.
And again, similar to that game we just saw in the Women's Open, it started with a flurry of tries and then they all settled into their process. And I feel that might be like what we're going to see here. We're 9 minutes in. As Shannon Boschider, he's going through there. No touch has been made, and he says, I'll grab myself another try.
Well, that looked a little bit all too easy. Take a look at the replay. Just kind of held off him here a little bit. Retrieving, show and go, no contact made. Just one of those ones where you feel like you're there to make the touch, but all of a sudden he's gone.
He's very light on his feet, though, so you think you're there, and like a magician, he's gone. He's gone back the other way, and he's got another try for his team and given them the lead.
Was there now. Ooh, that was a nice little ball as well. Good recovery from Connor Hickey. And they look to come down the short side and come against the grain, just bomb long with a low percentage play. Throwing hope out there. Nothing on offer for Wallsend. Manly start their set on the right side of the field for them as they get some changes on. We've seen them give up an interchange infringement. This time must cleanly around. Rico Masters, one of the 3 try scorers for Manly. Skip out in front. That one's coming out of the hands forward.
There was a set that was looking good there for Manly. Forward pass at the end of it, so Wallsend will have it. Oh, nearly a falcon there for the referee. We'll see the replay. Yeah, it just came out of the hands a little bit forward. So Wallsend will bring it down to their side of the field.
Plays offside here for Manly. Might have been able to hear the referee screaming that play on call. So they blow the penalty around the halfway line. Looking at options as Graham gets it down. They'll take another one forward for him. Good flow coming in here. Side to release early. Almost popped straight into the hands of Manly, letting it hit the ground and just get the football and getting straight back to work now.
Yeah, sure did, and it was lucky for Manly because they'd gone a step or two behind the defensive, the try line as well there, so the early release gave them time to recover.
It's something about that end of the field where you've seen so many teams. It's a Bermuda Triangle down there, it's Bizarro World. For some reason, they're getting lost in the in-goal. It did end up hurting them in the end. Cheetah again, this time pumps and takes it right to the defensive line. And it's slapped down on the ground with some vigour as well as Manly go back to back.
Oh, he is certainly the man in the first 12 minutes of this match. The number 2 for Manly. Shannon Boscheider, we'll see here, off his right, dummies, goes through, threads a needle, and gives it on a platter for Rory Grant. Takes him out to a 4-2 lead. He is all class, this young man.
Yeah, he's carrying them on his back at the moment. It's a bit clunky here, ball spewed out. Referee's just happy for him to pick it up, play it again. Now Kenny will play it. Ellis feeds it from half. They try to loop it over the top as well. Plays offside from Manly.
Yeah, they'll get a fresh set of 6 here, and they'll be looking to claw back this 2-try deficit. We're only 13 minutes in, and I dare say there's going to be a lot more tries in this match. But they'd love to get one back here.
Ellis plays it again. Wisely holding it. Nathan Kelly bringing it back into the middle. Here is again, this time playing it. Spicer, lovely ball. No, referees say no. Well, wouldn't mind another look.
He's very skillful, Lachlan Spicer. You'll see it here. He's definitely the conductor. He comes round on the sweep. He takes it back. Oh, and there's been ruled for, but gee, he's good with his hands. He's got some good skills there.
Could have only have come out of the hands forward initially. It almost looked like it had the curl on the ball, bringing it back towards the field of play. So a little half a chance there for Wallsend. Doesn't work for them. That first battle had to go forward.
There were hands in the air everywhere, including in the commentary box by myself. Looked like they were going to play on. You'll see here, he ducks out, he drops back. Yeah, and that flick-on pass there by Rico Masters, definitely forward, but it was enterprising play by Manly.
I like the brazen attitude of Manly as well, to put the hands up to the ref and be like, come on, ref.
What you talking about?
Give us a go. We're doing it for the fans. Wallsend would love a try. Ooh. Yeah, this is a good call. I was just about to make, well, it's actually for the contact inside. I actually thought maybe the winger for Manly might have been a step or two short as well. So a little bit of contact back in the midfield. Referee's playing an advantage.
So it was Hepburn there for Wallsend. He's already scored a try, and he was just trying to thread the needle for his winger down there, but they've got a fresh set of 6 because of the contact in the touch. And they'll be looking here. There's Hepburn, man in question. He's got the ball in hand and working with Kano Murray.
And they'll skip back over the top. He plays it and come up nice and early. Again, it's another one of those ones. Oh, there's no contact made, actually. Looked like the signal from our on-field referee. The ball was played without any contact made. And Manly again, the crowd groaning. Must have had a better look at it than what we did here in the box. Referees are happy. The crowd here in the stands as well, watching this one. Entertaining footy, why wouldn't you be here? Drinking this one in, they've got to come up with some stops here on this man in the number 2. He goes short this time around. And another penalty. We're seeing a lot of teams give away penalties coming into the last touch of the set. It must be frustrating for the coaches in the box.
Certainly the worst time to give one away, but in a lot of the situations, it's do I make the touch or do I let a try in? So they're saving the try, but it's very hard to save the tries when you've got, Shannon Boschreider diving at the line. He's just at them the whole game.
Now Turner turns it back in. And it was pretty sharp on the back and a little bit of push and shove from the boys as well.
Bit of chatter. They're separated now. There was no issues in the end. Slid off the right, came back to the left-hand side. Referee would forward pass off the ruck. They're going to get another penalty here at Wallsend.
Oh, he's just sending him back to the mark. Get back there, he was saying. He was
going to send him to the principal's office otherwise, I think, Scott.
That arm was almost popping out of the socket from our on-field referee. Couldn't have been clearer where he wanted the ball to be played. Here's Graham again. Flowing out nicely. Link up out that back channel. Pretty comfortable in the end as Logan Ellis. He's caught in possession. Takes his time getting the ball back.
He might give a penalty, will he? No, the referee had his hands in the air, as do Manly, but he got away with one there, Ellis.
They even ran straight past the guys who needed the ball. Oh, you need this, do you? Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry.
A little mistake here from Manly. It's been really tight over the last 5, 6, 7 minutes. 2 tries in it. Still a bucket load of time left on the clock. But Wallsend would love to score next. Now this time it holds up. Oh, looking for that back on the inside to Medeiros. No one in position.
So we're 4-2. Manly over Wallsend. We've got about 12 and a half minutes to go. Manly, it's a little bit slower set by there. They've been really good in getting to the box and running at speed. They're slowing things down. They've still got it. Oh, there was contact.
Goodness. But Manly get the penalty because players were offside. Oh, boy.
We need that little icon where it's got the stars above his head on that one. The Port Wallsend player, he got absolutely belted there in the touch. But unfortunately, one of his players was offside, so they're giving away the penalty as well.
I'm sure he's pretty stoked with that. After copying the shot and then seeing Manly still get the footy. As one of the boys was a couple of steps short, and that is sharp footwork through the middle. Connor Hickey says, give me the ball. I'll have a little dance here, and I'll get us some more points.
That's going to look great on the replay there. Connor Hickey, he came around, a bit of a goosey before he started. Little double step on the back inside. I'm not sure he knew which way he was going until he eventually found that gap. Beautiful dive over. Flicks it back to halfway, if you don't mind. 5-2. He's taken a 3-try lead for his team.
Look at how low he got. Goodness me.
I love the goosey.
Oh, the goosey into just whoop. Down we go. It's a handy lead now for Manly. 3 tries. All the pressure back on Wallsend.
What would you rate your goosey out of 10, Scott?
Oh, when you don't have one, you can't officially get a rating. These hamstrings just do not allow.
You just get a do not do.
No, do not do that. We'll leave that to the kids. All these fancy things that they can pull out in the game these days. And a big rip through the middle. And still 10 and a half or so to go here in this game. They almost need to be perfect defensively, Wallsend, for the remainder of this match. And just skipping away. Back here come, he says, I gotcha.
Yeah, that was Spice. It was a really good touch again, but the finger pointing was out. Excellent touch here, but you're right, Scotty. They certainly don't want to leak any more points. You'll see Masters off his left. Oh, beautiful running through, straight through the middle, and he's going to go all the way. That is going to look magnificent. Lucas Hickson. He hit a beautiful angle back there off the work of Rico Masters, but he had so much still to do, Scotty. In, back out, and then put the afterburners on, and that's now 6-2 to Manly.
Wow. No speed, but all set up from that left foot in there to arc away. Finish it off in the corner. Lucas Hickson on the highlight reel. Nice finish for the Manly winger. Gee whiz, they're in a comfortable position now. Penalty given.
That'll help, and you've got here Jared Hepburn with the ball, and we know how crafty he is with ball in hand.
Scheming, looking. They've got pretty much everyone through the middle or out towards the left, but they shoot down the right edge of the field. Redress now. Kamai Murray plays it.
Oh,
there it is.
That's the one.
And they desperately needed that. And like you mentioned, Gabe, Jared Hepburn looks like he's the more likely for this team. He looks a little ginger after that try, but gee whiz, they needed that one.
We'll see on the replay. They draw the defenders out. He gets it on the 7. Big off the left. Superman dive back through the middle, and he's got a double for his team, and he's given them some hope in this game. There you see the big left foot step and straightens up, and he just got kicked in the back accidentally as he scored the try. There was no malice in it, but 6-3, there's still a chance Wallsend.
It's a big defensive set for them. It's scoring. They can ill afford to let Manly get across the stripe again. Nice ball, good hands as well from Hickson, who's been in the thick of it. Wallsend again give away another one of those penalties that they desperately wouldn't have wanted to. Handling that with another set of 6. DeAngelis taps. Cops a decent shot as well. Referee says play on. Now they split through. Oh, nice ball back on the inside. Good touch as well. Just confirming. Look confident there, Logan Ellis.
Yeah, he put his hand up straight away, said he got him on the shorts. But you can see who's scheming in the middle there again for Manly, Scott. None other than Shannon Boscheider.
They come to him now. He props off that left foot and takes them on.
That's going to be a try, and that could seal the deal there. You knew it was coming. He's been the man with the hot hand all game. He's set up a couple. He's now got his own hat-trick off the left. The hat goes flying, and he dives back through the middle. An excellent honesty here from the Wallsend player. Looks to go long, and you'll see there, it looks like it was Max Badiris, said straight away to the referee, no touch. He's had a game, hasn't he, Shannon Boscheider?
He's had some sort of game. It's been a classy performance in the end from Manly, even though we still do have quite a lot of time left on this, and a great take and put down. Well, I was almost half putting the cue in the rack of this Wallsend team, and they said, we're staying in this one. Give us a chance. Quality finish.
Great finish there by William Murphy for Wallsend. So they are back in it. Beautiful pass, and it's that man again, Lachlan Spicer. He set up a couple of their tries. He comes at speed, triple cutout, beautiful catch, great put down by William Murphy. And the door's still slightly ajar.
6 to go. Plenty of time. They just can't trade try for try with this Manly team. It's now Jaden Kamai Murray. It was his hand that forced a restart. He would have got one right on the fingers.
He's holding his hand there. He's come off the back, so he's going to be replaced there by Ethan Kenny. We hope he's okay. Might be a dislocation, maybe. I don't want to put my non-medical hat on, but we hope he's okay. And, it was Boscheider nearly going through again. The medical staff are with him, so let's hope he's okay. There's another injury out the back there to one of the Manly players holding his neck. It looks like it might be low. He's going to have to go off the back. It'll be a halt in play.
They'll make a change. Colorado Low heading out. That young man who scored the winning try at the National Youth Championships. A dramatic game against Queensland Schools earlier on this year. It's now Wallsend. The meter's going down. And more grunge from the crowd. And what about the touch in the corner? Well, they've done a lot of good things in the game. And those ones, again, you're up by 3. But desperation defence like that, will give him a big lift. Oh, that one.
It was a beautiful touch, but they've got a penalty, actually. So it was Cooper Wood for the Manly team, the number 3, that made that miraculous touch in the corner. He's having a little breather out there on the right-hand side now. But they were lucky they got a penalty there because, again, it looked like a forward pass off the ruck. They're taking their time here, Manly. They're not too worried. There's 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and they are up by 3.
I think Jerome there, big man in the 35, might have had an earring in. He just took it out and just hoiked it straight over the sideline and goes, well, I don't anymore.
Nope.
He didn't want to come off. He goes, no, I'm taking this tap. I'm going to stay out here. He's holding position.
Let's hope he unclipped it first.
Oh, no. Now the ball down.
Van der Heide. So he's going to push up in defence here, make the next touch for his team. Working hard in attack and defence.
Might have lost a bit of counterbalance with taking the earring out. Threw him off kilter. And now, Wallsend. Can they score in this set? They want to get it back down to 2. A penalty's going to help, but it takes an extra couple of seconds off the clock here for Manly. They won't be too disappointed.
No, they need to be quite quick here. The Wallsend team, they're going to need a try, and they're going to need at this set of 6 if they're any chance in this game.
Deciding to hold it. Again, push and shove. Lachlan Spicer.
It's getting a little spicy out there, but his ball skills are silk, so he'll be the one that they'll be looking to in this set. He's going to come round. He was looking to come round on the sweep. They're ducking down a little short side, but I dare say they'll go back to Spicer and see what he can create.
He's looking to orchestrate. Here he comes. They give it to him this time. The referee gives another penalty just as he was about to wind up. Back-to-back penalties. Wallsend will make some changes. Kai Murray back on the field. It's good to see. Hopefully all 10 fingers are in place. And short side. They're up on him there. He's getting a little frustrated.
They're having a chat, so that'll be 2 penalties there. Oh, no, he's actually been...
Yeah, that was the third.
That's the third.
They have to capitalise in this set, don't they, Gab?
They certainly do, and they've got to do it fast. That clock is ticking down. Even though they've been giving away penalties, Manly, they've also been allowing the time to go down.
Back on the inside, there's an overlap somewhere, but you need to be able to work for it first. Kai Murray sends it. Nothing presenting yet. Hepburn, little clunky so far for Wallsend. Can someone stand up here in this set? And they're looking for another penalty, and they will get it. So
and
now
there's another one.
So that was a forced substitution, though. So now it's 6 on 4. They got to score.
Had to throw it long.
Touch made. Bring it back to the 7, son. Don't argue it. Let's go. At least they're back.
They had to go long there.
They've still got a numbers advantage this time. Players offside for Manly. Lowe pleading his case. And all Noval as Wallsend desperately needed points. They did it the hard way, but they got there in the end.
They sure did. They had to get a try, so he came round on the sweep. Ryan Egg, he's got 3 of them within touching distance. They're all pointing at the ref. They're pointing at each other. Looks like they ran into each other, the Manly players. And he went straight through for his try. 7-5. The clock's going to beat him. There's only 50 seconds left on the clock. But they've stayed in this match, Wallsend. There's a few moments they probably would have liked to have again. But Manly, they've been classy.
And they can finish it off now. If they can get another one. The clock is going to get away from Wallsend. Early release. Stopping on a dime. Good recovery in the end. 30 seconds on the clock. Strider again. There's players down. Comes back to Lowe through the middle. Lowe again. He's not getting any wins with the referees.
No, but it's good to see him back on the field, obviously. Looked like a little knee there in the touch there, but it's been called to play on there by the referee. 15 seconds to go. I'm thinking the referees might be happy to see the hooter here as well, Scotty.
Yeah, because it feels like something's about to explode. They're continuing to play on, and a little mistake in the play of the ball.
Blow the Hooters, referee. About to hear it in the background.
There you go. And probably at the right time, as the boys were starting to get pretty testy. And we saw that throughout the game. Wallsend, no doubt, a little bit frustrated. This one got away from them, but a win in the end for Manly. 2 tries at the end of the day.
It was a really good game there in the men's Open B division, and Manly took it out 7-5 in the end, but valiant in defeat. And as I said, a very exciting game. And with so many teams in this men's Open B division, it's going to be anyone's game tomorrow.
And we'll go into the men's Open A division coming up next. Big match, local derby. Parramatta taking on Penrith. Stay with us. Plenty more to come.
Used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the prentice, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the prentice, I'm a diamond and the rough. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
I think it's very important to have these nights, bring all the good work of all the volunteers together, what they mean to the community, and you represent your club, all the players at every affiliate. I think it's a wonderful night. It's just great to be amongst the social scene. That's why we play touch mostly. It's not about the sport, it's about getting together with friends, and tonight's a good night for it.
It's our celebration and it's our night off. We don't expect awards. It's not about that, but it's so good to catch up. As a former player, there's so many familiar faces.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium Men's Open action. On our main field now, Parramatta taking on Penrith in a battle for the West. Penrith will get first use of the ball. James Preston, and a very good afternoon to Adam Collins to bring you all the action.
Thanks, James.
It's Penrith now with their first use of possession. Chloe works it forward. Good touch made there, but then cue the Benny Hill theme music, because that was a real calamity there. A number of players just bowling each other over like 10 pins.
Real lack of communication there, and one that you don't want to turn over so early in the game gives Parramatta great opportunity.
So Parramatta up into enemy territory straight away. Mansour hopping in an acting half, working overtime, now finds Latalevu, bouncing around near the 7. Last one brought up, just dragged his own foot through the roll ball, so a sloppy start from both teams here in the battle for the West.
As you said, that battle of the West, traditional rivals, and they'll go hard at each other early. We saw Penrith earlier on today. They open up hard. They got run down by Western Suburbs, so this one should be another cracker.
So up over halfway goes Angles Cork, and then straightening just a touch here is Graham Whittle. Cut out pass from Edwards is nice, and then play on the call for now. They'll just manage to stay inside the field of play. Thought potentially they could have been called for a touch pass, but it's nice to see a little bit more expansive stuff there from Penrith with their second use of the ball.
Certainly was an end to a set deep down into enemy territory. That's what they were after. As you said, it was touch and go there for a little while, but they completed the set, and now they'll look to try to stop Parramatta on this roll forward.
Good meters again here, though, from Parramatta. Simbolan picks it up. Ooh, had a little look there, and I thought maybe there was some fingertips from Horatio Edwards. Conversation with the referee, but waved away. So now Penrith can try and work it away from their own end here. They'll look to get reinforcements on the field as well. Angles Cork sends it out to that left-hand side, and Edwards takes the meters on offer. High pressing line, though, from Simbolan. Good little fight back here from Penrith. They'll set up right on the 7 for the last play. Chloe, short pass, and then going to the line. Ashby got down low and comes up trumps.
Jeez, I'd like to see the touch count then again. There was no indication from the referee that was the last touch, even though you called it. And the player might have been called offside. Let's see how it happens. It was a good roll into the line on the 7 metre. That strike dump. Oh, there's the hand up. And then the try. You see it here on the 7, the dive. The ball got down, and the defender come across in Simbolan. Not in time, was said the referee, and that's try time.
Now Liam Simbolan back through the middle. Well, there's a question mark here. And Penrith have indeed been called offside, so Chatton went at them and ultimately comes up trumps as well. So quick fire response from Parramatta.
And that's the way men's opens play, don't they? It is full speed ahead. Both teams, they know they've got the attack, and this time it was Parramatta as they rolled hard into the line. Penrith players called offside. That little ball off the ground, that one back on the inside. Great play from Parramatta. And 1-1.
A nice lead-up work as well from Liam Simbolan, just charging into that defensive line. Got the quick roll ball. Chatton pushing through like any good supporting player. So 3 minutes down, entertaining action so far. One try apiece. It's now Kingston Graham Whittle. Works it to about 10 metres shy of that try line. Chloe in there as well, wrapping around his Angles Court. Chloe, quick release, and now sending it out wide. Beautiful delivery. What a pass from Chloe. Right into the arms of Harry Fryer. And yes, they have called it back. Geez, I'd like to see that again, though, because out of the hands, I thought it looked all right, but floated. That was my initial perception of it.
The referee Dave Baggio was right there in the middle. He's the one that called it. I was with you, James. I thought it was backwards out of the hands, but it's the referee's sole judge.
So Parramatta, they'll certainly ride that luck and now travel up into enemy territory. Latalevu, good footwork. Got around the initial
nice off
attention.
The left foot there.
Now still going forward is Watkins looking for support. Couldn't link up out wide, though, and was storming through. That's good signs, though, from Parramatta.
Certainly was. We see we're going to go back here. There's that long ball. That was definitely backwards out of the hands. But anyway, we've been end to end. That last play, it was a bad end to that for the Parramatta team. He got across the line and then didn't take the most of his opportunities, but they have another one right now.
So Luke Osborne entering the action as well in jersey 3. And now Crowley. Latalevu drops it just inside the 7, all up very quickly to shut things down was Cameron Chloe.
It's a big touch.
Latalevu goes back to the 7 once again. Osborne waiting for a chance to strike. Will step away from the defenders. Links back up with Latalevu.
Yeah, not square from Latalevu there. He's a real live wire, James. Jumps around on both feet. And that time he was called for an infringement in the roll ball.
Very reminiscent of the work of Diesel Richter so far from the ADF team in the mixed opens. Got that great left foot step. Matalevu possesses it as well. It's now Penrith going the charge here. Lovely drive from Jimenez, and now Chloe once again links up. Excellent read from out wide. Waved away though, so that means the man was offside. And there's another penalty in favour of Penrith. They can set up on the 7.
Yeah, offside there on that 7 metres. This is the best opportunity Penrith have had here early in this match. Full set of 6 on the 7 metres.
So now Kingston, Graham Whittle, Ryan Chloe. Short ball and then sending it wide and long, but that one was certainly forward, and also no chance of Harry Fryer reeling it back in.
It's certainly putting him on the spot out there. Fryer, it was tough work, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. As you said, that pass called forward early. Now Parramatta have to bring it off their own line.
Very fast-paced to this match, though. I think both teams have brought their best for this Western Sydney derby. About 6 minutes gone, still locked up at 1 try apiece. Hickey up towards halfway. Now links up with Liam Simbolan. That one actually looked a little forward. Play on the call, though. Now they'll drive into Kingston, Graham Whittle. Kai Simbolan, late release. Now we're building nicely, but I would like to see them hit the length. They've barely done so.
Yeah, they've kept it very tight through that middle third, so when they do go to the extremities, I think we'll see it open up a little bit. Simbolan, he's the one to keep an eye on there in the middle. Definitely has the ability to get it out wide early.
Not to mention, possesses one of the best sinker passes you'll find in touch footy. Great sleight of hand from Kai Simbolan, and he was massive in that Vorden Cup Grand Final victory as well against Manly. Wrapping around on this occasion was Harrington. Picked off here pretty much on that 7 metre mark. Liam Simbolan links up with brother Kai. Now Kai, a jinking run, still going, and eventually wrapped up there by Kingston, Graham Whittle, but Angles Cork a little wider was offside.
Right on that 7 metres again, but a penalty here. So reset of that touch count. And again, Simbolan in the middle.
Kai Simbolan once more, good footwork, then sends it over the top for Horo. What a play from Kai Simbolan. Left foot step, plants the feet, then delivers, and Horo will give Parramatta the lead.
No, it looks like the referees, can we call that, the far referee here indicating, the referees are all wired up. So they're indicating here, let's see what it was, maybe the touch pass, but then the infringement for the offside, the ball goes back to Parramatta. So they can't play advantage there. And now we've had a forced sub as well, James.
It is Angles Cork, so he was the man who was called offside. Curious turn of events there. But ultimately Parramatta have another set to work with. Quick release from Simbolan, then trying to attack that space. Left there by Angles Cork. Ashby shuts it down though.
Certainly did got a shoulder on the way back too as well for his pleasure.
Simbolan once more, they're up very quickly. That could well be another penalty if they don't score. Parramatta floating through the air. Oh, but they're going to come back here at the ruck itself. It was indeed forward, according to the referees, but geez, I would have thought the very first indiscretion was racing off the line. They were miles offside, Penrith, on that left-hand edge.
I think actually what that signal indicated there, James, was that it was a voluntary roll ball. So he actually wasn't touched before he performed that roll ball, so the offside player didn't matter.
The referee's down there on the spot with eagle eyes, and as a result, it remains 1 try apiece. No chance to link up out wide there for Aiden Hayler. And now Simbolan will take the metres on offer up towards halfway. Good set building here for Parramatta. Nice momentum. I'll try and continue things with Chatton, who drives into the line. Lovely scoop from Hickey. Hickey then over the top, all eventually arriving at Horo. For a moment, I thought the baton was going to occur.
Just couldn't quite get his fingertips to that baton. But just noticed here too, Penrith are rolling in defence, so they're giving Parramatta that forward momentum to set those attacking opportunities up. That's something the coach will be looking at, I think, to try and fix, to get them to move forward more in that defensive pressure.
Well, Penrith trying to respond in like kind, though. They've got the roll on now. Ashby joining into the attack, floats it over the top here for Jimenez. Jimenez then finds a great pass as he was falling into the arms of Aiden Hayler, and Penrith, believe it or not, they have the lead.
Well, Hayler did a great job there as a winger. He just held his space, stayed out wide, and the defensive winger had to push in. It was a nice release, that one, for the try. We'll see it here. That one over the top is the one that's set up. The winger then had to commit, and Hayler reaps the rewards, gets it down, and puts Penrith in front, 2-1. And now it is Parramatta on the attack.
Latalevu playing it. It's now Parker also joins the attack. Latalevu, short pass, still alive for Osborne, delays it, then sends it over the top. It's a smart little pass that ended up in the arms of Crowley. It's back to the middle of the field now. Osborne wrapping around once again. Jimenez miles offside. Also shooting out the line was Chloe, and they will be pinged for at Penrith.
We noticed there that Osborne got in behind the line, just slightly in behind the line. Then with carrying the ball out in front, the defenders stopped. And that's something that we saw last time with Simbolan as well, attacking the line. So the Penrith defence need to be aware of that.
Here is Osborne again. Latalevu, big right foot step, then to ground quickly. Great work from Latalevu.
Footwork is absolutely electric. You'd like to see him on the dance floor, James, because he's got some moves, that young fella. We'll see it in replay. He just held him up again, the ball out in front. Here he was there rolling. He splits out to the right, just that little show and go. The inside middle didn't trail quick enough, and that footwork to get down, that's where it happened right there. Off the right foot, down low, and they had nothing.
Well, the big after party is at Panthers in Port Macquarie. I think you will see some good moves from Latalevu on Sunday. Now, there's a lovely pass over the top, just didn't have the flight on it. Otherwise, it could have well been another try here for Penrith and Harry Fryer. Now, Parramatta rolling nicely up towards halfway. Once again, you can see Penrith backpedaling. Mansour. Then to Watkins, plays it quickly, about 10 metres into enemy territory, but again, they've come up with an incorrect roll ball here, Parramatta.
Penalty indicated as well from referee Baggio, so no touch again was the call there. And it's a good opportunity here for Penrith to start just their own side of halfway. That's only the second touch going.
Now Ryan Chloe linking up with support in the form of Hayler. Mitchell this time. Short release for Kingston Graham Withall. Stepping off the left foot now. Ashby at speed. Played at for mine from Parramatta.
Now, he didn't play with it with his hands, but he definitely put his body into a position to make the altercation there. And that is why Penrith end up with the ball back in their hands now for another set of 6 on the 7.
And we talk about stepping up into that passing channel. Trying to disguise it, but certainly not the case. And now Kingston Graham Withall. The shimmy, shake, and then down he went. A great dive. And another try here for Penrith back in front once again.
Throws the ball back to halfway. Looks nonchalant out there, but that was tough work. Let's see it here now with the ball. He's on the 7. Gets that strike dump down. Splits out to the left. Down low. Under the despairing hands of the defenders. And that's a great try for the young fella. There it is. Only had eyes for the line, James, and got it down quick rate.
Tough one there for Chatton, and now Latalevu turns it back on the inside for Osborne. Then slapped down by Chloe. So another set coming up for Parramatta. This game has really flown by. 13 minutes have already transpired. Very hot conditions too in Port Macquarie. Upwards of 30 degrees as Latalevu drops it down. Now Osborne threatens to go short, pumps it long. Tough one to take for Horro. Nothing really doing there.
Yeah, Harry Fryer read that well. He saw that long ball going over the top and got back out to make the touch. And now they have to swing the ball out to the left side.
Now a quick release again from Latalevu. Simbolan having a little look, but once again, that's their third one now, Parramatta.
Yeah, over the mark was the call that time from referee Baggio. Looks like Simbolan might have copped a little stray hand to the face there. Looking for some blood, but it's play on. Penrith coming off their own line once again. And this is where we see Parramatta with that forward press defence. They're not giving away as many metres as the Penrith defenders are here.
So Penrith showing it a couple of times now, taking the metres with Jimenez. Off they go with Chloe, links up out the back. Angles cork is set upon by Simbolan, who certainly gave him a bit of attention with that touch.
He certainly does. There's no love lost out there between these two teams, and it's all played hard but very fair.
Now Latalevu again, who's having a whale of a game, charges up over halfway and then eventually linking up with Finn Watkins here. Quick play the ball, but again, there's a fourth one now for Parramatta.
This time not square, and that's the problem when you're rolling onto the field from those subsets, the resets of the attacking platform. If you've got to square up when you take it into the line, that time the referee said he didn't, and it's handed over to Penrith.
And Chloe with a quick roll ball himself, eventually linking up here with Graham Withall, and they'll get the penalty. So a nice little run here at the moment, Penrith.
Have the lead 3-2. Another chance here with a full set. And Parramatta really need to step up here.
Chloe, short delivery, then going directly through the middle. That was smart work because it evokes another penalty. Jaden Ashby's been in great form this State Cup and once again picked the right option.
Referee Badgio saw Kyson Boland come up off the line there. Came up a little bit quick and gave that penalty away. So that's 2 now within the 7. Next one, we'll see one of the Parramatta defenders put behind the line.
Now Tana, Graham Whittle. Delivering short here for Chloe. Graham Whittle again. Now Ashby finds a lovely pass in the link. However, he had stopped on the run there, Haylar, so was quickly set upon, and that pressure tells. Ball comes spewing out. So 3-2 it remains as Parramatta head up over halfway now. Good charge, and then Osborne on the follow-up.
Good meters there from Osborne. He certainly knows how to bend his back and get him behind the line.
Here is Osborne again. Good footwork now, keeping alive out on this right-hand side, but already caught there. And the pass is forward, so there is the turnover. With about 14:20 on the clock, Penrith still in control.
As we said, we saw them run down earlier, James. They want to really consolidate here. Try and put another one on the board if they can. It's this Parramatta outfit. There's some talent out there, and they're not going to die wandering, that's for sure.
Chloe with a little dummy, and then linking up with Tana, Graham Whittle. Angles Cork up over halfway. He was forced sub a little earlier in this match.
Nice little
lovely
pop out
draw
there.
and pass there, linking up with Ryan Chloe, who was desperate to get on the outside, but just snuffed out by Osborne.
With those levers, mate, you're going to have to run a wide line to get around him.
Edwards then with the quick roll ball. Chloe trying to conjure up something again, but the space was shut down. So Parramatta in this little stalemate at the moment, trying to wrangle back the momentum. Osborne with a good carry, then Chadden follows suit. Up over halfway goes Simbola. Now Latalevu out there once again for Parramatta. This has got the makings of a good set. Watkins steps off the right foot, now goes through looking for support, finds it out wide. Great work from Parramatta, a brilliant set from start to finish. And Watkins, a great turn of speed. Mansour is the man who capitalises in the corner.
Yeah, Finn Watkins, one of the names of the moment. He's really stepping up in the world of men's opens touch. And you see there exactly why. Pace to burn, but he's got a great head on him as well. He knew he had to find the opportunity. Got the one unmarked defender out wide. We'll see it here. This pick up and run. He stands up that middle defender, gets outside that outside middle, and that's where he had the pace. Now he just looks for the one man that was unmarked and found him appropriately. Great setup there by Watkins.
It's a good man to find too, Luke Mansour, arguably the in-form winger in the world right now. He's been in great form for about 18 months. Good touch made here from Crowley. Latalevu also on the line, so locked up at 3 apiece. 12.5 to go. Chloe with the big dummy, the jink, and then trying to step through, but that's a good 2-minute period for Parramatta.
Certainly was. They stood up in defence there. They had to as well. And now a penalty given away by the Penrith defence. Parramatta get a penalty 12 metres their own side of halfway, so this will be a great opportunity on the back of that last try.
Latalevu again with that footwork close to the line. Quick release from Parker, out to Hickey, and then wider still it goes for Bissett. Hasn't seen too much of the ball so far. Simbolan drives up towards the 7. Quick release, back to Simbolan, right through the middle. Well, he cuts them up. And the Penrith defence now resembles paper mache. That was great from Kai Simbolan.
Well, we told the viewers at home not to take their eyes off Kai Simbolan, but at that time, Penrith were the ones that took their eyes off him. But he carries the ball two hands out in front, has plenty of options, and they know, you spoke about his skills earlier to get the ball out wide. They know he can do that, and as soon as those hands come into play, the defenders stopped and he just took the opportunity to go through himself.
It's another one of those Australian representatives from the World Cup last year. Kyson Boland still in terrific form as Penrith now needing a little something here. They were in front multiple times in this game, but down 4-3. Ashby, good little block there from Will Hickey, stepped up into the passing lane and bats it down.
Really worked hard to get that hands to the ball to knock it down. He knew that they had an overlap out to the right, Penrith, and he was that last man there. Got the job done.
Now Ashby, short ball to Edwards. Edwards floating it over the top. Played up from Parramatta. That should be another set here for Penrith. In fact, it will be a penalty. And that actually now makes 2 inside the 7, so they have to be very careful.
So I think the referee, the penalty there is because the Parramatta player pulled the Penrith player down when he went to try and regain it.
So Ashby restarting things. Horatio Edwards gets it back once again. Ashby threatening. Decides against pulling the trigger. Simply backtracks and then distributes here for Chloe. kept alive. They're just trying to work over these Parramatta middles at the moment. Ashby up towards the 7. Little wrap around from Edwards, not called upon though from Chloe, who then sends it wide, and they have to get on their bike here, Parramatta. Did they do enough in time? They're going to say the ball's come free in the attempt to put it down.
But no, penalty's going to go the way of Penrith here. The on-field referee indicated that the ball was dropped short, but then the off-field referee spoke to him, and the penalty goes the way of Penrith.
Well, if that is a penalty, though, there should be a man sat down. That's now 3. So unless they've called that first one just outside the 7, didn't appear to be the case.
But potentially the penalty that for the pulling down, it's not a defensive penalty as such.
That might be how they've called it here, the referee. So in that case, Parramatta still on 2. Chloe now back to Edwards. Ashby wrapping around once again. Ashby threatening. Short now to Chloe. Good read from Parker.
Certainly was. He stood up tall there, came in, shut it down. But Ashby, you called him earlier. He's dangerous in that middle.
Here he is again, Ashby now trying to hit the line at speed. Hickey made a good read, didn't even need to in the end because an incorrect roll ball from the Panthers, as you mentioned, not a square one. So inside the final 10 minutes, now inside the final 9. Parramatta have that slender lead, 4-3, but it's been a seesawing game. I don't think this will be the final score. There's still plenty in both these teams as Hickey works it forward. Liam Simbolan getting involved now. Out to Crowley, then Bissett. Gets a quick roll ball away. Latalevu now takes the meters. Good meters as well. Drops it down quickly.
Yes.
Last one here. Touched in flight. They might not even need the extra set. Great work from Parramatta once more. Geez, when they've got it right, they've got it just about perfect. And Horro goes in once again.
Very happy to score that one, Horro, out here wide, but it was set up through the middle. That drive by Latalevu, and then he comes into play here, and it was just simple basics. Draw and pass. They exploited the overlap. Well done. Latalevu, he came onto the field, injected himself, put himself straight in the attack, and set that play up from the halfway line.
So just over 8 minutes remaining. This is the biggest margin Parramatta have enjoyed so far. 5-3 the score. Jimenez for Kingston, Graham Whittle. Cameron Chloe wrapping around once again. Little stutter step there from Graham Whittle. Turned away, and they have no strike dump to try and work with here. As a result, Jimenez's easy pickings, and Parramatta, this is a great little period for them.
Yep, 3 tries in a row to put themselves in front, 5-3. Penrith there, they just gave that last touch away. It was a terrible end to a set.
Now Horro, short ball for Hickey. Another good drive from him. Up into enemy territory and then followed suit by Osborne. Simbolan, quick release. Geez, that was a great sleight of hand into the arms of Harrington, but equally good defensive pressure from Penrith.
I don't think I'd like to play cards with Kai Simbolan. That sleight of hand, as you call it, it's exactly like the magicians do.
Well, have they actually captured those who pulled off the big heist at the Louvre yet? Maybe it was Kai Simbolan.
We'll have to check his passport to see if he was out of the country.
So let's see now. Can Penrith conjure up their own little thievery and steal a try from Parramatta? Not on this occasion. The defence was good. Up to halfway they go. And now Liam Simbolan trying to charge forward but won't need to. There's another penalty. So ill discipline also beginning to cost Penrith here.
Yeah, that was deep in the set as well to give those penalty away. We call them the coach killers. And Penrith, the time is still on their side, but the scoreboard, they need to be aware of it. And that long pass, they couldn't stand up, James. And I think that's too much now for Penrith to come back from.
And Luke Mansour with another try to his name. Having a rather happy tournament, Luke. And so 6-3 with just over 6 minutes remaining. The way this game has gone, you'd back Parramatta in from this point onwards. Here it is again on the replay. Parker, quick release, then to Chatton. And that last ball under pressure was another good one as well. Eventually finding Mansour, but geez, there's been a couple of great team tries from Parramatta in this game.
Certainly have been, but Haylar there, we saw that he shot up out of the line. He had to try and make that touch. But as you said, Mansour, you called it earlier, one of the best in the business out there as a finisher. And he certainly knows how to get the job done. Penrith on the attack now. We'll see what they can do.
Great little last pass there in that link position from Matt Wilson too. That was under pressure. And speaking of under pressure, Penrith is certainly in that position now. They need points. Chloe loses his footing out of acting half and then set upon by Chatton, so that is the turnover.
Slippery surface out there as the grass starts to wear off. Need some Grip Star socks in those boots to try and give him better footwork. But Parramatta now, they roll up this near sideline and play on the call from the referee. They were looking for an infringement in the roll ball. Now they get it.
I'm not even on the field, Adam. I'm wearing them.
There you go. They are comfortable, and they are the best socks in the business for touch football. Without question. The team from Gripstar here as well, James. Setting everybody up.
And not to mention Budgie Smugglers also floating about. Some fun apparel there too, as now Parramatta go on the attack once again. Osborne, Latalevu, good left foot step.
Good hold there from Osborne as well. He knows he gets another opportunity here. Reset.
Here he goes again. Latalevu, watch for the dancing feet. Sets it up on the 7. Now Osborne takes off. Space out wide. Finds the space, and Parramatta find another finish. And it is a hat-trick now for Luke Mansour.
So Latalevu there, we call him so often in those attacking opportunities down close to that 7 metres. And it's the danger of him and his presence moving that keeps the defenders held up. Osborne with the game sense. Bounces out to the left. The hole opens up for him. The defence was at 6s and 7s. And there is Mansour over the line once again. The good old 6-7.
So 7-3 the score now. Just over 4 minutes remaining. Penrith started well, but Parramatta have finally clicked into gear in this second half of this match, so to speak.
Oh,
That's
nice
a great
line.
ball there from Angles. Cork, that was a really ripped pass. It was pinpoint. It was Dylan Hennessy-esque, I dare say.
It was a beautiful ball and just found the hole runner. So shout out to the man that scored. He put himself into the perfect position. We'll see it here. That little help-out pass. He straightened himself up, got it. And a good no-touch call as well from the defender that came up off the line. And the referee responds accordingly and awards the try to Penrith. 7-4.
Jimenez, the man going in. Simbolan now. How about that for a right foot step? Then collapsing off the left, came very close to picking up Parramatta's 8th try. Instead, he'll go back to the 7. 3:20 on the clock and another chance to set up a raid here for the Eels. So Harrington waits. Back to Simbolan. Liam Simbolan now wrapping around as well. Kai Simbolan threatening once again. Sends it long. And then Penrith ready on this occasion, up to the task, and they see off the danger.
I really like the work of Halar there. He stayed out, and that put that, opportunity, took away the opportunity for that sinker pass to work. And then the Penrith defence folded in and made the touch. Now they roll up over the halfway line. Good set up here for them, James.
Good carry from Graham Withall, and then jamming in to try and make a touch there was Harrington. But once again, Penrith guilty of an incorrect roll ball. There's an issue too here for, I think that might be Ashby. Yes, it is Ashby, who's back up to his feet now. We'll see if there was any untoward collision. No, yeah, I think just copping a little bit of a stray shoulder, actually, and got winded.
Certainly did. It was consequential contact, nothing in it. And they go back and help him up.
So just over 2 minutes remaining. Very flat pass there from the Eels. It's now Kai Simbolan. Takes the metres on offer. Links up with Hickey. Hickey eventually told to go back onto the mark and play it. The touch was affected by Kai Rimu.
It was a slight touch you could see indicated. Just got your tip of the finger.
Now Chatton, Osborne, quick release, space on this right-hand side. Oh, Hickey does a great job, a couple of dummies. Well, he's got more dummies there than a pacifier store. He sold that for all it was worth.
That's one of your best, James, a pacifier store. There we see it, little dummy, the first one. Got past the first one with the footwork, and then it was a show and go. And the defender coming across hard in cover. He couldn't stop. And with that little dummy, he turned his eyes, and that's all it took. He puts it down hard. The sub-box celebrated. So a very happy try scorer there for Parramatta. And they've really extended this lead now. 8-4 with less than a minute and a half left on the clock.
So Parramatta have locked in victory here. I think that just about ends Penrith's chances of playing in the finals. Of course, they went down earlier today to Western Suburbs. That was essentially a sudden death playoff, as now Chloe takes off himself. Good speed, but not enough to get around Crowley.
It's almost been a repeat of that earlier match, James. They were in it for a long time, and then they gave away back-to-back tries, and they can't restart. They don't have the energy to step up when that happens. And Parramatta, they've really put on a show here.
Certainly have. However, they've turned over possession inside the final minute into the arms of Chloe. So a chance for a consolation try now for the Panthers as they send it wide here for Aiden Halar. Up towards that sideline. Jimenez is back out there once again for the Panthers.
30 seconds.
Edwards now through the middle. Jimenez trailing. Looking for a chance to strike. Angles Cork. Floats a pass over the top. Edwards then goes for the speculator, but it doesn't have enough pepper on it and it falls short of Haylar.
They just don't have the finesse to finish those movements off. They certainly have the understanding and the game awareness, but we see a penalty here against Parramatta. There's only 7 seconds on the clock, so the hooter will sound in the background, but the tap will be played out here for Penrith. They'll have one touch to get another try on the board.
So Edwards, does he think about something creative or simply take the touch on hand? There it is. He'll simply kick it forward. So Penrith have seen enough. They haven't been able to produce the goods in a very important match for them. They might get one final bite at the cherry, but this is probably one of those games they needed to win to really give themselves a genuine sniff of finals contention.
They certainly are. They're a young side on the rise, but Parramatta, take nothing away from them. It's a great setup as they make their way into the deep parts of these round matches. It's a very tough division, and Parramatta, one of the class outfits, James.
They certainly are trying to go one better, of course, having already claimed the Vorden Cup. They'd love the big one, the state title. They're certainly going to be playing finals football tomorrow. Full time in this one, though. Parramatta winning the Western Sydney Derby. 8 tries to 4. Up next, our mixed opens division as Newcastle take on Penrith.
Danny, with the captain of the Parramatta team, mate, game that had, a bit of implications coming into finals, and Penrith, they had one more sniff to try and make a quarter, so they came out all guns blazing. They tested you early.
Yeah, 100%. We always knew, we know these boys pretty well, we always knew that they were going to, put up a good fight, and I think, we weathered that storm really well and were able to come through at the end of the game. Pretty pleasing win, and we're, pretty happy to go into finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it sets you up into a good position. We're waiting for some results in some other games, but potentially finishing in second in the pool after going down to Doyleson. No matter, that would have been the next thing that you wanted to do. It's important you want to be in that higher end when you're coming into quarters.
Yeah, 100%. I think that no matter who we end up against tomorrow, whether it's we finish second, third, who finishes on that other side of the pool, there's 8 really good sides who are going to be in it. So we're not too worried about who we're versing tomorrow. But it was all about today, coming off yesterday losing to Doyleson, building a platform and being able to go into finals tomorrow in good form.
What were some of the messages and would have come out from you being the leader of this team after that? It was a tight loss, only the one try in the end. You matched it with them for large chunks of that game. But after that one, it's the bounce back and, the competition's still alive for you guys.
Yeah, 100%. Doyleson, great side. Everyone knows they're probably the standard at this competition and have been for a long time. So, look, we did go down to them by 1, but I think for today, completions, completing high and finishing the ball down the other end, and just playing a really good brand of touch where we pride ourselves on being able to finish the ball, play fast, and everything like that. So going through that was, pleasing today.
What's on the cards for this afternoon? Coming into big quarterfinals tomorrow, you got a little bit of time up your sleeve, but obviously recovery's on key for you guys now.
100% ice baths, maybe a little sauna. Ice baths, the Savo, get down to the beach and just enjoy each other's company. We don't get paid to do this, so it's all about enjoying each other's company.
Well, you guys are in a good spot. Good luck for tomorrow. Hopefully you guys can go deep into the competition and hopefully wrap this one up.
Easy. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Nice one.
Cheers.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Mixed opens action for you. Newcastle taking on Penrith. Penrith will have first use of the ball. There's a famous face that is floating about there for Penrith, of course, Manu Wakely. And this team claimed the Vorden Cup Grand Final. So certainly good form coming into this tournament, but they haven't really produced as of yet. Went down to Wallhope yesterday. Wallhope have been one of the surprise packets, though, of course, with 2 wins from day one. Penrith on the attack here. Great to have your company across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. Last one brought up for Penrith. Oh, there's the guile of Manu Wakely. So we say a very good afternoon to Hall of Famer Gab Rose.
Good afternoon, James. And you just mentioned Manu Wakely, and we've mentioned in yesterday's call he's playing there with his wife and also his daughter, and we've seen that a few occasions in various divisions where parents and children playing in the same team, and that is so good to see.
Perhaps most notably as well in the Canterbury Women's Open side, Claire and Lenny Tandek. Last one brought up now for Newcastle. Matum trying to find some support, but Manu Wakely up very quickly, shuts down the space, and good defence there from Penrith.
Sure was, and this is going to be a really interesting clash because it's, you know, teams are vying for positions coming into those quarterfinals and semi-finals on Sunday. It's game 5 or 6 in the round pool, so they're obviously fatigued. So sometimes who's got those fresh legs and can run a little bit harder at the back end of the day.
Now floating a pass out wide, eventually taken here from Penrith and nearly getting around the outside. That was good footwork. So just taking a little look at the ladder as it stands. Of course, the ADF continued to go from strength to strength. They're 3 from 3 in their matches. And these two teams are, of course, in Pool B. It's been a very disappointing start for Penrith. None from 3 thus far. Newcastle just the 1 win themselves. But, geez, coming into this tournament, having claimed the Vorden Cup, you would have expected Penrith to maybe put up a bit more of a showing than they have.
Certainly would have. You wouldn't have thought they'd be 0 from 3 coming into the middle part of day 2, but that's where they find themselves. So there's only one outcome for them in this game. It's a must-win situation.
Certainly is, of course, with a top 4 going through. So victory here would be enough to put them in front of Newcastle, who have the 1 draw so far. That was against Wallsend in the All-Hunter Derby. These two teams with reasonably similar form. Certainly is anyone's game, and it's almost an early taste of finals footy.
Yeah, well, it sounds that's the way, because if losers not going to make it through to tomorrow, so it's grand finals only type mentality for both these teams this afternoon.
So now a quick release here.
Oh,
and then Bale found a little ball there for McSpadden, and as you mentioned, right up Main Street.
That just looked like it was like the heavens opened up and McSpadden went straight through. You'll see on the replay, he got it back off the roll ball. Massive dummy to the left. Fooled everybody. Little step off the left. A jink back off the right. Nobody anywhere near touching him. Well done, Jamie McSpadden, giving your team the early lead.
There's that little dummy there that just made Scigliatano plant his feet, and he never recovered from that point. Great footwork as well from McSpadden. So 1-0, about 3 minutes gone. And Penrith needing a little response here. So they'll distribute now for Patterson, who then links up with Reid. Wakely, quick release, played out there from Newcastle. It was Nicholas Bale stepping up into the line, so that'll be an extra set to work with for the Panthers.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to Reid here, Penrith, as well as Wakely. And they'll be the two that are going to see what they can construct in the set.
A little juggle there from Penrith, and unfortunately that's really killed the momentum. Out here to Wakely. It's all in slow motion at the moment for Penrith. Wakely once again takes off. Now, was that Newcastle marker on side? It was Caruso that got up very quickly. I'm sure that Manu Wakely asked the question, but not given the answer he was looking for. Wakely now out to this right-hand side. Once again for Reid. Reid then links up with Patterson. Patterson finds some space out wide. Easy as you like in the end. There was nothing really doing there for Penrith.
No, it was just the speed of Dallas Patterson. And she did a good job out there, the Penrith winger. But it was kind of in slow motion. Reid passed to Patterson. Patterson looked to go left, went right. And in the end, it was the Penrith winger that was able to scoot away down to the try line.
Interesting one. Shah Wakely going in, of course. There's that intergenerational activity for Penrith. Father Manu out there at the same time, and Shah finishing off. So locked up at 1 try apiece, about 5 minutes gone. It was just Bale on that occasion. So Scigliatano was guilty of the planting of the feet for the previous try for Newcastle, but Bale on this occasion did the exact same thing, and you're right, that change of pace from Patterson was all it took.
And both teams are a little bit disjointed. No doubt there's nerves, as we said. We see Reid taking off the left, cut out back to the right to Wakely. Referee looks like she's coming back to blow a penalty. But there is like that grand final nerves, with nothing to lose. They both must-win situation for them. We're only about 6 minutes into this game. It's 1-1. It's a beautiful run up the middle of the field there by Matum. But they'll settle down soon, James, and we should see some good quality touch coming our way.
Now Spain works it forward as the reinforcements then arrive. McSpadden back out there once again as the sole try for Newcastle thus far. Now Jack Smith. McSpadden drops it down. Last one here. Didn't quite get it right. Well, McSpadden is suggesting there was no touch there, but now the touch has occurred. If that's the case, though, surely it's a penalty for pulling out of the touch. Play on the call. Ragvani does a great job to cover the space and take the woman.
It was Jack Smith that sliced through the middle of the field on the last touch. And we've seen there's some talented wingers across in all these games, but both these teams have some really talented wingers. We can get the ball, and we see a penalty there from Penrith. And again, it's that disjointedness we're seeing from both teams. Ball's been thrown away. If I was Newcastle, I'd be racing to that ball. Penrith have made 4 subs. They're going to be able to set their line, but Newcastle in no rush, James.
It was a good pick up from the referees, that forward pass, and now Bale is still out there. He'll be looking to make amends for that read previously that resulted in the Penrith try. Now Smith, short side raid. It was a good ball, but just out in front in the end. It was a tough one for Chaney to reel back in, so it remains at 1 try apiece. About 7 minutes gone. Penrith working upfield. Finlay hops in at acting half. Sends it back to the middle once again. Good meters on offer here for Windsor. Finlay shifting, finds Patterson. Wakely out there as well, holding the ball in 2 hands. Last one brought up. Patterson takes off. Back to Wakely. Danger signs. There's the flick pass. Didn't find its mark, though.
That was a better set by Penrith there. So they ran out of the box hard, and they found themselves a couple of little opportunities at the back end of that set. Feels like the game in this last 2 sets just gone up a notch, James.
It certainly has. Good speed about things now. Wakely there to make the touch. It was a sloppy roll ball. Let go, though, by the referees. And now Caruso drops it down quickly. Then Nicholas Caruso sends it over the top. What a pass that is. Ragvani does a great job once again to shut down the space. And then the wheels of Patterson finishes things off for Penrith.
Such great attack and defence. You're right there. That's a cover across plenty of metres. If you see some enterprising play straight away from Penrith, they are not looking to hold the ball. They're just throwing it around as they see it. But excellent defence here as well. They're coming up fast, Newcastle, and stemming the flow of Penrith.
Well, you're right, though, Gab. Both teams are playing like there's nothing to lose. Of course, there's plenty on the line, but you've got to risk it. And I don't want to use the cliche, but to win the biscuit, of course.
I knew that was coming as the next line, but there's been a change over here. You're right, and why not? They're on the main stadium. Last round match. Both need to win. And we love seeing those high-scoring affairs. Referees called play on there. They were claiming an over-the-mark touch.
I think Sims was saying I didn't even do the touch, though, so he wanted the penalty for a false roll ball, if you will. Waved away, and now Newcastle can keep going on the attack here. Links up with Matum, who plays it just inside the 7. Back to Matum once again. Threatening, finds a pass, and again, great read from out wide. Geez, the Penrith wingers, both Ragvani and Wakely, have done a great job of nullifying a lot of this play.
Yeah, because Ashley Miller, she nearly got her hands to the ball running through that link hole. She let it go for her winger, but you're right there, Wakely outside on that left-hand side for her team's doing an amazing job.
Now good meters here again, this time linking up with Kirsty Wakely. Reid hops in at acting half. Links up eventually with Krusek. Krusek back to Reid. Krusek now straightening. Reid will take off. Good speed from him. Floats it over the top. Good chance now coming for Ragvani, who's absolutely collected.
There was nothing in it, but both players have come out reeling. The head of Ragvani and then the leg of Jessie Webb. We saw Jessie Webb yesterday. She scored a couple of absolutely amazing tries. She's limped off the back. Hope both players are okay, because as we said, the wingers are doing such a good job in attack and defence for their teams.
Well, Ragvani must be made of titanium, because she's come out of that fine. She's like the Terminator who just keeps repopulating itself.
Yeah, because she went reeling over there. She got hit in the head by the leg or knee of Webb, but you can still see in the background, Webb is just limping her way back to her sub-box, and it was a long way back round for her as well.
I'll tell you what, if there's ever a player that doesn't need a helmet if they ride a bike, it's Ragvani.
Yeah, good.
That stuff is made of something very stern. Now Wakely back out there. Reid links up with Patterson. Reid very close to being caught for a touch pass there by Matum. I like this, though, from Penrith. Just trying to work over these middles. They're making sure the footy stays alive. Plenty of recycling of the ball. Reid under pressure. Patterson once again slowing things down. That was Harlem Globetrotter style, just rolling the ball in his fingers. Now Wakely takes off. Oh, too easy. The old statesman pulls them apart. That's where experience comes to the fore.
Certainly does, and it's similar to that first try, different ending, but they were quite slow. Just recycling the ball, not going too much pace. Kirsty Wakely dishes it back to Manu, and he just goes straight through. You'll see this again on the replay. Nothing really happening. Turns the defence inside out, goes straight back to where he was. The head goes up of Cooper Matum, and the experience of Manu Wakely gives his team the lead.
So 11 minutes gone. It's been a very entertaining game so far. McSpadden, of course, has a try. Links up here with Smith, and now McSpadden finding some support in the form of Harvey. Hit that one at speed. Back to the 7 he goes. Harvey now backpedaling. Trying to engage these defenders. They do step up though, so no penalty forthcoming. Last one brought up. Harvey out the back. It was a smart pass that found Smith. Ragvani, though, once again does a great job to shut down the play.
I tell you what, Ragvani, she's here, she's there, she's everywhere. And her defence has been on point this whole match.
However, they are going to be pinged for offside. I don't think it was Ragvani. It came from a little closer to the middle of the field. So another full set to work with here for Newcastle. Harvey bouncing around. Smith, short pass, back to
There
Harvey.
she is again.
Finds a nice little link hole, and you're right, Gab. Ragvani with another great read.
Now, they might want to look to come the other way, although they've got Wakely over this side who's doing a stellar job in defence as well. They're coming back to Ragvani again.
Oh, McSpadden popped a pass. He was looking for that link hole instead. It only went as far as Josh Sims, who snaffled it up. And now Shah Wakely in at acting half. So Penrith proving they can certainly withstand a fair bit of pressure.
Yeah, and this is a good set on the back end of some great defence. So they're coming in here. There's Reid, and he's going to be working there with Krusek.
Straightening now and into the action as well is Ronald Prakash. Oh, back towards the middle. Went away from Prakash, who probably had a bit of space on that left-hand link.
Yeah, it looked like he had some space out here on the left-hand side, but he went back inside. But he's moving up here in defence, Prakash.
Now McSpadden, short ball there for Smith, who simply just waddled up and picked up 10 metres in the end. It was a very lazy line on that occasion from Penrith. Looks to be Webb back out there. In fact, now it's Ashley Miller. So just taking a close look at Webb, still struggling with that leg. Metres on offer here for Newcastle. Nicholas Caruso now threatening. Prakash up to meet him. Nice little run here from Bailey Caruso. Links back up with Nicholas and the Caruso brothers. Well, talk about a healthy play. We've come to expect that with all the Caruso multivitamins, but these two producing something that is better than vitamin D.
I'll tell you what, because Prakash went up to try and make the touch and put some pressure on them, but what that did, he got caught up in the roll ball, leaving a space where he should have been. And they're Caruso to Caruso, and it's 2-2. That was a good try there by Newcastle, well executed.
Jeez, I don't think you'd ever be saying that sentence too many times. Caruso to Caruso. So now here is Wakely. Well, we could even say a Wakely to a Wakely to a Wakely in this one. That's the joy. Let's get them all involved. Mum, Dad, and Shah. Here is Dad, though. Manu having a crack at the line. Ran an offside player, and you're right, it will come up trumps once again. So we've now had a try to Shah Wakely and a double to Manu Wakely. So we just need Kirsty to get on the board.
So we'll see here again, similar to play. He just knows where to run, does Manu. The referee says you're offside. Gets the ball straight back in between two players. Rolls it over the try line. And he's given his team the lead again. This is a seesawing event. He'll be happy with that, Manu. He's come off for a well-earned rest, but no doubt he'll be back on the field very soon.
And the legends of touch football, Manu Wakely still proving he can mix it with the best. So Newcastle on the attack here. 3-2 Penrith in front. Matum, quick release, and this time linking up with Carter Lovell, who hasn't seen too much time on the field as of yet. Hitting that halfway point in this game. Lovell all very flat there for Matum. Ball out the back. Now it was touched in flight, so an extra set to come with, but I think they're lucky to get away with that pass off the ruck gap.
Yeah, so it's going to be a penalty there. Penrith get the ball as called, James. So good defensive set there. And they hold on to this slender lead at this point.
Good meters now for Penrith. As Kirsty Wakely works it up. Daughter Shah hops in and acting half, and now linking up here with a run from Hutchings. Reid shows it with one hand. Still travelling out on this right-hand side. Prakash, Reid, off the right foot. Now bombing long, looking for Wakely. Took it on the full. And then caught in the corner. But overall, another very good set here from Penrith, killing it well and truly away from the Newcastle box.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, the Penrith Panthers, and they're pushing up in defence. But beautiful work here by Newcastle to engage some defenders, throw it behind them, and then they're making some easy meters now through the mid part of this set.
Another good carry here from Newcastle. In the end, just held on to it there, did Amber Chaney. Play it back now. McSpadden working through the middle. Smith on this right-hand side. Allowed to run. Now McSpadden finds a pass. Oh, had he hit Link, they would have scored. Instead, he was testing out that leg for Webb, seeing if she can still run.
Yeah, they've had that link hole available to them a couple of times. We'll see on the replay there. And it was Miller that was pushing through that link hole. I think if he had his time again, he would definitely give her the ball. But it's great to see Webb back on the field. And as I said, she's instrumental in this team's success. She does a great job in attack and defence.
And in that situation there, often we'll see the player go into autopilot mode where they think, well, the space has to be out on the wing. But just hold off a second on that pass. It's often that little gap in that link position. So now Newcastle here with Nicholas Bale into enemy territory. We'll get it back once again. He wasn't expecting it. He was trying to have a rest. Now Wakely up to make the touch. Newcastle very deep with this attack. Now linking up with Caruso. Oh, they wanted it big time there with Winkley, who was storming onto the field. Didn't arrive in his hands, though. Caruso takes off once again. Nicholas, that is all. Wakely does a great job in the end. I thought he was going to get done for pace, but excellent stuff from the veteran.
Really good touch there by Wakely, and had to be made. He was running behind the line there. We'll see on the replay here. He had him. No, I've got you.
Geez, there must be the faintest of touches, though. That would have been one where you're just trying to chill out in the kitchen. The partner comes up behind you and does the old little breath on the neck and sees if you're still awake. Get out of here, I'm just trying to make a cup of coffee. And the attempted scoop there from Penrith, falling out of the grasp of Josh Sims. So turnover here in favour of Newcastle. Good field position, but they won't capitalise on it. And now a chance for Penrith to launch the counter-attack. Go wide. Jeez, it was a 3-on-1 and they didn't even look.
No, they had to come out to the left here. They might still have something on, but it was definitely a golden opportunity out here off that turnover.
It's now rolled quickly here for Kairua. Kairua up towards the 7. I think both teams are starting to feel the heat, quite literally. The temperature's very high here at Port Macquarie, and it's been a lazy couple of sets in a row from both teams as now they take off in the right direction. Oh, Sims, the hop and the skip. Looks like he was trying to beat the blade of grass, though, because there was no one near him.
No, I thought we were going into a triple jump competition there. He nearly got through. He nearly fooled everyone, but they got the touch in the end. But, yeah, he was moving well there.
What were you like at the triple jump, Gab?
No good at the triple jump. I couldn't quite understand the concept. Long jump, I was okay at.
I've got to tell you, though, Gab, it's not a particularly difficult concept. It's in the name, triple jump. There's 3 jumps.
I'm a one-hit wonder.
And a one-jump wonder,
and
too.
And a one-jump wonder, if that.
Now, look, I've got little stumpy legs. I wasn't too good at the long jump or the high jump. As now Sims works it forward. Short pass released again. Good pressure there, though, from Newcastle. As Ellie Spain stepping up to make the touch. Now, a quick release here from Keisha Finlay. Finding the support of Krusek. Still in slow motion here, though, for Penrith. Now Krusek tries to get things working. Draw and pass, eventually links up with Ragvani. Does a good job to keep it alive back towards Reid. And they will still work for a strike dump here. Reid with a chance. Now Prakash, there's the flick pass taken from Newcastle. I didn't think there was a touch initially. Probably could have run away with it, Harvey.
No, I think he was just happy to take it. I think he assumed he'd been touched straight away, but he wasn't. He definitely could have got some more metres there.
Perhaps he just didn't back himself for the pace. Didn't want to run the whole 50. Again on the replay. Little flick pass there for Prakash off the arm.
Oh.
Yeah, he was still good to continue.
He did see it was about 60 metres away, the try line, so thought better of it.
Can't blame him with these kind of conditions. It is very warm. See there, Reid almost happy to hop on the ground with Caruso. So let's call it early, boys. We'll hop in the pool. Now Nicholas Caruso. Back to Bailey. Reed stepping high. That was a pass just thrown into the nothingness, really.
No, that was one of those ones where pretend to catch it, let it roll over the sideline so we don't give away a penalty, but make it hard for Penrith to get off their own line.
So now Krusek sends it out wide. Shah Wakely. She's still full of beans. Carts it forward. There's Mum Kirsty. Little delivery now for Hutchings. Hutchings takes some good meters. Shah Wakely in there once again. Links up with Patterson. Now Manu into the action. Oh, wanted to link up with Patterson once again. Not sure where Patterson was headed, though. Wakely had opened up a bit of space. He had to hold that line.
Yeah, perhaps a preset player, a little bit of miscommunication there. One wanted him to go down, the other wanted to pop it back on the inside for those extra metres and then go again.
We're inside the final 10 minutes now, though. So 3-2. Slender lead here for Penrith. A double to the veteran Manu Wakely. The difference at the moment. Last one brought up. Matum shuffling a little pass through the middle. It's a clever play, though, because they were offside. That's why Matum didn't opt for that long ball.
No, he certainly didn't panic there, Matum, and he's got his team another set of 6. With about a third of the game left to go, they'd love a try here to even up the score, Newcastle.
Lovell in an acting half. Back to Matum. Good chance on this right-hand side again. It's let slip, though, from Newcastle. Ellie Spain just couldn't get control on that ball, but I think if she catches that, potentially scores herself or can draw and pass.
There's certainly an opportunity there as we see Manu Wakely just taking it up the field. Again, they're not going at any great pace. A beautiful right foot step. And again.
Windsor's away now down the sideline. Bit of speed from Windsor. Lovell's going to claim the touch. Geez, that was like a trapeze act there. Tiptoeing down the sideline. Wakely turns it back to the middle. Now once again for Sims. Will take the meters. Sciglitano back out there again. Wait for his chance to strike. Drop down. Sciglitano now running directly at a man who was never even trying to get back there in the form of Nicholas Bale. That was well identified from Sciglitano, but geez, talk about fatigue. Newcastle looked very heavy in the legs then.
He just put the afterburners on Sciglitano. You'll see here he's pointing. That's where I want you to go. I'm going to run the sweep play. Here I am. I'm right there, about 8 or 9 metres out, and run straight behind the offside player. But it's well, you can see him pointing there. He knew exactly where he wanted to go. Sciglitano's just waiting to play the ball to be affected. Eyed up, dropped it back inside, and neither player was onside. Well done, Penrith.
So nice little gap now for Penrith. 4-2 the score. Smith to the middle. They need something here. Todd Harvey works it up towards the 7. Quick release back for Harvey, but they've stacked this short side defensively, Penrith. It was well read by a number of them, including Kairua, who made the touch. McSpadden once again, they could certainly use his footwork now. McSpadden, great one-handed scoop, then sends it back out wide, kept alive momentarily. However, Ragvani once again, probably for the 5th time in this match, makes the right read.
She's just there when needed. So she was a long way in there off her wing, but could sense the danger. Did an excellent job. And you're right, her defence has just been a masterclass so far today.
So just under 7 minutes remaining. Newcastle must be the next to score. I think if Penrith get another one, that's game over for the side from the Hunter region. As now Kairua works it forward, followed up by Reed. Prakash is back out there again. Nice little change of angle. Krusek now takes the meters. One-handed scoop from Reed. Oh, was McSpadden ever back on side, though? That's my question.
Referee said yes. The Penrith player's not so sure. He's thrown the ball away in frustration, has Reed. We'll see the replay here. He was up very quickly, so unless he came from behind the ref, that was out of our screen. Question was asked, Ress answered it, but Reed still wasn't happy, so he's opened the door a little bit here for Newcastle.
McSpadden also thought about running directly at him straight away after that ball was thrown back into his chest, but at the last moment decided to pass it and then decided to give himself a little timeout and headed to the box. So now Caruso drops it down. Here is Bailey Caruso linking up again. It was there for the Knights. If the pass is just that little extra half a metre in front of the player, they probably score.
They're creating half opportunities, Newcastle, but they just can't ice it at the moment. They're going to need to get at least one in the next couple of minutes if they're any hope of making their way through this game and indeed through to tomorrow's finals.
Manu Wakely back out there again. Gets it now and has open pasture in front of him. Floats a pass back to this right-hand side, though. Evading the first touch and into enemy territory they go. So now Patterson to Wakely. And those two combine once again. The guile of Wakely, the speed of Patterson. Wakely digging into the line, couldn't quite link up with Patterson.
It'd be interesting to see what happens if there's a draw. As you said, they're both vying for positions on the table and indeed to get through to Sunday. So they had the one draw yesterday. I'm going to say a draw might be just enough for Newcastle, but we'll have a look at the table and see if we can get that onto you for the next few minutes. As we see Newcastle here looking to go, but well defended there. It was that man that had the hot stepping earlier on in Joshua Windsor.
So well dealt with there from Penrith. Now taking a look at that live ladder, of course, the Sharks in Pool B, undefeated. 3 from 3. Wallsend 1-2 had the draw as well. That draw was, of course, with Newcastle. So those 2 points are all that separates themselves and Penrith. 4 for a win. So Penrith would leapfrog them here if they could finish off the job now, as Sciglitano puts the foot down and nearly got away. Oh, a little touch in the back and then barreling over he goes. So yeah, this would push Penrith up into the top 4. With their 4th match. I think they've got 5 in total though, so it'd still be one to try and see off. But destiny is very much in the hands of Newcastle, and they need to find something here, Gav.
They sure do, but it's Penrith still holding that lead of 4-2, so they've got a 2-try buffer at the moment. They're coming on at speed here, Newcastle, see what they can create, probably through that man McSpadden.
Now Smith takes off. Good speed from Smith. Splits them, looking for support. Spain's there waiting for it. Spain returns again, but is absolutely set upon there by Kirsty Wakely, who was attached to her like a leech.
She knew exactly where they were going to run there, Wakely, and she did her job perfectly. But again, they're creating those half opportunities, Newcastle, but the defence at the back end just here for Penrith is proving too strong at the moment.
Nice work there from Amber Chaney, making a few touches in a row. Now Ragvani hops in at acting half, links up with Patterson. Then Reid, who's been very busy in this game. Last one brought up. Patterson off the left, now takes off. Smith is quick, but he pops a pass over the top into the arms of Krusek. And that will be the try that should kill it as a contest. There's only 3 minutes on the clock, and they're out to a buffer of 3 tries.
You'll see on the replay, off the left, comes back right, basketball pass over the top, and it's Krusek. Takes his team out on the back of Patterson, over the top. Krusek scores the try, and that's a 5-2 lead. And with less than 3 minutes to go, Newcastle are going to need a miracle.
Well, do you believe in them, Knights fans? You're going to need one here. Start praying. Newcastle into enemy territory. Bailey Caruso spirals the pass back to brother Nicholas, who then takes it forward on the follow-up. Windsor there to make the touch. Nicholas to Bailey Caruso. And about that 7-metre mark. Plays it quickly. Bailey threatening back to Nicholas, but it's all been rather samey. Bailey Caruso. Now Nicholas Caruso. Once again, they created that half opportunity. That's, by my count, probably 4. So had they iced them all, could well be 6-5.
It's got to be at least 4 or 5. So we see there they look for the phase play. He gets back on side. Caruso does a good job. But unfortunately, Winkley just couldn't reel that in. And if it wasn't over before, it's definitely over now. And Penrith are going to take the victory in this match. It's currently 5-2 with about 1:45 on the clock.
So Penrith up into enemy territory now. Good little carry, and then Reid, the one-handed scoop. Now a bit of speed, takes off to this right-hand side, throws it to himself. Oh, and then tries to dummy a second time. He's pulling out the party tricks now.
That was crafty there by Harrison Reid. And now, hands in the air, what did I do? He's given away a penalty, but he has wasted a few more seconds. He's going to give away an extra 10 metres. But again, they won't be putting the cue in the rack, James, because given what we've just spoken about in the table, and there's been draws and different results unexpected, for and against could come into play at the back end of these rounds.
Certainly could if they can snag another draw, for example, Newcastle. It will come down to for and against if this turns out to be the only Penrith win, which, based on how difficult that pool is, probably seems to be the likely scenario. A minute remaining now. Caruso. Oh, and then finding a great pass there was Bale. Well, Caruso was looming elsewhere, but instead it was Bale that scooped it, fired it off, and hit the mark of Lovell.
That's going to look beautiful. He ripped it right to left, right through that link passage. We said they've had a few opportunities in that passage, but pushing through was Lovell. And again, they may not win this game, but that's an extra try they can add to their tally.
So, final 30 seconds now. 5-3, Penrith still in control. If they're smart, they'll try and finish with ball in hand here. They've got another set to work with now, just 15 seconds on the clock. This is the exact moment that you want someone like Manu Wakely in your team. And there goes the old Harlem Globetrotter again, spinning around on the finger, and then having a little crack himself just to try and rub salt into the wounds. So
Still
2
lively.
seconds on the clock. Yeah, he certainly is. There it is. Manu will simply drop the ball to ground, and the job is done for Penrith. So they leapfrog Newcastle on the ladder, and at the moment they will be playing finals football, Gal.
Yeah, as we said, an interesting pool. This one is in the mixed open division, so upset results. Penrith have got their first victory in their 4 games, so they'll be looking to get another victory later on this afternoon. But given Newcastle had a draw yesterday, if they can snag a win later on this afternoon, you never know what's going to happen, James.
Certainly don't. And up next, we've got a cracking fixture here. Manly up against Newcastle, two of the real heavyweights in the women's competition. Of course, Newcastle claimed the State Cup last year, and certainly they've started in great fashion, undefeated. In fact, I believe both these teams are undefeated as they match up against each other. This is a round 5 match. They're 4 from 4. Some big names across the board. Don't go too far. That's up next on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Good, as you make your way around the venue, we do ask you to take
I think it's very important to have these nights, bring all the good work of all the volunteers together, what they mean to the community, and you represent your club, all the players at every affiliate. I think it's a wonderful night.
It's just great to be amongst the social scene. That's why we play touch mostly. It's not about the sport, it's about getting together with friends, and tonight's a good night for it.
It's our celebration and it's our night off. We don't expect awards. It's not about that, but it's so good to catch up. As a former player, there's so many familiar faces.
Such an incredible opportunity to bring everyone together in New South Wales and celebrate the wins and successes of the year. So the Blues Awards, it's such an incredible opportunity to have it here at the SCG and just have so many touchies in the same room and yeah, just celebrate the special moments throughout the year.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Women's Open action and arguably the match of the day. Manly up against Newcastle, two undefeated teams. The Knights, of course, looking to go back-to-back having won the 2024 State Cup. A very good afternoon across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. James Preston with you alongside Mitch Walkerton. Mitch, a mouth-watering contest.
Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, James. Can't wait for this. 2 undefeated teams, both 4 from 4. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on indeed. Bang a gong like it's T-Rex, baby. Here goes Hannah Dybel for Manly. Rolls it back. And now Danny Norman, a great inclusion for this team. Back to her homegrown club, if you will, down from Queensland. Here is Norman now, out of acting half. Shifts it wide early on. Danger for Newcastle. Oh, with the touch. It just was there in time, and it was a great effort from Lucy Spain.
That's an excellent touch, James.
So once again, shown here. Spain shutting down the space. 2 big moments from Lucy Spain in that first set.
Yeah, huge touch. It was the Waikato from Danny Norman that asked the first lot of questions. Look at this, using the ball, getting out of trouble.
Great meters here for Newcastle. This rolling set really chewing up the yardage as now Stewart works it. Followed up by Wilson. Back to Stewart through the middle. Then Tia Young. Stewart again. Young. Trying to set the platform here just outside the 7. In fact, we'll play it inside. Now Stewart has a crack at them. Dybel was there to make the touch. So powerful with ball in hand, but that was a good read defensively. Last one brought up here for the Newcastle City Knights. Nothing really doing for Stewart. And both teams proving to be up to the task defensively.
Yeah, they were. Both very good starts with defence. Manly are now rucking to get fresh legs on. There's a good drive there from Danny.
That's what we come to expect for Danny Norman. She said there's a little bit more lactic acid in the legs now. She's turned 31 recently. I said to her I'd happily swap the age. There's now a little bit of space opens up. Oh, the dummy coming in from Grace French. French now looking for support. Finds it. Getting there just in time. There was coverage coming from Tia Young, but not quickly enough. And Manly will strike first here in a battle of the big guns.
That really came from nowhere. It was just a pick-up. It was a run and a dummy. And then Medved did very well to shake the player and then dive, catch, put the ball down. It's 1-0 Manly to start the game, James.
Yeah, good to see Alyssa Medved back in the top side as well. If you cast your mind back to last year's Vorden Cup, she'd actually got dropped down out of the Open Premier League side. So it was a surprise to us when we saw her not named in that team. Of course, there is a Manly number 2 running around as well, but such a quality player and produces a result early on here as now Mitchell turns it back to this left-hand side. At speed goes Hindmarsh. Hindmarsh trying to take them on. Good touch again from Manly.
Referee played advantage there. Said she was offside, so we go with the penalty.
It's a good chance for Newcastle to hit right back. 2 undefeated teams. Alice Mitchell bouncing around. That one comes free and without the attention of Manly, according to the referees.
Very, very good defence there in the middle. Nice and strong. Girls are working their way to the box here.
So a bit of momentum building here for Manly on this set. Dybel, as always, picks up big meterage. Still stays alive in the play. Floats a pass, and there was a tough one to reel in for Van der Reyden. Got fingertips to it, but well and truly behind the body.
Yeah, just couldn't execute there, James. But very, very good signs early from the Manly girls.
Then Dybel with the old chest bump there momentarily to make the touch. Not shying away from the contact as Newcastle head up into enemy territory now. You're not going to get around Dybel way too quick. Marked up nicely on Jess Potts. Potts will play it now. Scooped up there from Rachel Jeffs. Jeffs then sending it wide. Oh, tough one to reel in as well for McManus. That one hits the deck. In fact, it was Ava Simpson out there. And plenty of pressure there from Jasmine Vera, who we certainly know can motor.
Yeah, she can. She was very nicely positioned there, Vera, on the wing.
So Vera once again hopping in and acting half. Danny Norman, another great drive from her. Is there any better in the female game than Danny Norman at that exact skill?
No, that was off the back fence. Great momentum. This is good flow here, look.
Medved once again now hops in and acting half. Quick release. They're all backpedaling here. Newcastle got back just in time. It was Rachel Jeffs who makes the touch. Of course, she was instrumental in that State Cup delivery last year for Newcastle, and they'll need another big tournament from her, especially tomorrow. Both these teams, of course, have already booked their place in the finals. Now, a nice high pressure here from Alyssa Medved, then backtracking. Working really hard at the moment, Medved.
It's only been going for 5 minutes, James, but this is end-to-end, high intensity. It feels like a final already.
Medved then making the touch. Kept alive here by Newcastle. Lucy Spain trying to link up out wide. Can't find support, so it remains Manly 1, Newcastle 0. About 5 minutes gone, Mitch.
Yeah, it is, and let's see how they go getting off there. So the That's a good actually press there from Newcastle. It's the worst set for Manly so far. That's 3, and then not even close to their box. That's 4, James. They get themselves a penalty.
We can hear an audible groan through the effects mic as well, because all the Newcastle fans were thinking, geez, this is a great defensive set.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's poor little bit of discipline just sort of cost a great set.
Now Nicholas in at acting half. Little delivery here for Halliday. Halliday will then take the meters on offer, linking up with Clifford. And Norman unable to continue. An incorrect roll ball. That wasn't square.
Yeah, no, that's a little error there they'll need to try and fix up. And look, Newcastle jump straight onto it. Rucking, moving forward now, about to go to their box, James.
So up over halfway they go now. Sarah Stewart getting some meters and then heading to the sideline. That was an awkward little run over the sideline, though. Might be an injury there for Stewart as Mitchell still navigating, tries to link up out wide into the head of Norman. And that one is knocked down, so an extra set to come here for Newcastle.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Coach Jay Miller gets them to run here.
Out now for Maddie Mitchell. Scooped up again, Lucy Spain. Nothing doing there. So Newcastle, this is probably uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, it was a little. Looking at the punish play to sort of start things. But Lucy dropped the ball. There's Danny off the back fence, using the ball. Lovely play.
And digging in nicely and popping that pass, and they'll pick up extra meterage as a result. Dybel carts it forward. Great footwork again from Dybel, and then off the right foot. Gee, she's picked up plenty in the last couple of plays. Now takes off. Such a dangerous player out of acting half. Turns it back to this left-hand side. But they're going to call this here for a touch pass, and it was a pretty close run thing, really.
That was just such a good run there from Dybel. Weaving in and out of getting both middles engaged. Hop, skip, and a jump. Beat both middles. Good defence, though. Good defence. Newcastle get themselves a penalty here, James.
A chance to set up down the other end of the field. So they'll have play number 1 just shy of that halfway line. Mitchell linking up once again. Scything run then from Newcastle to chew up some extra meterage. It was a good effort there from Potts. He's heavily strapped on that right arm, but once again, they can't complete. I think that's probably 3 of the last 5 sets for Newcastle.
Yeah, it is. They've had a number of errors, which they really need to try and fix up, because if they keep giving Manly half fields to start with, they will punish them.
Dybel. Quick release, and now for Nicholas, then Medved chiming in as well. Picks up good meterage and traffic. Now for Grace French. Rolls it back quickly. Đurđević taking off and now looking for an opening. Oh, just clicked into gear, but perhaps not quickly enough there for Đurđević.
Great touch there from Rachel Jeffs. Really, really good touch from Rachel Jeffs. Said, stay out, I've got her. Made the touch, dummy half court.
So now Potts links up with that woman, Rachel Jeffs. Easy meters for Jeffs there. Nobody stepping up.
No, very easy. Starting to roll a little bit in defence there, Manly.
Quick release again here for Stewart. Haven't really had Jeffs on the field in an attacking position as of yet, though. Now Spain, catch and pass. Well, they tried to bat it on. For mine knocked down. Now, I think there should be an extra set for Newcastle. Oh, they're going to say ball down.
Yeah, it was absolute 50-50. I think she did go to sort of bat it on. And I agree with you, James. If you look at the replay, and we're blessed to be able to use the replay. The referee doesn't have that advantage. The winger definitely looked to try and knock the ball down. That's a tough one for Newcastle there.
A tough one as well for the referee, blindsided from that position. You'd like to think potentially that call comes then from the sideline official.
Yeah, that's right.
Nonetheless, though, it remains 1-0. That was probably Newcastle's best opportunity. Spain will then send it out to this left-hand side. So they're stacking that part of the field, trying to get those reinforcements on whilst continuing the momentum as well. Mitchell links up, and now they do exactly that. Alice Mitchell once again. Now offers it deep. Elise Wilson. Mitchell still looming in support, gets it there, and then just couldn't help herself, Mitchell. They still had another play up their sleeves, though.
Yeah, probably a little bit impatient there, James, I think you're sensing. Didn't need to do that at all.
Now straight drive here from Danny Norman, who's made such a difference to this Manly team. Already such a solid outfit, but the inclusion of Norman makes them a genuine threat for the title.
Absolutely. The leadership, the experience. That's through the ruck. That should be a penalty, James.
And there is the late call. So initially I thought they might have just said mutual infringement. Dybel's pretty happy with it, though.
Absolutely. They'll be looking to... Bless you. They'll be looking to get down to the 7 and see what they can run here.
Now Dybel through the middle again. Hasn't really had a chance to wind up as of yet. Dybel tries to turn it back on the inside, and once more, Newcastle couldn't help themselves. Alice Mitchell making a play at it. So 10 minutes gone, about a third of the way through this match. Manly have that one try lead. Out to this right-hand side once again. Durdovic scoops it up. Still a chance on this right-hand edge. Nearly bounced away from two of them. That would have been one of the all-time great Goosies.
It wouldn't it? What? It was a nice touch there from Ahoy.
Believe it or not, Mitch, that's actually how I answer the phone most times. So now Newcastle carted forward. Dybel up to meet her very quickly. Flat pass out of acting, half let go here from the referees. Another one, in fact, 2 in a row. So Newcastle really playing with a bit of risk in their movements at the moment. Jess turns it back on the inside. Now kept alive here for Potts, who takes the metres on offer. Dybel up quickly to meet her, though. Now floating a pass over the top. Good chance for Newcastle. Vera far too quick, though. At the moment, Manly seem to have all the answers. I think what we haven't seen so far, Mitch, is much of that little late switch as they dig into the line. I think that could be where Newcastle get a bit of joy.
Yeah, well, I think Manly's midfield defence has been fantastic, to be really fair. Newcastle can't get close enough to Manly's 7-metre line, and they're scooping from 20, 30 metres out. Whereas Manly seem to, be dominating field position with the way that they're running. They're going to have a strike dump here.
Oh, Medved, however, unfortunately just pulled the trigger when perhaps if she had a time over would have kept that a little closer to the body. And now Jeffs, who I must say has been rather quiet so far for Newcastle.
Manly haven't let her have much of an opportunity either. So that's 3, and they're not over halfway yet.
Now quick release there from Dufour. Carted forward from Jelani Ahoy. There she is. Hello indeed. Now Ahoy. Still an option on this left-hand side. Spain goes away from her, though. Dufour sends it wider still. Now, was that played out from Manly? Yes, it was. So finally, they get the call here, Newcastle, and for the first time in a long time, they can set up on the 7.
Yeah, it feels like only the second time they've had a crack on their line, and it's 12 minutes into the game. So let's see what processes they look at running.
So Stewart works it to the middle. Now scooped up here from Dufour. Back to Stewart, then Spain. Oh, Spain had the chance to carry just a touch there. Could have drawn in the wide defender. Back to the middle go Newcastle. Stewart carts it forward about 9 metres away from the try line. A little bit wider still once again. Linking up with Hindmarsh. Nothing doing there. Dufour rolls it back. Hindmarsh then wrapping. Takes them on directly. Now did French get back in time? I don't think so. There's the try at long last for Newcastle. All they needed was half a chance, and now Elise Wilson will go over for the Newcastle City Knights.
Yeah, it was a sweeper play. Referee has deemed Grace French offside there, I believe. Nice dummy, and dives, gets the ball down. That's a really nice hit back there from the Knights, and they're finally on the board. It's taken them 13 minutes, but it's 1-1.
Good call there, too, from the referees, because French certainly never actually hit the line. She was still backtracking, and she was trying to make that touch. So now Taylor Clifford. So only one of the Clifford sisters out there today. No Brittany. Played quickly here for Maiolo. Now Danny Norman. A threat from inside the 7. Quick release. Oh, good footwork again there from Halliday. But Halliday, no chance for a holiday on this occasion. She can't celebrate. Turned away.
Good defence. The split of play and phase off Danny there. But was well defended by the Knights.
Good metres here from Newcastle. That's played at. Another set to come. Geez, I must say, if they hadn't all directly ran off towards that subs box, there was a genuine chance for a 2, maybe even a 3-on-1.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep this momentum flowing.
Now Rachel Jeffs back out there once again for Newcastle. Off to Jess Potts. Spain keeps it alive. Into the hands of Jeffs. Potts there again. I'll try and set up on the 7. Jeffs once more gets it back, has a direct crack at them. I think the touch has been made from Manly. Ooh, there's certainly a question mark here from Clifford. The ruling must be that she didn't get those feet back to the line because she did make the touch. Here it is on the replay. Take us through it, Mitch.
Yeah, so there's a lot of finger pointing there. So it's a dump right on the 7-metre line. Yeah, I think she's actually made the right call because Taylor Clifford's actually hasn't made it back on side.
That's 2 in a row now the referees have been spot on with.
So she has made the touch right on the 7, steps in. I'm not sure if Halliday made the touch there or not. The referees deemed both middles to be offside, and it's 2-1.
So a couple of good calls there, and finally,
Yeah.
Rachel Jeffs is into the contest as well. She's been nullified by and large by Manly, but you can't keep a class player like Jeffs out of the game for too long. Speaking of class, there's Dybel, who links up with Lucy McDonald. Hasn't seen a great deal of time on the field. Dybel, and now McDonald. Durdovic, wider still. Well, Newcastle, they've gone up a notch here.
They have. It feels like there's a little bit of momentum that way. Manly girls really need to try and win the next couple of sets. Wrestle back and stop this momentum.
So now charging forward is Lucy Spain, and then followed up by Potts. Dufour has been very busy as well. Into enemy territory go Newcastle. Now quick release here for Stewart. Offloaded for Wilson, who got the first try. Now Dufour with a bit of speed. Good footwork as well. Oh, and then was just about to set up on the 7. Had a chance to take that herself then, Dufour, and I think if she had a time over, probably would have.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good run there from Dybel.
Tell you what, if we had a $1 for every time we said a good run from Dybel, we'd be very rich men, Mitch.
We would, indeed we would.
Now Alyssa Medved gets it just short of the ruck here. Maiolo taking off and then finding a passage up through the middle. So Manly keep coming at them, but all of a sudden Newcastle look a lot more stern defensively.
Yeah, the game... Oh, that's a very, very fortuitous mistake there that Manly will go on the attack. Because Manly haven't had a chance to really attack within the 7-metre line much. They've been scooping from 20, 30 metres out. So let's see if they can get down to the 7 and put some plays on. Danny's gone out there.
It really has switched, and Stewart there with the chest bump. That was an odd one, and it really didn't need to happen either because she was all over both players there. In fact, could have stretched out and selected either one. It's now Norman hops in at acting half and then back here for Halliday. Halliday turned away. So 13:20 on the clock. Halliday now for Norman. Clifford waiting for it as well. Hops in at acting half. Back for Danny Norman. Links up with Clifford. Floats it over the top. Vera came in to collect it. Picked off very quickly though. Now Norman releasing quickly. Norman directly at them through the middle. Oh, Clifford was trying to bat it on. Somehow threw it to herself.
Yeah, the dump was too far out from the 7. It was sort of 10, 15 metres out. Good defence from Newcastle. But the Manly girls need to get that ball dumped on the 7.
So less than 13 to go. I don't think we really have a clear picture as to who's going to take this one out as of yet.
No, absolutely not.
The early portion of the game was dominated by Manly, but Newcastle have had a good 5 or 6 minutes now. So they'll take off again here through Chelsea Hindmarsh. Hindmarsh then releases for Spain. Out of acting half again. Floats it over the top. It was building for them. Mitchell, with the arms outstretched, just couldn't reel it in.
Once again, really good position there from Jasmine Vera, putting pressure. She's had a very good game, James.
Very strong out wide. Here it is again on the replay. Mitchell not too far away, but as you mentioned, Mitch, there's Jasmine Vera jamming in, applying that pressure. So score remains 2-1. A low-scoring affair. That one was forward by a good 2 metres. It was directly in front of the Newcastle supporters as well, and they let the referees know.
Don't they what? Yep, that was a forward pass. So let's see if the Manly girls can get a stop here. Oh, that might be a penalty. Oh, no.
Well, Dybel tried to put on the brakes, but it was like the tread on the tyres had been worn down a little bit. Took a bit too long, unfortunately, for Dybel. Screeching into the defender. So now Newcastle up towards that 7-metre mark. Jeffs is out there once again. So danger signs now for Manly. Love to see Jeffs and Elise Mitchell get on there at the same time. It hasn't really happened as of yet. And there is a penalty. So they just stopped.
Yeah, not moving forward fast enough, James.
Yeah, they went up to about 5 metres away and then didn't press any further. So you've got to keep pushing up towards that 7-metre mark. Played quickly. Jeffs back now to Potts. Potts having a crack at them. They've caught them twice for offside through the middle. And you can make it 3 times, can you? No, there's a delay. It looked like it.
Yes, I thought he was going to award that as well.
And he walked back towards the dead ball line, which is typically the sign that the try will be awarded. Just giving himself a little bit of a breather, the referee. Jeffs now. Back to the middle again. Potts looming. Oh, Potts straightens and dives from distance. Too easy. Geez, they're having a field day up the middle here for Manly's defence.
Yeah, they are. The sweeper play. That's the second sweeper play that's got the Manly girls stepping back into the middle. You can see they dumped the ball right on the 7, off the left. and unfortunately the saver middle wasn't able to get there to help Lucy there.
That's Elise Wilson, who now gets a double. So Jeff's scored a try, has now also laid one on, so can only keep her out of the action for so long. And speaking of so long, there's not a great deal of time remaining now. We're into the final third of the match. 10 on the clock. Manly need to be next to score. Norman's out there as a result. Will backtrack outside the 7. Now tries to set sail towards the line once again. Durdovic plays it inside the 7. Norman down a short side. Really well watched from Newcastle, especially out wide there by Maddie McManus.
Yeah, very good defence there from McManus. Oh, better be careful there. Yeah, that's a penalty.
Had to be. It was Medved who got her bearings all wrong there. So 9:20 on the clock. Newcastle still in control. I mean, previously we were talking about, well, how on earth did Newcastle break down this Manly side?
Yeah.
I think Manly have still looked like scoring, but it's just been great scramble from Newcastle.
Yeah, it has. The last 10 minutes has really been... The first 10 minutes was all Manly. The second 10 minutes has certainly been Newcastle. And momentum is a big thing in our game.
Is there another twist and turn in this tale? Mitchell still alive in the play. It was a good little ball, but an even better read, as you mentioned, Mitch.
Jess Rosario in there. Oh, we've got someone hopping off.
Yeah, that doesn't look 100% at all. I think it might be Grace French, actually. In fact, no, it's Ellie Wilson.
No, that doesn't look good at all. Hope she's okay.
Yeah, hasn't been out there for a great deal of this match either, Wilson. So that's unfortunate for her. So now Medved picks up some valuable metres. Norman up towards halfway. Rosero hopping in as well. Norman once again keeps it alive. Good cycling in the footy. Takes off and wants a late angle switch. And that's what we were calling for previously for Newcastle. But I do think Manly could now use, and that's what Norman's trying to conjure up.
I think she wanted a little bit deeper, to be really fair, on the switch. It was just a bit too shallow. The defender was able to make both touches, so to speak.
Zavira now making that touch. 8 minutes on the clock. Margin of 2. Newcastle up 3-1. Manly scored first. Now bouncing around is Dufour. Dufour gets it back again. Finds Stewart through the middle. Danny Norman all over it like a rash.
Great touch. You really think that Manly need to be the next to score, though, if they're going to win this game, though, don't you, mate?
Now, I think if it gets out to 4-1, that will do it for Newcastle there. Not exactly happy to give you chances.
It's a better start to the set, though.
Good meters there from Clifford. Now Maiolo gets involved as well. Dybel, great hands. That was well and truly behind her. Reeled it back in. I would like to see a double punch of Danny Norman and Hannah Dybel at once.
Yes.
They're both such great runners of the ball.
That'd be a dynamic duo.
We've certainly seen that combination of Rachel Jeffs and Ellie Wilson, for example. That's produced a result.
Yep.
Here comes Jeffs again.
Good touch.
And in tandem is Wilson. And now good meters here from Hindmarsh. Jeffs scoops it up. Goes away from Wilson this time. Heads out towards that sideline. And well read, but again, I think there was a chance for Wilson.
Yeah, there was. Manly really need to try and get down onto the Newcastle line. The last couple of sets, they haven't been able to make it all the way down.
Now Nicholas carts it forward, and then Durdovic.
That'll help.
Linking up wider still. Smart little passage there from Manly. All once again, a questionable pass out of acting half. Play on the call, though, as Rosero then sends it to the middle once again. Meters here for Van der Reyden, and then taking off his Grace French. Turns it back to the middle. Didn't need to make a play at there, Tia Young.
No, that's a very fortuitous penalty. Let's see if Manly can put a few plays on here.
Well, Norman back into the action. This is where I'd be desperate to see a combination of Norman and Dybel. Instead, they'll work with Medved, who's still live in the play. And there's the penalty. So French did enough. Medved wanted to continue on with things, but they'll get an extra set nonetheless. So Medved again now. Links up.
Punish play.
With Norman. Can she punish them? That's the real question. It was a great dive from Danny Norman. Once again, it looked like the referee was going to walk back to the end goal.
Yeah.
The dead ball line. So now, Medved once again. Norman quickly. Out for French it goes. All French under pressure from guess who? Rachel Jeffs. And there's another penalty. A late call too.
Very late call.
I think that's now 2 inside the 7. In fact, it must be 3 because there is an exclusion straight away, and it's Elise Wilson.
So here we go.
So into the action now comes Lucy McDonald. He gets the ball in her hands. Norman. Once again for French. Tracking across to the left-hand side of the field. Norman takes off. Lovely draw and pass from Norman. That's so classy. Finds McDonald, and Manly are back in the contest. 2-3 with just under 5.
That was just really, really well done from Danny Norman. Just taking her time. There was no need to panic. She then picked up, set up the try. Lucy McDonald dives over. 3-2. Manly really needed that try, and they need to get a stop here, James, with 4.5 to go.
If I'm Newcastle, I'd certainly have Mitchell there, but potentially also Rachel Jeffs now to do exactly that. Try and get one back straight away.
Yep.
Mitchell drops it down quickly. Hindmarsh taking off. Turned away, though, from Manly. Now Maddie Mitchell. Then to Hindmarsh. Last one brought up. Alice Mitchell has a direct go at them again. Good touch made through the middle.
Very good touch.
So 3-2 it remains. Clifford sends it wide. Dybel then carts it forward.
Oh, that's a very good touch there. You can see on the replay, James.
Yeah, Halliday only just hit the line as she made the touch too. It was very, very close. Now Dybel again with great meters. I'd love to see how many she's run in this game. Dybel once again carting it forward. This time not a great release, but
it's a good turn. It's a good spot to turn the ball over. It's a good set. They've rucked it down the field. They'll be flying up to try and create an error, no doubt.
Given, of course, Newcastle have been in such great form for 18 months now and are the reigning champions, I think Manly would still be reasonably happy, even if this does end up as a 3-2 scoreline.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
There's enough here to suggest they could well win it. However, they might get a chance.
They will.
To draw level right now.
They get the reward for effort. They all pressed hard, created pressure. They'll be rolling down and get into the 7 with a few touches to spare.
So Dybel carts it forward, followed up by Norman. Now they do have those 2 out on the field, so this could be very dangerous here for Newcastle. Dybel directing traffic. Got to try and set up for this strike dump. Quick play the ball. Not quick enough though, so Dybel can't capitalise on it. McDonald on the last. Well, that was an absolute dog's breakfast from Manly.
Yeah.
A golden opportunity with both Norman and Dybel out there. You've got to set up for that strike dump.
Yeah, they do need to execute a little bit better there. They got the move, the count, everything went wrong. Yeah, that's one that they'll review on KO and certainly work out what they can do better tomorrow in the finals, I'm sure, James.
Now Jeffs hopping in an acting half. Threat here again for Manly. Finds a lovely pass. What a ball from Rachel Jeffs. This time links up with Jess Potts, and that will do it for Newcastle. 4-2 the score, just over 2 minutes remaining. And Rachel Jeffs, so quiet in the first 10 minutes, but the next 20, she has rubber stamped this result.
Oh, look at that. She's picked up and she's pump. I actually thought she was going to throw long. Great hole from Potts. Pump, whack. Short ball. That's a beautiful try. And that'll seal it with 1.5 minutes to go. You would think.
We'll never say never in touch football. We've learnt that time and again. Here goes Medved, who splits them straight away, looking for support. Oh, it's still gone backwards here and then nearly into the arms of Rosero. But, geez, I'll tell you what, had they scored there,
yes,
it wouldn't be over just yet.
No, it wouldn't have been. Absolutely not. The
But
commentator's
instead,
curse.
you had to get one, Mitch.
Yes.
Survived on day 1. Day 2, you're now part of the club. So Newcastle up towards halfway. Just over a minute remaining. Yeah, there would have well and truly been enough time.
For sure.
So now a good touch made there from Medved. Backtracking. Mitchell with the flick pass. Knocked down here from Manly, but of course it was incidental contact. So a minute to go. Try here. If they got it in the first, say, 3 plays, it's the slightest glimmer of hope, but the odds are probably 1,000 to 1. Now Nicholas works it forward. There's a penalty.
That will help.
I was going to say they probably wouldn't mind that, Newcastle. It takes another 5 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, that's right.
Nicholas and now Clifford. So 35 seconds remaining. They've got to score right away. And I think their chance is now well and truly gone. So inside the 7, Halliday sends it wide for Clifford. Back to Halliday. Newcastle not wanting to give them an inch. Clifford, draw and pass was beautiful. I thought the touch had been affected before they took the ball, so that should have been play on.
I actually did too. I thought she touched it before she caught the ball as well. So
interesting to see that one again when we get a chance now. Clifford sends it out wide, all losing the bearings was Madison Mitchell. Vera came through. And the final seconds of this match, Newcastle simply walk into the opposition and they have earned their victory, and they were forced to do it the hard way. Manly had the early lead. Took a long time for the Knights to get into the contest.
That was a great game, James. Looking forward to seeing both them play tomorrow for finals.
And that could have well been a little early taste of the grand final itself. But full time here in the Women's Open. Newcastle too strong for Manly as they look to defend their 2024 title. They remain undefeated, 5 from 5. Manly finally get the first blemish on their record. Up next, it's our Men's Open B action as Taree, one of the local teams, take on Wallsend. That's next on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
I've got one of the legends of our game with us here. I've got Rachel Jeffs. What a great victory. Conditions are warm. Competition was tough against Manly, but you guys just sealed the top of your pool. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. You know, us girls, we've worked really, really hard for the past few months, and, you know, coming back and winning State Cup last year was a really good feeling, but we knew that it's going to be a lot harder this year, so being top of our pool is a really good feeling, so very proud of our girls, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've spoken about in training, trying to go back to back. It's not an easy thing to do. What have you been doing in training to try and take your games to the next level?
Yeah, look, we haven't really been changing much. Like, we're just trying to focus on us, focus on our strengths a lot more, and, you know, winning back to back will be good, but we're just taking it game by game, and we're just like waiting there until we get there. So we've just been keeping fit, keeping connected, and just running hard for each other. So that's what's really helping us at the moment, yeah.
And individually, your performance out there was just a masterclass, I thought. So well done to you. I know it's all part of a team effort, but you played brilliantly out there. Recovery now for the rest of the afternoon. What does that look like?
Oh, lots of chocolate milk. Lots of that. No, just ice bars, and you know, we've just staying connected. Like we're just a team that's just family, and we're just, you know, so tight. So playing games, getting around each other, we're definitely looking back and things on how we can improve and everything like that. Like all us girls, you know, we had such a good game. Our middles, you know, I wouldn't be able to do what I could have done without Potts and all my links and wingers and everything. So we just stayed there for the full 30 minutes and yeah, just looking forward to that recovery, that's for sure.
Excellent. We can sit back and relax if relaxing in an ice bath is such a thing.
Not at all.
But
it's painful.
Good luck for the rest of the competition. It's going to be tough out there tomorrow, but Newcastle, you're in with a very big chance.
Fingers crossed. Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Seconds, please, referee. 30 seconds.
Welcome back. We're just a few moments away from getting back underway. Live action Men's Open B coming up next. We've got Tari taking on Wallsend. Jason Stanton's in commentary with me for this game. You've been out and about, had the boots on. How's the vibe going out there in the hub, in the heart of what New South Wales State Cup is out on the backfield, respectfully, to the senior divisions?
Mate, there's plenty of... it's a long hooter.
Very long hooter.
No, there's plenty of energy around. It's 30 plus degrees, so there's a big focus, I think, throughout the different divisions on recovery. But certainly really good conditions overall for good touch. And this one, in these, like the B division, we're looking to maybe uncover some talent, unearth the next rising star in these second division.
Well, there's definitely plenty of talent on offer in this division. 30 teams in total across 4 pools. These 2 teams playing in Pool A. Wallsend sitting in 5th position at the moment, 2 wins, 3 losses. Tari sitting in 7th. Still looking for their first victory as we see them get the footy here for the first time now. In their last round game, they went down by 1 try, 4 tries to 3 in the end against Canterbury. But Canterbury is sitting on top of the pool in this one. So they almost got their first victory by knocking off the top team so far within the pool. Just the 1 try separating them. They'll be looking for a good performance here against Wallsend, who we saw go down against Manly a little earlier on today.
Yeah, it's interesting, the division. You mentioned Canterbury. I don't think they were featured in the Premier League, but they did play Premier League in the Vorden Cup. So it looks like they've dropped back as a bit of a development type thing, and they're generally hard to beat if a Prem's team drops back into the B division. So Canterbury, definitely keep your eye on. Some of the other teams in this division, Parramatta's always strong, and of course Manly, and I think North and Balmain had pretty good years as well.
So we get to the crunch point. The 2 top teams from each pool will progress through into the championship division. We've also got a plate and a bowl, and a fork and a spoon along the way as well. All the cutlery out. It's good to see. So with this many teams, there will be an opportunity for some finals football across some different divisions going into tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think was it 30 teams or 32?
30
teams?
Yeah, I think 30. Yeah. And that's awesome. Shows that this division's important. We obviously see the Men's Open A competition with the Premier level clubs, but if you're just that step behind, it's obviously a division that's very well supported amongst all the clubs across New South Wales. Sending 30 teams to compete this weekend.
It's like a mini World Cup.
It is.
You'd have a lot of teams that would be undefeated. Yeah. Midway through Saturday, coming into Sunday, you still don't know who's who in the zoo. So that's the problem when there's 4 pools. There's all different. It's very hard to rate them.
Yeah, it
you
would
couldn't
be.
have the best teams all in one pool, so to speak, for example.
Yeah, so it'll make it exciting when it does split into that championship series here in the Men's B. Oh, nice sharp footwork in getting in behind. It was just a little one-on-one. Needs some support and we'll find it. Wow. Nice way to start proceedings here as Tari are the first team to strike.
Yeah, pretty sharp from Tari. Been moving up and down the first few minutes. A little bit uneventful, but they've been moving up and down the field quite well. Probably the first real type opportunity that we saw. Pretty good right foot steps there. He still had a bit of work to do because he had to find a vacant player, but he was patient. Found the open player. Good start. Good start for Tari. What's the mascot? Got me a bit of a brain freeze.
Oh yeah, I'm not too sure. You're the local New South Welshman. You can't ask a Queenslander this.
Yeah, but you're the professional, mate. I'm amateur hour.
Yeah. Well, I'm not looking very professional at the moment. Now you caught me out.
Wallsend Wolves. We've got the Wolves from Wallsend. Now we need someone to phone in and tell us who Tari is. What's their mascot?
I like the strip, the green and the navy blue. I don't think we've got any Tari Tigers. It's got to be another T name in it, doesn't it? Surely.
You're going to roll out the Tigers,
It's got to be. It's got to be Tari something with a T. As we see Wallsend now. Locker's back up. Good response. After the first try came on the board from Tari in the match that they played just a little bit earlier, the second broadcast game for Wallsend. They really competed against Manly for a lot of that fixture. Just the 2 tries, I think it was, in the end, that separated them. It was a game that got away. It was a tight finish in the end. Luke Grogan scores the try to lock us back up.
Well, Grogan did well, didn't he? Because it looked like the defence were peeling out and had done well to maybe save the try, but Grogan caught it and put it down in one motion. Got the try for his team. So.
Jeez, that's slick as well from Taree. Holy dooly, how are they sitting on the bottom of this pool the way that they're playing at the moment?
Might be stadium fever.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful dump. It's like a quick release or a quick dump to the open side. You see on the replay, it looks like he's probably coming to the bottom of your screen, then he pivots and goes the opposite way, catches everyone off guard, and a great put down. Referee Anthony Smith there doing a great job. I mentioned the positioning of the referee earlier today. Some of the referees, I feel like they're doing a really good job at reading what play might be coming and getting themselves in a good spot to adjudicate. So good work on that occasion by Anthony Smith.
Penalty here. Surrey getting a little leg up. Get back to work. Helford takes one forward. Richard Mitchell follows the same. Got a interchange infringement. Looks like we're coming all the way back to the halfway line. It's a bit of a disappointing one because they pretty much started their set where they could comfortably make some changes. Must have just got the numbers wrong on that occasion. Wallsend with the opportunity to hit back.
Both these clubs have got a fair bit of history. Scotty, I'm not sure how much, if we've got our viewers north of the border, may not be across it, but Wallsend and Taree got very long history. They've been around a long time. It's not like some of the clubs, like maybe even within the last 10, 20 years, like Central Coast, Dawson, Northern Beaches. These are sort of places that have been around but not really in the reps. Whereas Wallsend, you go back to the origins of touch, you know, Wallsend were it's a bit like Maitland. Like they're a bit of a resurgence now, but if you go back 20, 30 years ago, we'll come back to that.
Here we go, intercept taken. Spicer, he was involved in everything in that match earlier on today against Manly. He gets himself involved in this one as well. Nice try. Scores level.
Yeah, it was good. Just sort of backed himself, didn't he, there? Was it Spicer, was it?
Oh, yeah.
So if you were James Preston, you would have done some sort of, got some spice on that, or, you know, the way.
I think it was already ruled out a little bit earlier today. We couldn't double down. I think
you didn't want to add the spice in there?
I think Gab Rose might have used a little bit of... Well, that was because I think it got a little testy in that game against Manly, so it got a little spicy, as you would say.
A bit of spicy, did it?
Gab Rose had her fingerprints all over that one. Got in there before I could.
Yeah, our viewers need to be aware there's a fair bit of competition within the commentary team. Scotty McAllister doing all the right things and knocking off Preston for the top job. Speaking of top job, what did you see there?
Well, he still hasn't scored yet.
You can't say the try till he scores it, right?
Yeah, there's a bit of entertainment factor about both these two teams. Young man there, Jake Hunter, playing up to the crowd. Well, he could have passed it on the outside as well. There was nobody at home for Wallsend. Look at this. I'll just take my time, have a picnic.
He did take his time, Taree. Now, I've even installed a bit of ChatGPT, and even AI cannot find the Taree mascot.
Somebody.
All I can come up with is it's a ball with, seems to be on fire. Could it be Taree, like fire or flames or something? Ooh. That's all we can come up with.
Interesting.
Even the modern AI says, I don't know.
Well, if AI can't tell us, who can?
It could be Taree Tigers until further notice. We might just go
with the Tigers. Or maybe they'll rebrand to the Tigers. We'll see them come back.
We'll see. We know they're sponsored by Club Taree. We know that. We're halfway got the puzzle.
Great club. Great sponsors. There's so many of these clubs that are coming with the sponsors on the kit, and they're getting the local businesses and organisations getting behind them, contributing financially to get all these players to the State Cup again this year. It costs a lot of players to play in these tournaments. They love representing their home clubs. Taree are doing their town proud at the moment. Surely there's someone listening in across the fields at the moment. Start sprinting your way into the stadium, climb these 600 flights of stairs. Let us know Taree's mascot
Yeah, so I was talking about their history, so I remember, showing my age now, but I remember it might have been 20 years ago doing some kids clinics up at Wallsend, and then we did some out at Taree as well, back with Tony Otashi and Gary Sonder, some of those older folk now. But I remember back that really good, two sporting hubs where there was a lot of touch footy being played back in the day. So good to see Taree and Wallsend here on the stadium, on the big stage, still going strong. Several decades after they started off.
Having a little look at their previous results, I was interested to see why they were down the bottom of the pool. We'll just see this set play out for them, because they're showing a lot of energy, a little ball down there, and they're showing a lot of promise. They're in front in this game at the moment. All the losses that they've had have been either by 1 or 2 tries. They had a draw to start with. Only one game against Manly that there was a bit of a score racked up. So they've got a little bit of talent in this team. It just haven't had the rub of the green in terms of results so far throughout the comp.
And there's a little bit of that in the B division where you'll hear me talk a lot about game management or game awareness, but you've got to learn how to win a bit, learn when to run, what plays, when it's good just to drive and control the ball, when it's good to chance your hand. So often you'll see some of these teams, they might lose a lot of games by 1, as you spotted. Scotty, you come back next year and they're winning those games by 1, and you've seen them on finals day.
Oh, they're going to learn so much from this tournament. They might have heads down a little bit about the results. It's not letting them affect it here in this game. Playing a positive style of football at the moment, chasing their first win of the tournament. And they're playing deep out the back. Ball hits the deck. Ball's then under a little bit of pressure, but they've got a lot of talent in their team as well. Young talent at that. This young man, number 13, Jared Hepburn, was really good for them earlier on today against Manly. He's over in the box at the moment. Now they're shaping up. It's McDermott, gets in from half, gets in the in-goal area as well, pops it up, and a nice little acrobatic finish in the corner. Did they run out of room? I think our referee is maybe bringing it back for something else. He saw there was a decent shot in the lead-up to the play of the ball. We got a forced sub as well. Now Wallsend look to go. They put the brakes on. Taree will get their replacement player on. They've still got an advantage at the moment. And now they're into position, Taree. Graham comes back. It's going to be another penalty. Players offside.
This is a good challenge here for Taree. Got their noses in front on the scoreboard. Going to have to get off the line here, stay quite connected in D, talking a lot, helping each other out, trying to get the result.
Looping ball out to the corner. Good hands to hold on to it from Luke Grogan, who saw score a try earlier on for Wallsend. Now retrieving defensive players for Taree, and they don't make the line in the end. And Wallsend score their third, and they lock up the scores.
It was quite clever there, Scotty, from Wallsend. The sweeper came around the corner. You'll see it on the replay, come around the top of screen. Then rather than trying to take on the defender, running that big loop, he actually straightened up and diving straight at the offside player and put it down before the help could come. So pretty good finish, and just like that, we're locked up at 3-3.
Nice tight contest. And I wonder if some of the previous games are in the back of the mind of this Taree team, because they've obviously been in a lot of contests throughout the pools. And then there must be moments within those games that it's just gotten away from them. And can they turn the tide this time around in this game against Wallsend?
It can work both ways.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be playing on your mind and you feel like, we don't seem to be able to get a result. Or the other way it could go is that you get hungry, you start saying, well, I'm sick of losing by 1. And you find another gear and try and get the result. So
yeah, it's a good point. So you often say winning's a habit, but unfortunately losing can be as well. Wallsend are going to have to come back to the mark. I thought they might have had some offside players there. It's Kamai Murray who'll come back. Pops over into the box. Half in place here. Ethan Kelly gets across. Now he takes one forward. And there's good contact in the lead up, but just too much. A little bit too much body in that one. Ethan Kelly getting players into position. Take one back here. Kelly tries to get on the outside. Good defence from Tari. Sends him back to the 7. That ball back on the inside as they sweep around through Spicer. Nothing on offer there coming into the last touch of the set. Spicer again decides to kick away, take them on. And 3 men with green jerseys having to get involved to make that touch. Tari tapping, get things going again. Referees are holding things up here. Roll ball.
Still can't split these teams after 15 minutes, locked up. But I've got some history for you. I wanted to double down on my little history comment about these two clubs. So Wallsend were established 1982. 1982. I don't know how many of us were around then. And Tari established 1977.
Wow.
So when I was saying that these two clubs got a lot of history, I wasn't wrong. So it's great to see them here on the stage, on the big stage with their young men's teams playing.
You'd have been playing men's open when those clubs started, wouldn't you? In your peak?
Me, I was about... How old was I? I'm just getting older every time I commentate with you. But nah, a little bit before my time, but it's great to, like I said, I don't think anyone's interested, but if they are interested,
oh no,
I made my debut in 93, so there you go.
Tick that off your bingo card at home.
Bingo 93, but both these clubs got me covered. Shane, nice play. It's a shame.
Yeah. Caught the shot. And Sam Graham. He's looking up at the referee going, well, I was down on the deck. How do you think I got down here?
Yeah, could have gone either way, couldn't he? Got a bit of a shove going sideways. 50-50, sometimes you get them. Let's see how we go. So,
loose ball there. Good intent from Wallsend. Tari making changes and wanting to get on with it straight away. It's getting a little sloppy. A little boot in the ruck. Signal from our on-field referee. Looks like he could have lined up for the Socceroos with that one.
Wonder whether these teams would have matched up in any of the more regional events. I think they technically are under different regions, but there's events at the Hunter and Northern Eagles and that. I wonder if they've matched up. Looks like a pretty good contest, pretty even between the two.
Yeah, very even. Nothing available in the middle. Wallsend looking for points. Murray on the sweep, just a little slow in the middle at the moment. Wallsend trying to push the pass. Oh, Murray almost getting it back in. Tari pick up good metres on the first. And they bring it back through the middle as Elford plays it. Changes on. Lewis carts it forward. Jake Hunter gets it on the wraparound play, shows and goes himself. Hunter, puts the brakes on. Now links up. The final pass is the only thing that stops it. He did come out of the hands forward.
Too good. He had too many options, didn't he? Speed, step, pass. I think he might have confused himself.
It might have been Jim Mitchell. Apologies. No, it was the 4 to the 3. They look very similar. Jake Hunter did the work, and it was Mitchell who couldn't reel it in.
Silky skills, wasn't it?
Very sharp.
Very hard to be, I think, for any athlete, running full pace and just stop on a dime like that, just bang. Pulling up, very hard to defend. It's a shame the pass went to ground.
Tari shift straight away. Those changes flowing again. Collins plays it. Ryan Young's on the field, switches in. Stryer will hold things up. Bradley Dryer plays it. Reach, juggled and put down in the end. Off the hands there of Mitch Collins. So after seeing a lot of points early, it's dried up a little bit here in this game. Score's locked up, 3 tries apiece. Someone's going to have to crack at some stage. Graham gets it down. They're playing deep out the back. Nice late switch. Graham snatching at it. The referees will say touch was made as the pass was thrown.
I think the switch was on there. Was it Graham from Wallsend? I think the switch was on.
Now they're in trouble. Oh, the referee pulls it up. We've got a Taree player coming out. And he's got a period of time. Down the other end he goes. Ryan Young.
It's fairly innocuous. I must have missed the incident. But 6 on 5 now for at least a couple sets each. Wallsend should be able to cash in here.
McDermott will play it. Can they find this numbers advantage? They're going to work for it first, Wallsend. They come open side. They look like they're a step or two short of the line. And they will capitalise with another try here to Luke Grogan. And this might be a turning point here in the game. They're still going to have a few more sets, Wallsend, where they'll only have the 5 players to run at. And this might be the time to cash in.
I think so. I'm not too sure what the incident was, but the sin bin, as you pointed out, could be the difference, because 3-all for the first, passing the 20-minute mark, coming into the last 10, waiting to see which team's going to step up and grab it. But now with the 6 on 5, that could be the difference. Let's see if Taree can hold out the Wallsend team at least for one set.
He's got the footy here. Could they conjure up a bit of a miracle and score with 5 players on the field? We've seen it happen before. They have all their numbers on the left. Oh, nice little flick around the back. And then they slide across and make the touch.
So they need to stop here, Scotty, if they want to stay in this one. 4-3, I think the scoreboard's wrong here at the ground. You got Wallsend up by 1?
Yes.
Yep.
Last try put them back in front. Big metres to roll with now. Little show and go. Spicer. Send it back infield to Kenny. Spicer from half. Rips it early. Turn it away. So Taree hang on for another set.
They've had 2 sets now having to defend. So they're doing well. They only conceded the 1 try so far.
They still have a bucket load of time left in this game once they get their full complement of 6 back on the field, which will now be in this set. So only the 1 try conceded. Not the worst that could have happened during that period. They did put Wallsend back in front. They might have taken just a little bit of juice out of Taree as well. Obviously defending with 1 less player out on the park. And a referee has seen another forward pass.
I'm a little bit surprised not to see Taree get some substitutions, because they had 5 on. They would have been working pretty hard. You might see more crab sideways off to the sub box now, but got to get some fresh players on now that they're back to 6 on 6. Got to try and find that try to equalise us in this game.
Grogan gets up nice and early from the right wing. Make that previous touch. Now nice pick up and go from half. And looping it around the back. Mitch Collins. Smart footy. Picked it up, take it on. Locked up again.
Yeah, the running line from Mitch Collins was extraordinary. He didn't put on a big step or have massive speed. He just sort of really stayed tight on the offside player and straight through. He brained him there, Collins. And 4-all. We've got that grandstand finish coming by the looks of it, coming into the last 5.
And it doesn't look like there's any contact made. The Wallsend have flicked it back to the halfway line. They're checking. Maybe it was just a casual touch in the end from Taree. Interesting. He dead set thought he had that one as we take a look at the replay here. Look at that, sending it back to halfway. Interesting one, very close. And now the contact made on Hepburn. Hasn't had too many opportunities throughout the game. Flipped on the boot. Back to the mark goes Gibson. Jared takes another one forward. Showing the big windmill dummy. Now Harry Lewis. Good flow coming into the last. Or as I say, that has to go back to the mark. Slows them up for a quick second. And continuing to throw the footy around. Lewis looking to support. Looking for support. Just couldn't quite get it. And last play of the set as Wallsend turned it over on the first. Oof, under 5 to go. Full set of 6 to attack the line here. This could be Tari's opportunity.
A bit of a coach killer there, hey?
Oh, yeah. Jake Hunter, we saw him light it up earlier in the game. He looks pretty sharp on his feet again. Wallsend make the touch. Lewis this time goes away from him. The hands go into there. Wasn't a clean ball. Missed opportunity. 4 on the clock. Game on the line. Schools locked up. 4 tries apiece. Tari looking for their first victory of the tournament. And the contact there forces the mistake. He's not happy with the call. Barry Dryer. Still a little bit too much coming in. He's a little bit frustrated and he's going to get a 4 substitution. Sprinting, you just saw him on the bottom of your screen to get to the box so they can get that replacement player on. It's Hayden Robinson who's coming onto the field, and we've got one of our Wallsend players. He's picked up a little knock. Number 11 there, and Lachlan Worley didn't quite look in a good way. He's getting some medical attention at the moment.
Can you get us a drink when I send you some money? Yeah, send it down. I don't got percentage.
Oh, they get up big time early and force a mistake. He was losing control of the footy. Referees have actually seen a forward pass in the lead up. So Wallsend can't capitalise. They're under 3 now, and then they give a penalty away. Getting a little bit frustrated. Game's on the line here, fellas.
That was a bit of a lull in the game. I was waiting for who's going to step up to take this one. You mentioned Tari losing a few games by 1 on Friday, or, you know, a couple close ones. Maybe this is their opportunity here in the last 2 minutes.
As Mitchell gets it down. Collins, we've seen him open them up already. Just a few moments ago. Can't get it done this time around. Graham gets him towards the halfway line. Eagle follows suit. Oh, and they just slow them up coming into the last touch. Come on, Murray. Yeah, not much doing. It's good work there from Tari. Coming into the back end of that set. Stifled their attack in the final play. Oh, now as they're making changes. They didn't have players into position.
That's our second or third time that's happened.
Yeah, there's been a couple for Tari when they've been making changes or around that box area. 1.5 minutes to go. Wallsend, they got a strike here in this set. Geez, it would break the hearts of this Tari team. They'd still have time. If that did occur, can they come up with a big defensive play? Referee just sending them back towards the mark. I don't think there's a penalty or anything coming. And they roll now. McDermott, they look to go short side. Comes back to McDermott, who dives. I think our on-field likes it. He's confirming with the sideline. Has the touch been made? No, it hasn't. Wallsend go in front with 45 seconds left on the clock.
It's a heartbreaker to Tyree, and down by the 1 try again. Looked like he hit the line. There wouldn't have been much in it. if they called the touch, I wouldn't have been unhappy. It was very close. So Tari with 20 seconds to try and avoid the heartbreak, but it's almost like you put the curse on there, Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
Losing by one.
Might be a carton coming your way from me. Oh, no, that was the chance to level it up. Oh, it hurts even more now.
I haven't got any hair, Scotty, but I was putting my hands to my head of where my hair would normally be.
No, I can't help you much in that department either, my friend.
I was going to pull it out, Tari.
It's
Missed
heartbreaking.
opportunity. Yeah.
Heartbreaking for them. Because like we said, pretty much every game bar one, it looks like they've been in the contest, but they still can't get that victory. Wallsend hang on in the end. Nice tight contest though between the teams, and some really good moments as well that we saw out on the field.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a good contest. Good to see these two great clubs go. And like I said, with there being 30-odd teams, very big division. Not sure how many will be featuring tomorrow. But you mentioned the bowl, I think, in this division. So it could be that
they'll still have
both
something
teams
to
are
play
there.
for.
Yeah, for sure.
Men's seniors coming up next. Bankstown taking on Canberra. We're starting to wind down here on day 2, but plenty more footy still to come.
Greatly appreciate all the assistance.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay,
part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Sporting Stadium. So we have a men's seniors fixture here between Bankstown and Canberra Magic. Canberra will get first use of the ball. James Preston and the legend himself, Jason Stanton, to bring you all the action as we get towards the end of day 2. So Canberra now on the charge forward. Looking to link up. Find a position out on this left-hand side. They'll bring it back to the right. Good pressure, though, from Bankstown, who read it like a book. And then Cochrane was absolutely hammered in the process. Now bouncing on the left foot. Gibson looking for support again. Last one brought up. Little wraparound play brought in here by Hughes. Hughes then sending it wide. Well taken, though, from Bankstown. And a chance for the counter-attack straight away.
Yeah, interesting one. We were just talking about in the last game, Taree trying to work out their mascot, but it's very easy to know Canberra's mascot, the Magic, Canberra Magic. We'd like to see Canberra on the big stage, and I'm sure the old blokes from Bankstown will be very excited about being on the stadium here and on KO.
Yeah, heading out to this right-hand side, nearly a gap opening up there for Pollard, but Pollard is turned away on this occasion. Former New South Wales touch football staffer in the form of Nathan Loveday also out there. He's in 34 for Bankstown. Deep delivery once again. So up over halfway go Canberra City now. Short pass and then hopping in and acting half as Stafford. Stafford will deliver before it arrives in the hands of Hunt. Hunt will take the metres on offer. Now for Wiley. Wiley turning them inside and out. Good touch made in the end there from Benjamin Howard.
Yeah, pretty good flow there from Canberra. They're getting up and down the field okay. Pretty good start. Generally these games, 30 minutes is a long time when it's 30 plus degrees in heat. So they generally, you have little spurts of 5-10 minute periods and you've got to try and string them together. But Canberra certainly have started well.
Certainly have. No change to the scoreboard as of yet. 2 minutes gone and now moving forward is Colquhoun. Colquhoun plays it quickly and then gets it back once again. Colquhoun taking off, found a pass, but the touch had already been enacted, so no way for Jake Hughes to keep pushing through.
Yeah, pretty good scoop there from Trent. They've got a few names there that former men's players coming through. So seniors is 30 and over. Is that right? Have I got that right? 30 and over. So there's a few former men's players here. Good to see Canberra too on the big stage. The Magic.
A couple of Canberra teams fighting about as well. Of course, in the Women's Open, the Canberra Brindis also involved. Had a tough assignment up against East, but a really good 15-minute period where it was actually 2 tries apiece after East put on a number of early tries. As now Canberra right through the middle, nearly squeezing, but well shut down in the end by Hughes. So Cochrane goes back to that 7-metre mark. He has looked likely so far, Cochrane. Murray.
So it's pretty good standard to play too. Ball's moved, pretty good ball movement. Get up and down the field. Good start, both teams.
Here's Cochrane once again. Good footwork. Keeps it alive. Now brings out to this right-hand side. Great diving touch in the end. Just to wrap up that advance from Canberra. They then send a little wider still. Good hands in the process and a great touch made there from Bankstown. So pretty good both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I think so. The D's quite connected too. I think Canberra had them in trouble there a few times, but Bankstown were able to keep the talk up and get support from the players around the offside player, like the person making the touch. So I think Bankstown will be pretty happy with their start as well.
No change to the scoreboard as of yet. Up to halfway they head now. Alderson. And worked on here by Pollard, who then hops in at acting half once again. Links up with Corey Brown. Wider still they come. Alderson in this left link position. Pollard back to Alderson, taking the metres on offer. Have a chance to set up a strike dump here, so they'll try and stack numbers in the middle to do exactly that. There it is, not a bad delivery either. Chance to float it wide. What a pass it was. A silver platter for Sam McLean, who goes in. Oh, yeah, that's fancy indeed. How about that for a celebration? Well, I'll tell you what, they know they're on KO and Sky Sport New Zealand. Let's look at it again.
Wow, look at that. We'll give him 10 for the try, and we'll give him 11 for the double backflip, pike position, and a great finish.
I'll tell you what,
Sam
might
McLean.
well see him in 2032 at the Brisbane Olympics, the gymnastics there. Is there a seniors division in that, Stanto?
I'm not sure. I thought we were going to see seniors. We're seeing youngsters out there.
Spring chickens, that's what we'll have to call this competition. Now they wrap around here with the form of Hughes. Hughes taking them on. I think Bankstown have made the touch just in time. They mustn't have been onside though. So Sam Hughes, bucket hat and all over the try line.
Pretty good hit back there. Hughes doing a good job. We'll check the replay. Seemed to get down low very quickly. You'll see here he come around the back. Gets down really low. Touch and go. If you're the defender there, the outside winger, you want to try and step forward if you can. Try and give a bit of support. So a bit unlucky for Bankstown, but a super finish there from Hughes. And we're locked up at 1-1. I want more tries from McLean.
I was going to say, I was actually a bit disappointed by Ben Hughes there. You've got to follow suit. Once we've got a celebration like that, something fancy has to come out. If you're on this main field centre, what's your go-to celebration?
I think tit for tat. My celebration is to get my breath back and have a drink of water. I don't think I'll be doing any backflips.
Something for the fans. Is there like a shuffle you can pull out? Is there the worm you can do?
The worm. I'm not sure. Let me come back to you on that one. But certainly the cartwheel, double backflips, not in my repertoire.
There's all the tricks. I was taken back to my time in primary school. It's the last time I could do any kind of flip that didn't result in nearly a neck breakage. So head up
the
over
whole
halfway.
thing was just unexpected. Like I think even a few of the fans, I know it's not coming through on the feed, but the grandstand's got a few people in it, and they probably just would have been relaxing a bit, thinking, "Oh, senior footy, let's kick back and have a coffee." And it's like, boom, he's waking everyone up, McLean. And now we're 1-1, and people are, I think, sort of like leaning forward on their seat into this contest.
Quite literally anything can happen based on that celebration. Now, that was out of acting half, but it was a mess in the roll ball, so in theory, that should be a penalty. Here it is again. There's the cartwheel, one-handed for that matter. And the old Anthony Mundine, the backflip.
Oh, wow.
Well, Pollard, he set it up beautifully, but Sam McLean, that was clean indeed.
I like that. Can we squeeze the post-try celebrations into...
Oh, that's beautiful from Canberra Magic, though. A little bit of magic there from Kennedy, who pushes it back on the inside, and Lewis Cook is cooking with a bit of gas. Well, this is how much we love McLean. We're even watching him take a squat on the sideline.
Yeah, we're just letting people know who he is. He's the one we want to watch, because if he scores a try, we've got a bit of an expectation now. But nice try there from Canberra. It's a little trail play, James, where they caught the defender, a little bit losing focus there. You see the defenders made the touch and tried to cover his side of the field, and Canberra just exploited the gap between the two middles with a beautiful trail. Hard to stop that play. Great work.
It's a Loveday in an acting half now, directing traffic. Eventually links up once again there with Jake Hughes. The first receiver once again. Loveday just slowing things down. Brings it to the 7. Now a chance to link up. Well found, but excellent defence there from Jimmy Plowman.
Pretty good finish there from Pollard. A little bit unlucky. It was only the good defence from the Magic that held him out. So Canberra on 2 tries. Bankstown on 1 backflip try. Only worth 1, but maybe I can get Adam Collins on the scoreboard to change it to a 1.5.
Or a 10. That was a perfect 10, the celebration. Actually, it reminds me a little bit as well, just seeing him on the sideline again there. Do you remember back in the day, Foxtel used to have to press the red button for your own personal camera?
Yes.
That was a red button moment.
Very much so. I just want to be watching McLean for the whole game. Just press red, number 10, please. That's it. Keep the camera on him. That'll do us.
I've got to feed him once more. Next time I want to see him do some breakdancing. Where's Ray Gun when you need her? Now here comes Canberra on the attack once again, trying to squeeze through the middle. Quick roll ball once more. Chance for Stafford, who's ushered back to that 7. Now backpedal once again, just trying to suck out the defenders. Stafford on this right-hand side. Now Cochrane, who has looked likely, brings it up to the 7. Quick roll ball once again. Wiley, Wiley, customer indeed, links up with Cochrane, who has the try. Canberra, well, there is a bit of magic about this team.
I like that play there as well, because they've caught the Bankstown players a couple times now. The player making the touch, just sort of like going too far, like trying to cover his side a little bit too much. Sometimes we'll call it the short side, or, like pull in a corner. And they've caught him out a couple times dragging too far across. So good work from Canberra. And they're out by 2 now. Well deserved, I think. They had the best of the first 10 minutes.
3 tries to 1 as it now comes here for Manu Maliali'i. Works it up 20 metres away. Former NRL player, Nani Manu Malali'i. Now it's worked in here for Colhoun. Drops it down. Last one brought up. Long floating pass. Certainly not finding the mark, though. Webster was waiting out wide for it, but didn't get close to his vicinity.
I don't think anyone was going to catch that.
Maybe us here in the commentary booth.
Well, no one on the field. I think it might have been, is that Kim Perry down there? He might have caught it, put it down in the corner, but he was the only chance.
Maybe he was looking for McLean on the sideline. Wanted another celebration.
It would have been nice. Look at this drive from Canberra. This is why they're up by a couple. They've just sort of found another gear in the last couple of minutes. Bankstown have not been able to go with them just yet. Good work from the City Magic.
Now Plowman works it forward. Lucky to get away with that one. Another penalty coming up here for Canberra City Magic. Got to hold firm here, Bankstown. If this one gets out to 3, could be very difficult to reel them back in. Now floating a little pass as Cochrane gets going again. Good speed. Oh, not a great delivery, though, from Cochrane. It was down towards the shins. Slightly better pass, and they certainly would have gone in. Now Bankstown getting on with things very quickly here with Manu Maliali'i. Good meters on offer for Bankstown. Alderson up over halfway. Quick release there from Webster. Then floated into the hands of Brown, who sends it wider before receiving it back. Brown once more. Draw and pass. It's a nice little ball for Williams. Brown heavily involved, takes another run at them. Last one brought up on this occasion. Donnelly floats a pass, a good one as well. They nearly got on the outside, but a great touch right on the line.
Yeah, pretty good work there. I want to give a bit of a shout out too. I think you mentioned Nathan Loveday earlier in the call, and I just want to give him a bit of a shout out because Bankstown traditionally don't have like a seniors team, or so to put them together and have them up here competing. I think that's a good sign for the club. They're normally quite known for having, in the past, they've had good juniors, and now they've got a really good Prems team. So good work for Canberra, of course, but I'd like to see when the clubs expand and bring teams in different divisions, and that's what we've seen here today from Bankstown.
Loveday then sending it back to the middle. Of course, he's been the architect of getting the boys back together, so to speak. Now Brown works it forward. Donnelly. Little dummy once again from Brown. Numbers in motion, sends it out wide. Oh, great coverage once again from Canberra. This time it was Cameron Burdett who got on his bike and shut down the space.
No, I think it was a yes-no call there. So good honesty from the winger penalty to Bankstown. I think he called, yes, and then the elusive McLean jumped out of the way. So good honesty, and Bankstown with a chance.
He's elusive indeed. Look at the footwork from McLean as well. Now a short little pass there for Williams. Links up with Corey Brown. Brown was thinking about that strike dump, instead opted against it. 13 minutes gone. Strong in the contact is Canberra, so they can't really get that strike at the moment. It's all very slow in those play the balls. Williams back to the middle. Need to set up something here. That's a better one. Williams will now scoop. Sends it out wide for McLean. Can't do anything on this occasion. We know he can produce something special, but that would have taken extendo arms and maybe even a net above the head as well.
Yeah, they tried that a couple of times. I'd like to see maybe do a play against the flow now, or against the grain, like they're sort of setting up and then having plays sweeping or flooding to one side of the field. I think if they go back the other way, they might catch Canberra and maybe grab a try back, get back in this game. But Canberra definitely showing some quality stuff. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the top teams come finals though. They're looking pretty good here.
Lovely draw and pass, and now a chance again. Kennedy holding it in two hands. Nobody there to capitalise on it though. Cochrane eventually hops in at acting half. One-handed scoop got away from the first man, trying to pop a pass, but was set upon by Williams. Oh, and then that one, has it hit the deck? Yes, it has. Nothing Loveday could do to reel it in. So there is the turnover. 3-1 it remains as we hit the halfway point in this match. It's very hot out here in Port Macquarie too. 31 degrees, and Just a reminder, that is in the shade, so it's really roasting out on our stadium field. One positive thing, though, is that wind has picked up, currently behind Canberra City Magic. It's now Rion Murray. Delivers back to the middle and then really backpedaling quite deep here is Cook, bringing it about 20 metres away from the try line. Murray now, hop and a skip, beats the first man, looking for support, finds a pass off the back of one of the Bankstown players, then scooped up by that man who has the fancy celebration in the form of Sam McLean. And so Bankstown survive. Loveday turns it back down a short side, and Bankstown can just get a bit of a roll on here. They haven't had much momentum. I think they need to build some more pressure here against Canberra.
I think so. They definitely haven't haven't got up and down the field as good as Canberra, but they've shown when they get half a chance, they have been able to capitalise, but just need a bit of good ball. Here's a real good chance for them, maybe to get one back.
So restarting things is Alderson. Turns it back to Colquhoun. Alderson. Colquhoun just trying to work over some of these Canberra middles, including Kennedy. Scooped up there and then distributed by Benjamin Howard. Howard now. And the acting half once again sends it to this right-hand side. They had stripped them for numbers, but just couldn't find the final pass. For mine, there was no play at the ball there from Canberra. And yes, referees agreed that will be the turnover.
It was a pretty good play again, like a half chance. Bankstown are going to have to take these half chances if they're to get back in this one.
Canberra, in the meantime, will use that little break in play to get those reinforcements onto the field. Quick roll ball now. A little bit of space through the centre. So they'll take the metres on offer. Quick release once again. Ushering players back underneath. There's Jack Gibson, who's out there now for Canberra. That one shut down, and probably a disappointing set here from Canberra. However, it might end up beautifully. Nothing really doing. Well, why on earth didn't he simply link up there with the man who was pushing through in the form of Plowman? Well, that was bizarre from Canberra. They'd done all the hard work in the form of Stafford, who took off. Plowman pushing through in support. All he had to do was give him the ball.
Yeah, it was a shame there for Canberra. Stafford had a pretty good scoop there. Sometimes you take your foot off the gas a bit thinking it's going to be a try. You probably would have been better served to continue at top speed, get some separation away from the defence, and then give the little feed like you said. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite the Magic. Definitely a big miss, or a big missed opportunity.
Strange option nonetheless, as Loveday now works it into enemy territory. Links up here with Brown. Brown then finds the support of Williams. Brown back to the middle once again. Oh, a little bobble there from Loveday. Reeled it in before he was set upon. Brown once again playing it. Take the metres on offer up to the 7. Scooped here on the last from Donnelly. Threatened to link up with Williams. There's the flick pass, but Donnelly was already caught. And as a result, that will be the turnover with a touch pass. Of course, up next, got Warhope taking on Penrith. Now, Penrith had a nice little hit back to keep their hopes alive, playing a little earlier today. Picked up the win over Newcastle, which currently has them in 4th place. Now, Warhope were a little bit of a surprise packet on day one. Of course, they defeated Penrith. So a second bite at the cherry, if you will, for Penrith. But they have certainly surprised quite a few in that mixed opens division.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams, and it's hard to get a read on them. This should be the game if this makes it.
Oh, Cochrane floated a pass. Now, was it backwards out of the hand and then pushed forward by the wind? It looks to be the case. What a ball from Cochrane. And they're pumped up about that too, the Canberra City Magic. It was a great delivery and a diving effort from Forostenko to get over. Here it is again on the replay, Stanto.
Yeah, big right foot step. He's ripped the ball. You can't pick it up unless you see a flag there. There's a big left to right breeze going across. So as long as that's backwards out of their hands, it's going to be good. If it goes forward, you see the wind catch it and take it forward. And look at the finish. Look at that. Control the ball all the way there. Forostenko. He's put it down a few times, and then he's given it the big heave-ho back to halfway. So he's enjoying himself. Why not? Out by 3 now.
Certainly is, with only 10.5 remaining. Little jinking run here from Bankstown. They'll play it quickly. Now, numbers on this right-hand side. However, Alderson just cutting back in. Had he stayed the course, it was a golden opportunity for Bankstown.
Yeah, certainly good in patches, Bankstown, little moments, but overall, Canberra looking pretty good in this senior division. They'll be definitely going through the final, say, tomorrow.
Oh, and then a great take there from Canberra. The slips catch to keep possession in their hands. It was Stafford once again who's come up with some big plays in this match. And now taking off out of acting half is Wiley, but Wiley is set upon by Pollard. And you can probably see there in the back of the singlets of Bankstown just how strong that wind is. It's really picked up. Upwards of 40 kilometres per hour at the moment. Canberra have enjoyed that wind for probably the past 10 minutes up until that try, because there was a long period there where neither side had managed to get across the line. With only 9.5 to go. I wonder how much that little bit of extra cooling, the extra push upfield helps Canberra, for example. 4-1 the score. They've played about 7 away. Wiley, Cochrane, once again. Cochrane does a great job to serve it on a platter here for Burdett. And Canberra have a fifth, and I think that's the try that kills it as a contest.
Yeah, Canberra just too strong there. Again, really coming into the line at speed. The Bankstown defenders not having a chance to assess and come back at them. They were backpedaling essentially. Didn't have much of a chance. So good work again. Canberra City Magic. They probably started a little bit slow, but they've just really got control of this game. Doing a great job.
Loveday delivering here for Brown. Bankstown needs something. If there were any chance to get back in this match, they need to be next to score, and it needs to come pretty soon. Loveday out for Brown once more. Donnelly waiting for his chance. Delivers for Brown, then Williams, a pass out in front, so he had to reel it back in and then stop on the run. Williams floats it over the top. That's going nowhere fast. And Canberra, they've got every single answer at the moment for Bankstown.
I think so. That's why I was sort of trying to give those tips. I know they're not listening, but I was trying to give those tips to Bankstown, like maybe going against the flow would be better. They seem when they set up their play, Canberra squeeze and go to that side very well. So Bankstown have got to look to be doing something against the flow of play, maybe a dummy to the sweeper, or coming back the other way. So Canberra, they'd be very happy with their D.
Lovely ball through the middle. Cochrane then caught. Oh, they're in all sorts of issues now. Bankstown, as through they go, sending a pass wide once again into the waiting arms of Forrest Stanko, who now has a double, but it was very well done by Rion Murray, who didn't panic. Plenty of time with the ball, took it deep into the in goal and then found support.
Yeah, Murray did well there. It was, again, on the back of the drive, very hard to defend. We've mentioned how hot it is a couple times. You're playing 3 games a day. You're having to backpedal the best part of 50, 60 metres, and then on the end of that, you've got Murray charging at you. So it's not an easy thing to do to defend, and Bankstown coming up a bit short, but pretty good footy there from the Canberra City Magic.
Another one on the board here. Burdett's gone in, Cook, Hughes, Cochrane as well. Now a double for Forrest Stanko. So 6-1 the score. Bankstown have been humbled in this appearance on our main field. Turn back on the inside. That one hits the deck as well. So nothing going to plan for Bankstown. Jake Hughes losing control of that ball.
Yeah, they've had, like I said, they've had a few moments, Bankstown. I think there's just probably, and you probably see it if you haven't got the results in front of me, but I think they would have struggled through a few games, just being able to not put together a 30-minute game. Canberra's doing a better job at keeping the rhythm and controlling their sets and whatnot. So that might be a bit of the story for Bankstown over the day 1 into day 2. Some little moments.
Cochrane down a short side, stays alive. Cochrane then finishes it. Well, he starts it and wraps it up. Geez, he's had a whale of a game, Luke Cochrane. Here it is again on the replay. Just that little jink and the late release into the hands of Plowman. Kept alive by Burdett, and then Cochrane returning to finish things off. And he's been very strong for Canberra.
Yeah, pretty sharp too. Like, I like that finish there. Sometimes, you pass the ball on the overlap and you knock off a bit and you go, that's good, good luck, hope you can score, but Cochrane just trailed on the inside in support, and he was rewarded for his extra effort there.
So now Brown down on this right-hand side. The time ticking away, just over 5 minutes. And was there a loose foot in the rug? Yes, there was, according to the referee. So another set to work with here. Surely this has to be the time.
Yeah, hopefully they can get my, mental telepathy. Trying to convey it across. Run something against the grain here, against the flow. See if they can get their second try.
Brown out to Loveday. You might not even need that, Stanto. 2025 is all about manifesting what you want to see. So you can send out the vibes to them.
Well, we're hoping so, because like I said, they had pretty good effort here. Canberra just a little bit too good. But Bankstown definitely have made it a contest.
And Pollard back for Brown once again. Loveday's very, very close to Brown, so not really running into a hole. So they send it wide. Easy pickings once again. Forrest Stanko's got an athletic build, and he was able to monster Webster there without him getting any chance to try and bat it back towards the middle.
Yeah, pretty good D there. So interesting to see how this one plays out in this division. I think Northern Beaches have been quite strong. Canberra City Magic pretty good.
Here's a chance though now for Bankstown. If they put the foot down, there's a golden opportunity. Back towards the inside. Too much speed. And Manu Maliali'i will score for Bankstown. And another one on the board. And that was a pretty decent try in the end for Bankstown.
Just taking the ball to the line. There was a fair bit of NRL about that one. You mentioned he's an NRL player. There's a fair bit of NRL about that play. Running right to the line and just catching Canberra off. Probably a moment, of just didn't focus as much on the inside there. And Bankstown took the opportunity when provided. Get their second try on the stadium.
So now good meters from Canberra, led by Dylan Hunt as they come out to this right-hand side. Plowman, then Cochrane. Cochrane always dangerous. Bouncing is Wiley. Couldn't find the opening. Two players there to shut him down. Plowman still staying alive. Turns it for Cochrane. He's the kind of player where things just happen around him. Wiley bouncing forward. Were they ever back on side? That's the question Wiley's asking. No is the answer. So surely we look at potentially a play-through there because Wiley wanted to keep going.
Yeah, I think that's a fair request, James. If he's offside, play through, get on with it. Commentator's curse on that one, no play through if you drop it. But 6-2, Canberra City Magic. So I noticed that the Union New South Wales, the Rabbitohs, looking pretty strong. I saw them bat on one of the backfields in this division as well. So it could turn into a, Canberra versus Union New South. We mentioned Northern Beaches. Maybe Wollongong might be the other team that's strong. So I think there'll be some good games in the senior division coming into tomorrow. Certainly the semi-finals and grand final will be something will be quite entertaining.
A lot of that champion Wollongong mixed team. And Loveday hits the deck here. And we're looking to find him in support. He's a little bit ginger as well off the back of it. But yeah, you're right, Wollongong are quite strong. There's a few players that used to play in that mixed opens team. It's been so dominant over the past 4 or 5 years. They've gone up into that 30s division now, and just on that University of New South Wales Rabbitoh side, they actually have a French international playing with them. So he was in the World Cup last year, Remy Miles. And he was very strong for France. Of course, they reached the quarterfinals. So great to have that calibre of player in our 30s division.
I think so. I actually remember playing against him. So there you go. Small world. Small world. I always like when the international players tour. I saw Japan and Singapore on some of the outside fields. So they're actually bringing their whole teams. But I do like when the individual players, get across and develop their game and expose themselves to the Aussie way of touch, I guess.
And certainly where as well, there's a big English contingency who love tuning into the State Cup. Of course, at the moment we're coming to you from KO and Sky Sports New Zealand, so I'm not sure how much they'll get to see, but they'll certainly see all the highlight plays across the socials. So if you're not already following, head across to New South Wales Touch on Instagram and Facebook. So now Loveday hops in at acting half. Chance back to the middle, picked off though from Kennedy. Has he got the wheels? Oh, they set upon him very quickly. Well, there's some quick customers there for the Bankstown side.
Kennedy had to save it. I think Loveday had one hand thinking it was a try. Kennedy just plucked it. I think Bankstown were in for all money, but Kennedy took the gamble, got the result for Canberra. and they're out by 4, and I think they're full of run and coming into finals day. They'll probably have some of those teams like the Rabbitohs on notice.
Inside the final minute now, Cochrane floats a pass, or McLean. Well, if he took that one, I think we would have seen another celebration, but instead, Canberra will get one final look at the line. Work there from Cochrane into the arms of Gibson. 13 seconds on the clock. Plowman, Cochrane back on the inside. This time they marked up well. Cochrane with a hurried pass back to the right-hand side, hits the deck. And that should just about do us. Bankstown don't seem to be in any hurry to get things underway here. Now simply take the touch. So some good moments in particular from Canberra. Highlighted, of course, though, by a cartwheel and a backflip.
Well, that was definitely the moment for the Bankstown. Are they Jets? I think they're Jets again. I'm not sure. But the Bankstown sports team, definitely that would have been their highlight. That first try, a beautiful long ball into the corner. But after that moment, Canberra definitely got up and down the field, got in their rhythm, had a very good dump scoop type mentality, the Canberra City Magic. And we wish them the best coming into finals day. They definitely should be featuring in the semi-final. And they'll be looking to go all the way and being our state champions for 2025.
Dominant performance here against Bankstown. We'll take a very short break across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand, and then up next, mixed opens action as Penrith continue their push for finals football up against the homegrown surprise packets, Warho. That's in just a moment across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
Very important to have these nights, bring all the good work of all the volunteers together, what they mean to the community, and you represent your club and the players. I think it's a wonderful night. It's just great to be amongst the social scene. That's why we play touch mostly. It's not about the sport, it's about getting together with friends, and tonight's a good night for it.
It's our celebration and it's our night off. We don't expect awards. It's not about that, but it's so good to catch up with a former player. There's so many familiar faces.
Awards. It's such an incredible opportunity to have it here at the SCG and just have so many touches in the same room and to celebrate the special moments throughout the year.
South Wales will have to win every remaining division. Once again, New South Wales hit the front of Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. The surprise packets of the tournament. Nearby team Wauchope up against the Vorden Cup winners, Penrith Panthers, and Penrith finally hitting their straps on day two. They were very disappointing on day one, failed to register a single win or point for that matter, but straight away they're starting well. Out to Reed they go, and Penrith have the lead against Wauchope, 1-0 as early as you like, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, pretty good start. Pleasure to join you here for this one in the mix. It's been a very open division, and I think they're going through to an 8-team quarterfinals, I think, from what it looks like on the app. So it's a case of it's all about Sunday footy, and these sorts of games are going to be who's the crossover. We'll see a nice quick release to Manu. Isn't he playing well? He had a big Vorden Cup final, best on ground by a long way. And he wouldn't be the youngest player out there, would he? If he doesn't mind me saying, he's doing really well. Manu Wakely, one of our greats of the game.
He was terrific in their last start against Newcastle as well. It was a must-win game. It put them in front of Newcastle on the ladder. It does indeed look like there's a quarterfinal series for the Mixed Open, so that takes them to 4 points. Newcastle now still sitting on 2. Had that draw a little earlier in the competition against Wallsend. So now Reed. Popping a little pass. Last one brought up Reed off the right foot, then linking back to the middle. They have built as this tournament's gone on, Penrith. So I think if they could snatch another win here, all of a sudden they become a real contender on the last day of the competition.
I think so. And I'd, as well, just to, often talk about some of the players in the middle, but two of my favourite players in this Penrith team are the two wingers. The number 2, Davina Regvani. Hopefully I've got that right. And the number 13, Shah Wakely. They had massive games in the Vorden Cup final. They were the difference in Penrith coming over the top of Manly. So definitely they're two of my favourite players. So I'll be watching out to see what sort of impact they have. And if the Penrith are to go deep, Penrith are to go deep in this tournament, I think their wingers will make a big. There'll be a big reason why.
If you're wondering as well just why Wauchope have come through so strong in this particular competition, is now an in and away here from Windsor and then puts on the wheels. Oh, still going Windsor. Now the afterburners. What a solo effort that is from Windsor.
Wow, it's a bit of Matrix. He was bending everywhere. They can't touch him, James. He's got spiders on him. He must have beat 5 defenders.
This will look great on the replay across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. Windsor just puts on the accelerator. Bang, away from Scott.
Look at this. Whoa. Leaning back between 3 defenders. I'm not sure. I think he beat about 8 of them and there's only 6 on the field. Look at this. Absolutely superb.
Oh, geez, that little, as you mentioned, the duck and the weave, that was like Neo from the Matrix.
Wow.
Dodging bullets out there.
I don't think I'd be able to play with him unless I had a long stick or something to touch him with. That was amazing work. And the Panthers, great try.
2-0 now, and Wauchope getting very close to getting their first try on the board, but called back here from the referees. So on to the 7 they go. Quite a few players in this Wauchope team that used to be with the Port Macquarie side, who were also very strong previously. They've really struggled this tournament, though. None from 4. But the likes of Nixon, the Scott boys, Kobe Smith as well, they all used to ply their trade with Port Macquarie. I think there might be a few others in there too. So a real changing of the guard for Port. And now, of course, Wauchope. Scooped up here from Reed. Penrith carting forward. That man was called offside, so Reed can continue. Floats a pass over the top, and there is Ragvani. You gave her a wrap, and now you can also hand her a try. Penrith, well, they're starting to peak at the right time in this tournament.
Wow, where have we seen this? This is definitely not Friday footy from the Panthers. This is Sunday footy. On the back of the drive, a beautiful scoop there, straight through. I think it was Reed. Took his time, a long ball, and Ragvani, it's not an easy thing to do. It's very windy down there. She held her width. You'll see it here on the replay. had to make the adjustment to get under the ball. Good catch, good finish. And the Panthers get their third. They're looking good, aren't they? The real deal.
It was an uncharacteristic display across day one. None from three. Picked up a win against Newcastle and now could well claim another here against Wauchope, the way things are transpiring. Scott brings it forward, though. Had Smith with him in support, but ultimately didn't utilise him. Scott, and sends it a bit wider here. Now for Brent Nixon. Nixon once again threatening, finds some space out wide. Great coverage back through the middle from Kairua, who just got there in time to make the touch. So back to the 7 goes Wauchope. 5 minutes gone. Nixon to Smith. Then Scott up towards the 7. Good touch made. Last one brought up. Scott short, then again for Smith. Excellently worked from Wauchope. That was a beautiful little bounce and then delivery. And Kobe Smith goes in.
And they needed that. Bit of a settler. Bit of a settler there. You'll see on the replay. It's a nice setup here. Dumping going wide. The quick release from the ground. And then Penrith just got to get over and help, and they weren't able to do it on that occasion.
And Tyrell Scott, wonderful work there, engaging multiple defenders. So 3-1, Penrith against Wauchope. Now floating back towards the middle. Manu Wakely finally gets a taste of the action. He was outstanding against Newcastle in their earlier match today. Wakely, first receiver, that one hits the deck. Turnover now, so Wauchope on the attack. Tristan Scott with a little dummy. More metres on offer now for Tyrone Flanagan. They'll keep powering forward. So an excellent roll on here from the local team. Nixon gets into the action. Links up with Smith. Nixon now hopping in an acting half, threatening this Penrith line. Sends it wide. Had he looked back toward the middle, though, there was a great unders line that was run. And I think they would have come very close to scoring.
I think so. It's a good spot. We often call it unders or a trail line, like trailing a runner. It's definitely very effective in all divisions, but probably more so in mixed. Good to see Penrith too having the full complement of players. I think the Vorden Cup, they played a couple players short. They had a few injuries, but they've been able to recruit well there from the local comp, and they've got their full complement. And they definitely could cause a lot of trouble in this mixed tournament if they get through to Sunday. And certainly the first 5-10 minutes they are looking good so far.
Now this would take them to 8 points if this result remains as it is with Penrith in front. That would well and truly book their place in Sunday's final series. Wauchope now with Tristan Scott. Finding a little bit of space here. The dummy, and then Tyrell is looming. Tyrell Scott gets involved again. Tristan was looming also on this right-hand side.
Super play. Very unlucky. Little short ball would have been a try. So unlucky there for Wauchope not to get the result.
A little bit of confusion here, but Tyrell Scott will eventually get us back underway. Slowing things down through the middle here. Eventually met. Then Scott just took his eyes off the football. He was taking a look at the pressure from Ashby, and the ball comes free. So 3-1 it remains. Penrith in front. 8 minutes gone. Reid has been excellent so far for the Panthers. Good meters now from Krusek. Reid back to Krusek. Has them backpedaling. Reid once again, the hop and the skip. Little dummy. Did he get all the way through? Yes, he did. Krusek then arrives. However, a late call from the officials. They'll bring it back to the spot. He nearly did get away from them, Reid.
It was a pretty good scoop there. I think he would have only just got back on side. I've been really honing in on the mascots today, James. We haven't got a Tari mascot yet. Now, for Wauchope, is it possible that they're the wedge-tail eagles? Is that possible?
See, I thought Tari was the Firehawks or something along those lines.
Yeah, their logo's a ball that's on fire, and we couldn't quite work it out. We didn't get anyone message us through on what the logo was called. And then with Wauchope, I can see the big eagle on their shirt, and the wedge-tail eagle springs to mind. That might be a little bit of a hobby for me, I think, with all the new affiliates and all the great clubs in New South Wales, trying to keep track of all the mascots, all the logos.
In order to keep track of Penrith, though, Wallhope will probably need to be next to score here. They'll take the meters on offer, heading out to this right-hand side of that Penrith defensive outfit, trying to find a little gap. It was Trick that picked up good meters. Now back into the action is Scott. It's now Wallhope bring it to the middle of the field and eventually to their right. Now Scott, dancing feet, links up again with Smith. There's the golden combination. Scott to Smith, and geez, he's the hot stepper.
Well, Wallhope showing why there's been a bit of talk about him in this competition. Having the ability to connect passes and put a try on. The referees are working this one out, but we see a big left foot step, and he held his width there, Smith, really well. This try might end up being called back, but it might have been a forward pass at the ruck, but there didn't seem to be a lot in it, and if it is called back, which it is, very unlucky for Wallhope. I just had a message come through. It's wedge tails. The Wallhope wedge tails. So my old wedge tail eagle business, I was expanding it, maybe unnecessarily.
Look, you're pretty spot on, but I think it's always a good educated guess, really. Look for the alliteration.
Well, I saw the wedge tail eagle, and I thought I'd go with the whole thing. Wallhope wedge tail eagles, and I just saw on my phone the note come through. Wallhope wedge tail. So great to see them here, and I like when Port Macquarie or Wallhope, the locals, when they're competing and doing well, it's always healthy for touch. I love seeing the regional teams doing well.
Does it get shortened even further to wedgies, perhaps?
Oh, I left that open. I opened the door to that, didn't I? My fault, everyone at home watching. I did open the door.
Never leave yourself
James
open
Preston.
to a wedgie, Stanto.
I left.
That's the number one rule in life, I think.
We're one of our sponsors, Budgie Smugglers, so maybe you can wrap all that together into some type of promotion. But good
Here
chance
is
here for
Nixon now trying to get something on the board here. Couple of dummies and double pumps, or how they simply allow it to arrive in the arms of that winger out wide. It would have landed directly in her hands, but our man in the middle here had a big grab at it. It was Ben Middleton who just tried to reel it in, but if it was left to the devices of Josie Boys, she would have scored. But just on that point, Stanto, I'll tell you what, Budgie Smugglers, you can't get a wedgie with them. They're elastic. They stretch.
So can we get Budgie Smugglers to sponsor the Wallhope wedge tails?
There it is. We've come full cycle.
There we go. That'd be nice. We'll try and get Wallhope a sponsor for next tournament.
Now Reid floats it wide. Good chance once again here for Penrith. Oh, shut down very quickly on that occasion. Ruben Trick, he's come up with some good plays in the past 5 minutes.
I think so. Just that last 30-second, that sequence that went through, that's why I think Penrith can maybe cause some trouble tomorrow in finals day. They've just gone coast to coast without a whole lot happening. Just really good rhythm, very good drive. So Penrith definitely a bit of a dark horse coming into Sunday.
Now Flanagan with the bucket hat. Sends it back towards the middle of the field. Little bobble there from Tristan Scott. Now up towards the 7. Flanagan takes off. Good footwork. Holds it in 2 hands. Oh, lovely work from Flanagan. But they've just done enough there, Penrith. Good pressure because it was uncomfortable for Stephen Blair. And as a result, it hits the deck.
Pretty good drive here again from Penrith. You see they're getting a little bit better with this. And we did mention the Wakely family. They're actually on all together here. Shah, Kirsty and Manu.
Won't get a chance to launch a raid, though. Here is the turnover.
I don't think I've ever said Wakely to Wakely to Wakely, but they dropped the ball, or we might have had that. So we've got Manu and Kirsty in the middle and their daughter Shah on the wing. So touch, we often talk about it being a family sport, but not too many sports you get to play elite touch with mum, dad and daughter.
So now Smith working it forward. Scott hops in and acting half as well. Smith. Have a little look at the line. Nothing really doing here for Wallhope, though. And now a little turnover as well.
So Penrith 3-1. Seems like there's been a fair bit happening, but we're not even at the halfway mark in this game. It just shows when both teams, play a bit of an up-tempo game. Lots of opportunities. Sort of engages you in the game, and you think we're sort of at the back end, but we're only at the halfway mark. So Penrith 3-1 looking good. Wallhope seeing if they can bounce back. Couple missed opportunities for Wallhope. So let's see how they go in this second half. Definitely this game's still in the balance. If Penrith are able to go another couple gears, they'd be setting themselves up for a big Sunday if they plateau out a bit, this Warhope Wedgetails team's got a very good opportunity to come back and steal this game from them.
So now Warhope once more in good field position, about halfway through this match. Started quite strongly, but this game sort of petered off a touch. Both teams have slowed up a fair bit. Nixon floating about this 7 metre mark. Flanagan there with him. Plays it. Flanagan back to Nixon, then Flanagan always set upon by Reed. Incidental contact, it was strong. Flanagan, to his credit, didn't complain. Nixon now drops it down, short side radar. Nixon, the little dummy, then taking off. Was there a touch? Yes, there was, and it was done by Scigliatano. So Warhope back onto the mark. Late call here. Offside is the decision. So another set for Warhope. Great chance to build some pressure. Trick drops it down. Nixon, quick release for Flanagan. Big right foot step, then the left. Scigliatano again makes the touch. Flanagan, just couldn't get the clean scoop. Wanted to find Nixon quickly. Just got a little ahead of himself.
You mentioned probably the energy dropped off a bit. Let's see if he'll kick again. We've got another 10-15 to go.
There's Reed over the top there of Josie Boyce, who wasn't happy with it either. She gave him a mouthful afterwards.
There should always be minimum force, particularly if it's a male-female matchup. So that was a bit unfortunate, and a deserved penalty to Warhope.
Tough little thing though, Josie Boyce. Quickly back to her feet, ready for the next assignment. Nixon then out here for Scott, who carts it forward. Smith just dropping it off now. This has been the golden combination so far for Warhope. They've put on 2 tries together. Now this time Nixon is the one who receives it from Smith, and he goes right up the middle. And now Warhope, they are back in a big way. So Smith and Scott, they've got across the line twice. One of them was pulled back. The other one certainly was a try.
Yeah, it's a tough assignment there. You'll see Manu Wakely. He's got the 2 female defenders to his right. The long ball puts him into a one-on-one. He's trying to protect the right side or towards the top of the screen, and wasn't able to get the job done on that occasion. A beautiful step back off the left foot, and Warhope well and truly back in this one. 3-2. Let's see if Penrith can bounce back. Nice quick release from Manu. They've got numbers if they can get it there. Out to Shah Wakely on the wing. And James Preston. There was a bit of Wakely magic there. And Penrith get their 4th try.
Certainly was into the hands of Wakely out wide. So intergenerational talent here, of course. Manu, Kirsty, Shah, all involved in this one. Shah getting across the line on this occasion. So Penrith just out to that 2-try buffer once again, 4-2.
And that's why Manu Wakely's such a class player. We were just talking about the previous set where Penrith had let a try in, and it was a little bit tough for Manu in the D, and then he's just bounced back off the tap-off and put a try straight back on Warhope to keep the lead at 2.
So Smith once again for Scott. Scott taking off. Well, they're going to call here for the penalty, but geez, had they played through with the advantage, Scott actually goes over untouched, and that would have been a try. I can only imagine there was also some sort of incident in the roll ball itself.
Yeah, there might have been, because I think Warhope would have liked a bit of advantage there.
So now Scott, Smith, Nixon once again, big dummy. Trying to get on the inside there of Nia Hutchings. Scott caught on this 7-metre mark. Back to Smith once again. Smith then hopping in and acting half. Nixon, good step, sends it wide. Oh, great take from Boyes out wide. What a ball from Nixon, but geez, Josie Boyes had a lot of work to do. She's been in the wars today, but she was task-focused there.
Yeah, you mentioned she bounced back after that previous contact. How about the finish? It's a beautiful long ball, but it's only as good as the finish, because Wakely had a good read and ran out with the flight of the ball, but it was Boyes a catch and put down all in one motion. That was the difference there. Top shelf stuff there from Warhope, and they're back within one.
So now Wakely works it up towards the 7. Stepping off. Good touches made on that occasion by Warhope, ushering them back to the 7. Penrith in front, 4-3. Warhope not going away though. Still a long time left in this one, 10.5. Scott shuts down the space. And here is the turnover, so they're growing in this one, Warhope, but unfortunately that ball comes free, and that might just offer a golden opportunity here to Penrith to potentially go back in front by 2. So now inside the final 10 minutes of play. Reid through the middle once again. A little bit wider still. Patterson. Wakely turns it to the middle. Patterson throwing long. Ragvani, nothing she could do about that. Just didn't have the legs on it, that ball. So 4-3 it remains. 9.5 to go. Krusek will enter the action once again. I think it's still too far away from full time to really get an idea of who's going to come away with the 4 points in this one.
Yeah, I was expecting Penrith to kick, and they did get those couple tries to get it to 4-2, but then Warhope's come back at the Panthers, so hasn't really gone the way I thought it would, and it's made for a pretty good matchup, and we're going to have a big last 10 minutes here.
So now Nixon takes off. Once more shut down. 4-3 it remains. Less than 9 to go. Out here for Shah Wakely. Set upon very quickly by Warhope. Wakely back through the middle. Then Reid nice and quick. Straightening up is Hutchings. Good carry on this occasion from Kairua. Floating a pass, or just a little bit too tight there was Hutchings. Had she opened up her run a touch, there was a bit of a gap, but nonetheless, Penrith can't capitalise, so they just can't put Warhope away here.
Yeah, they've been on the edge of it, and maybe that's one of the things they'll have to improve coming into tomorrow, trying to keep the energy up for the full 30 minutes. I know it's easier said than done, but that's what's going to be needed for both those teams if they want to go deep in this tournament.
Now Scott with a nice carry. Had the chance to play short there for Leilani Granger, who had pushed up in support. There's just the acknowledgement from Scott. Got that one a little bit wrong. Granger was there in support. A little bit wider still. They also had the option of a winger who was unmarked at the time. Shelby Granger, so the two Granger girls out there. And the 6 and the 1 respectively. Penrith with this 4-3 advantage. It's been an almighty comeback from them. Now Reid is acting like he's been whacked in the head here. That one deserves an Emmy, I think, Stanto. It was a very soft touch, really.
I think maybe they messed up his hair. He was trying to comb it back
I sense
down.
a little jealousy in how you said that.
I think he wanted a bit of a... I think he was just playing for the penalty. There wasn't a lot in that. I think you won't mind me saying that he was playing for the penalty. Got the penalty, and Penrith now looking for that 5th try. I don't know whether 4 is going to be enough to win this one. So they definitely can't put the cue in the rack. They've got to find another try or two, the Panthers.
It's a Krusek set upon there by Smith. Reid just tracking back to the middle. Drop down quickly from Krusek. Reid takes off. Now looks for a pass. Oh, there was 2 through the middle who were trying to latch on to the end of that one, but instead it found the hands of Scott. Warhope survive again, Stanto.
Only just. It almost looked like the runners got confused with what channel or what hole they wanted to hit. So Warhope lucky to get out of that. And now 4-3. Hard to pick a winner, but I just feel like I'm sort of waiting in anticipation for Penrith to go another gear, but they haven't found it yet.
Now Ruben Trick crabbing across to this right-hand side of the field. Turned away, so this stalemate remains. I think both teams are out on their feet here. Less than 6 to go. Brindy's warming up. Of course, they'll be on next few at home across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand up against the Central Coast. It's in our Women's Open division. It's Penrith up towards halfway. Once more, another short pass there from Prakash. And Reid carting it forward. Windsor once again takes off, and again he splits them. Geez, he's just got this awkward running style. The dodging, the ducking, the weaving. Warhope don't want a bar of it. It's like he has COVID and they don't want to come near him.
I'm not sure how awkward it is. I love it. It's fast. It's elusive. Have a look. He just out of nothing. Similar to the first run he made. He just said, see you later. You give him a space. Pin the ears back. And that's that fifth try that the Panthers fans would have wanted. And thrown down the gauntlet now to Warhope. If Warhope don't bounce back soon, the Penrith will be on their way to the finals on Sunday.
So Scott, then for Smith. Short side rate again for Scott. Geez, I would have liked to have seen them just do the quick dump right there on that try line, because Penrith were relaxing probably a bit too much for that situation. Now Scott comes up with the flick pass into the hands of Nixon. Oh, what a finish! Over the top of Wakely he goes. That is outstanding from Nixon. It comes out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, good honesty there too from Shah Wakely. I think for a moment Nixon thought there might have been a touch, but Shah correctly said she didn't make it. A beautiful dive over the top. We'll check it here on the replay. A big left foot step, pop the ball, a flick around the back. We're seeing all the skills and over the top. Wow, what a finish.
Well, that was straight out of the NFL, that finish from Nixon. How athletic was that? So 4 to go. 5-4 Penrith just can't put them away. Wakely then pops a pass, delayed. That could be it. Oh, no, we're going to come back. Wakely can't believe it. So if he was offside initially and then the touch pass is called, surely again that's another play through, and thus should be a try in the corner for Shah Wakely.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the call was. Manu's probably got a legitimate gripe there on that play, but he's still got another opportunity. 5-4. You'd think that's the second penalty. So let's see whether Penrith can extract a third penalty and get into a 6-on-5 scenario.
Wakely takes off once again, got very close. Has he gone better than close here? This time I think they're going to give him the thumbs up. No, once again denied. So 3-9 on the clock, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Wakely plays it about 7 away. Patterson sends it over the top. Oh, Shah Wakely bends the body, finishes in the corner. I don't think there's any way that they've got a touch on her. And yes, there it is now awarded. Shah was adamant.
Shah Wakely, that's why we're giving raps. We don't just hand them out for free. She's been amazing throughout Vorden Cup, and have a look at that finish. I tell you what, not many wingers can finish like that. Absolutely superb catch and put down. Didn't really give Warhope defensive line a chance. And a super try from a super player. Penrith back out by 2.
So Nixon up towards the 7. Now Scott. So 6-4 the score. Warhope must come away with points from this set. Try and stay alive in this contest. Smith. Scott, short side. Great footwork again, beats them. He's so hard to contend with. Josh Sims this time left clutching at thin air. And once again, Warhope remain alive in the contest.
Yeah, well, they won't go away. They keep bouncing back. That's why there's been a bit of talk about this Warhope mixed team. Very resilient. They keep finding that bounce back try. Just need to try and get a stop. Try and hold out Manu Wakely. Seems to have the ball on a string here, creating opportunities everywhere. And 6-5 with 90 seconds to go. If Penrith can get a try here, you would think it's the game.
Oh, and then Penrith stepping off the left foot. They've done exactly that, Stanto. And again, that was sort of an innocuous one where it looked like they were all covered. Just the great footwork right at the line, squeezes through 7-5, and that will do it.
Yeah, it was almost like they were looking for maybe a move or something wide of the play, and Penrith just with a nice little short ball put down caught Warhope off guard. And now with coming into the last minute, you'd expect Penrith to get the result here, and they've got it done. They haven't been amazing, but they've definitely showed an improvement from what we saw on day one, James.
I think this has been a real game of moments. It's looked sluggish at times. Other moments it's just been absolutely electric. I've written down here at least 6 different tries which are just cracking finishes and great setups, but in between it has really just trudged on at times. There's another great from Nixon. Yeah, I think you're right. That sort of the movement up the field at times has been very slow as well. We haven't seen a great deal of momentum from either team. It's just sort of been eventually the pressure down that end of the field will tell.
And I think Warhope, there's been a couple of opportunities. You mentioned that one where it could have been a playthrough and they went back for the penalty. Like, there's a couple 50-50s, didn't help Warhope, missed opportunities. So they would be thinking, wow, this game got away from us a bit. I think from the Penrith side of the ledger, they'd be happy to see the improvement in a day 2 and give them a bit of momentum coming into finals day. So
here is the siren. Last chance saloon here for Warhope. Nixon takes off, does find support, and they will get a consolation try at the end. So they'll fall one short. Aisha Sheen gets across the line. So 7-6 the final score. Penrith were made to work for it, but a much better showing on day. Huge improvements. They've come up with 2 victories after a winless day 1, Stanto.
Yeah, very good bounce back. So it sets us up for a big day 3. The mixed competition and the men's, like the B division, with so many teams in those divisions, really hard to get a win and to pick a winner. So I think day 3 tomorrow is very exciting in those 2 divisions, and of course the men's field is pretty spread, and the women's, it's a bit of a who can beat the Roosters, who can catch the Roosters. So there's a big finals day coming up.
Certainly is, and of course we've still got a couple of matches coming your way here for day 2. Don't go too far, all the action next as we welcome the Women's Open back to our stadium field. The Canberra Brinities taking on the Central Coast in just a moment on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You can start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet.
I've got a 2-try hero here from the Penrith Panthers. Make a couple of long-range efforts, Joshua Winter.
Yeah, no, the other boys did all the hard work, and I just came on and saw a bit of space and went for it. So yeah, it was good to help the team out there.
Well, look, Stano and I have talked about it. You could well double as a double for Neo in the Matrix. Some of those bends that you do as you're doing those swerving runs. It's sort of an unusual style how you beat defenders.
Yeah, no, just guy went for me, so I tried to step back a bit, and yeah, it worked out. So happy with that.
Now, obviously a big improvement for you guys on day 2. It was a tough day 1, none from 3, but 2 good wins now against, of course, Warhope, who got you yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think just building up on the team chemistry. Obviously, a few of us just coming into the team, so Seems to be gelling a bit better now, and we're got a few wins on the board today.
And there's not really any sort of sense of feeling the weight of expectation, having already won Vorden Cup, for example?
No, I think everyone's sort of pretty level-headed with it.
Well, Josh, thank you so much for your time and congratulations. Hopefully a big day on Finals Day Sunday.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, James. Good win from Penrith there in the Mixed Open. We get into the second last game of the day. Women's Open action. These two teams coming out of Pool B. It's the last Women's Open round for these Pool B competitors. Brindisi taking on Central Coast. Unfortunately, doesn't look like either one of these two teams will be progressing through to the quarterfinals, but you still want to finish your tournament off in style here, Gab. A victory is what they'll be both chasing here in this next 30 minutes.
I'll tell you what's a certainty, Scott, that a team in red and blue will be the victors at the end of this game.
Oh, they're killing the commentary box at the moment. We'll do our best here to decipher who it is, and I can tell you who has scored this try to open us up. The Brindis there getting it nicely. They're straight away from the tap-off.
Yeah, it was Keisha Kapia, and she just put the foot to the floor there and straight through. We'll see on the replay. Big smile on her face, high fives all around. You cannot start the game better than that. And if we see the replay here, there wasn't really too much on, but she just burnt her for speed, dives over in the corner. Beautiful pass there, and Keisha Kapia. That was looking good.
Yeah, she's probably the one to look for here in this Canberra Brindis team. Made her debut for the Emus earlier on in the Trans-Tasman this year. Now Central Coast, nice ball out in front. Just dips away though in front of Liz Bauer. So great start from the girls from Canberra, looking to get their first victory. They've had a couple of draws along the way, so there's been games that have been there for them and they've been competitive. They just haven't been able to chalk up that victory. We'll no doubt look back on those couple of games where they had the draw, because they turned those into wins. They'd definitely be much higher and possibly with the chance of sniffing a quarterfinal for this year's State Cup.
Yeah, it makes a difference. Every game counts, every try counts. We'll see here another little break down that left-hand side. She's switching back in. She could pop it again, but it's last touch there. So it was Mia Curtis ended up with the ball for the Brindis. And they may not have too much to play for in terms of making through to the finals, but you can see what it means to both teams. As we see Leilani Montgomery, one of our NRLW stars, plays for the Gold Coast Titans. She's played touch and Oztag and all other sports, junior sport growing up, but she's here back playing the sport she loves in touch.
Good flow downfield here from Central Coast. Pick up and go looking for offside players. Can't get them. So the teams are in contention quarterfinal-wise at the moment in this pool. East, Canterbury, West and Doyleson are your top four. And in Pool A, Newcastle, Manly, Wallsend and North. All sitting in the top four coming into this last round. Pool A has completed. They had their last round a little bit earlier. 7 teams here in Pool B. So we just have this one final round this afternoon. Now Central Coast over the halfway line.
This is looking better here for the Central Coast. They're recycling the ball. They've got over to their box with a lot of speed. Now they're coming on. They've got good flow at the back end of this set.
Now pick up and go. Nice footwork in getting away as well. Just needs someone to pop up in support and running straight into traffic, but did a great job there, Lily Westerman, to get that one down. She was half a whisker away. Still asking the question. I think she liked the look of that one.
It was an amazing put down because there was a lot of traffic there, and you see she's now muscling up in defence, a diving touch to start the set, but it was very close there for Central Coast.
Good roll down for Canberra here. Still got one more to touch, one more to come, and Central Coast are giving them the 7 metre at the moment. Fifth and final play, a little show and go. Gee whiz, they marched downfield pretty nicely there.
Yeah, it was a really good set there by Brindis as well. They went from end to end and nearly went behind the line at the back end of that set. And it looks like they're going direct for the start of this Central Coast, and now they'll take it over to their box. And Scott, what I'm impressed about with both teams is the ball movement we're seeing early on in this match.
Yeah, it might be a little bit more free-flowing footy here in this game. Coaches might have taken the shackles off. You see girls go out there and play. finish this tournament off in style. And the Central Coast with a bit of space down that right edge. Just couldn't get that final pass. They were starting to work themselves into this game nicely after leaking that try early on.
Yeah, sure. Whereas again, we see a nice little wraparound play there from their own line. They're not scared to roll it round. There was Ella Kelly taking it upfield here for the Brindis, and they're over halfway, and it's end-to-end action at the moment.
Now Lou Bobble coming into the play ball. Oh, diving. Grunge from the crowd as well. Another good slips catch. Seen some great hands from some of our players.
Sure have. Summer of cricket, people are watching, but no better game to watch than what we're seeing right now here as Central Coast marching up the field. Referees called play on. What can they get at the back end of this set?
Just kicking away from the Brindis defence. They've got all their numbers camped down this left-hand side of the field. The final pass goes awry.
Yeah, they ran out of space down here on that left-hand side. Because there was 4 players there, they had no option but to be running laterally, so there was no space for them to go straight through. They won't be too disappointed where they ended the set all the way down on the Brindis line.
Nice, simple, direct running, though, for Canberra. Capia just loops one out in front. It's good defensive pressure, though, as she was passing the ball. Central Coast up in the face.
Yeah, they're straight as an arrow, though, when they're running direct straight through, trying to find an offside player and find a gap towards that back end. Probably a little bit more throwing the ball around here by Central Coast, but same results at the moment. They're just going end to end, testing each other out with the early ascendancy with the Canberra Brindis.
Now they'll play it on the 7-metre line, coming into the last. Thrown straight into Capia there, but they'll say it will be a repeat set. Getting up into that passing channel. No complaints there from the Brindis. Central Coast diving in. Oh, wow, that's a tough carry. Caitlin Hickey putting the body on the line.
Yeah, she almost dived into the lap of one of the Brindis players there. It was quite a high dive there by Hickey. Still plenty of touches up here. See what they can do. Looks like they're going to come run down the sweep play. Oh, and unfortunately there for Stella Hall, she couldn't quite take the catch, but she was running at speed round on that sweep.
It's been pretty back and forth between these two teams after that opening try from Canberra. Balls are forward from the crowd. Referees play on. Last touch of the set. Short ball off the hip. And Henriksen caught in possession there in the last.
She nearly snuck through there, Henriksen. It took a good touch from her adjoining number from the other team in Westerman.
Oh, and Central Coast looking to shift and get it across to their box. They will make a few changes though, which will definitely help.
And they have been happy to shift the ball. They've had good success with it so far in this first 7 minutes. That's probably the first error they've come up with. Will Brindis make them pay?
Ella Kelly sends it in field. Now she'll get herself back around as she offloads. Daisy Craig gets it back from her again. Strong contact on the touch, forces them back out to the 7. Now back in field as Guest plays it. Last touch, coming across. Again, just running out of room. Would have been looking for someone to cut in under.
Yeah, penalty given at the end of the set, but I want to make a shout out there to Central Coast and their defence coming up off the line. They've made an error there in attack, but in defence you'll note that last set. I'm interested to see if they do it again. They were pushing right out past the 7. It was forcing the Brindy team back 10, 11 metres out from the line. So you can see here again, they're getting out fast, they're getting out hard, trying to put pressure on the Brindy's attack.
Penalty here. Early in the set. Restarts the touch count. Looking for more points. Central Coast holding at the moment.
Yeah, solid defence there by Erica Stoddard for the Central Coast.
Now early ball and great one as well. They've gone back-to-back here, the Canberra Brindis, and that was a quality try.
Yeah, beautiful cutout pass there, left to right. Recipient being Kira Hung. So you can see here, they go down. They engage a couple of players there. And a beautiful cutout pass. It was Daisy Craig, so we know she's got talent. And it was on show there, Scott. So see, she engages 2 defenders. We're looking here on the replay again. Gets it back from the acting half. Beautiful cutout. The winger from Central Coast had come in, and it's 2-0 to the Brindis.
Got some talent coming out of this Canberra region at the moment. We saw the ACT Raiders have a good showing at the championships this year in the Women's Open. Promising signs.
Definitely a region and area on the rebuild, and it's good to see. And it's great that they've got teams in our Premier divisions as well.
Kapia looks like she left it behind.
So here's an opportunity now if they can get it. They look like they're going to make subs. If they could have shifted it to the left straight away there, Central Coast. There was a little half opening.
They're desperate for points. Down by 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that was Evie Walkerton there that had a dive at the line.
They come back to her now as she plays it. And looking just to burrow in underneath. Contact made there on Highland. And the looping ball finishes off out in front of Erin Farah.
And it's still hot out there, even though we're just cutting close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was just out on one of the backfields watching a game, and it's still very warm, Scott. So at the back end of probably 4 games for these girls today. It's a massive effort to still be able to run hard, as we see an error there in the roll ball by the Brindis. So again, another opportunity. Brindis are making subs. Central Coast are content just to make their own subs, and that might be, they've called play on the referee. Might have been lucky to get away with that one, Walkerton. They've got a fresh set of legs on now here out to the left-hand side. We'll see what they can do with it.
Still warm, confirmed, 29 degrees as we speak. Very hot for late afternoon here in Port Macquarie. Probably would have been keeping one eye on the draw going, oh, at least we got the late afternoon. It'll be nice and cool by then. That's a good way to finish off the day. Not so much, but this is a good way to finish off this set. And they've been toiling and working away, trying to get their first on the board. And it comes now.
Yeah, we'll look on the replay here, and it was all Evie Walkerton. She opened up that space beautifully, popped it back on the inside on that boy play. Looks wide, goes really, really wide. The trail defender couldn't get back and across in time, and it was Caitlin Hickey that was the recipient of that. They needed that, the Central Coast. They're back in the game, 2-1.
The Brindis from the restart shifted out to McDonald. Short side to start with, breaks on. Good touch from Ashland Highland. Do they throw it around? They concede it. Finish it off on the sideline. So a nice little win there for Central Coast, scoring in the last set. Stopping the Brindis next time around.
And again, that's that they're trying to offload, they're trying to promote the ball. She almost kicked it there, trying to get it back up was Stoddard, but yeah, again, they're making a few errors now as we're getting to the midway point of this game with that same expansive style of touch.
Kapia again.
Oh.
Surely couldn't have got that ball away. Did a good job, just wasn't quite in time. You can see that.
No, we'll see the replay. Excellent defence there. It was Paris Mooney, and she came up, and Kapia did not know she was there. And she got a penalty for her team.
Ball rolling around. Some decent contact. Couldn't secure the ball coming into the ruck.
No, Leilani ended up on the ground there and pleaded with the ref that should have got a penalty. But has to get back and defend now. As we see a nice little run here by Kapia. Gee, she's doing some work for her team. She's leading by example, as we'd expect.
Edgeworth as well with another strong carry off the back of it. Daisy Craig in from half. Was instrumental in one of their 2 tries. This time loops it over the top. Coming to make the touch there on Ella Kelly.
Yeah, there's a little opportunity out there to the left, but great defence by the winger. Came in and snuffed it out. That's a better pass.
Really got him on the front foot. They need to flow off the back of it. They'll get the penalty as well. Just get caught up in the ruck there, the Brindis.
When they get that recycling of the ball right, it looks very good, Scott.
Just smart, simple footy. And now puts him in a good position to attack yet again. Inside ball. And good touch made there from Corcoran. You can probably hear choppers in the background. It's been a busy day for our fire service personnel, leaving from Port Macquarie and heading to fires. There was fires earlier on this morning north. If you tuned in to the coverage, quite a thick smoke haze around. It's actually drifted out to be a nice day here in Port Macquarie, but we know there's still fires around different spots in New South Wales at the moment. And our thoughts are with those that are in those testing conditions this afternoon. Final touch here for the Canberra Brindis. Back infield, Kapia, little skip across, gets in behind. Nice work there from Central Coast just to hang.
Yeah, so midway through this game, it's 2-1. Canberra Brindis still over the Central Coast, but there's still plenty to be played out here. They're going direct here first, which they've done a few times Central Coast before they swing it out wide and get the fresh legs on. They're making some good metres. They're making the Brindis. They're on the back foot now with that recycling play. Getting some good flow off the back, Scott.
They just need the polish now to finish. It's the last touch. We're just looking around at options. Switch play, switches them straight back in to the Brindis defence. So a bad position here to start their set.
Good position for the Brindis. They didn't panic there. They kind of dealt with the onslaught of them going, and then they just got back in position, ready to defend that last touch.
Edgeworth has been a real meter eater for them throughout this game. This is better flow coming in towards the back set. Good defence as well.
I was thinking the same with Edgeworth. She only knows one direction. It's straight forward. She's made a lot of metres for her team, which at the back end of these days and these tournaments, you need a couple just to put their hand up and say, I will take the ball forward for you.
And there's a carry going forward from Paris Mooney. Ashland Highland plays it on the halfway line. Stoddard down on the last. Little wraparound play. Well covered so far. Good speed and just making the touch. There's Amity Edgeworth. And we mentioned what she's been doing ball in hand, but she had a big defensive play to make there.
She sure did, because Leilani saw a little opportunity down that side. Last touch, and here she is again, Edgeworth, just taking those metres on offer. Coming off for a well-earned rest, but her team's now going to have to defend. There's been a forward pass noted by the referees, so they're going to have to go back, and it opens the door slightly here for Central Coast, trying to even up the score.
Stoddard played on the first. Ooh, fingertips there. Evie Walkerton.
And she's been dangerous, Evie Walkerton. She had a really good game for her team.
Just get that one in the back of the memory, out the back door. And the Brindis rolling forward yet again. Kapia looks at options this time, holds it up. Last touch, they'll come back to her now.
Oh,
little show and go. Just held off her momentarily when we saw her run away to open up the scoring with the first try of the game, and another one to her ball. She's got a double.
Yeah, very skillful. We look on the replay. Ball in two hands. Looks like I'm going to throw left. Fools the defender. Goes straight through. We saw her have to run and show her speed. That was her footwork. Nice little dummy. Gives her team a 2-try lead. Well done again, Keisha Kapia.
A handy little lead as well. 11 minutes left to go. Points have been tough to come by. As they put the Brindis in a good position here in this game. They'll defend their line. They've got one more touch to make here in this set. So Westerman whips it back in. Bow will finish it off in the corner.
Well defended there by Brindis. See if they go away. They'll probably go away first and then come back, as we see with most box sets. So they go away, trying. Oh, beautiful hands there. Looks like that's Edgeworth again, Scotty.
And then picks up a good 10 metres off the back of it as well. And now they get the penalty.
A dipping of the hat there for what Amity Edgeworth is doing for her team. It's not fancy, but it's much needed.
Every team needs an Edgeworth, don't they? Just that one player that's just going to cart you forward time after time. And the Brindis, oi! Well, that just kind of... Not too sure what happened there, actually. Looked like the pass was coming. Maybe there was the contact as well. They just shot it up into the air.
Yeah, I'm not sure what quite happened there, but nothing good for Brindis at the... they still had a couple of opportunities. Could have been the defence there from Central Coast. Just kind of rushed on her a little bit. Wasn't sure whether to pass, whether to run. And it just popped out of the hands in the wrong direction.
Westerman pushing the pass. Central Coast, on the other hand, they're trying to claw their way back into the game. Under 10 minutes to go. Pushing the pass. Coming up trumps for them here in that last set. It's a big defensive set here for Central Coast. They don't want to leak another one. They go down by 3.
And they've brought Kapia on, and she skips outside. Oh, well defended there. It was Erin Farrer on the far wing for Central Coast, and a touch that needed to be made.
Kapia sends it back infield. Edgeworth from half, scoops it with the left hand.
Oh.
She's got a ball as well. Just held up in the breeze in the end.
It did. It looked like it was going to get out to the winger with ease, and then all of a sudden it kind of put itself in reverse gear. We'll see on the replay here. She goes through, up it goes. It looked like it was going over the top of the winger's head, and it ended up not even getting to her.
It's almost like that chopper flew back overhead again and just pushed the ball straight back down. Looked good up until that point. Little show and go and gone.
It's Montgomery. She's just got to find a support, and that's what they needed. And it's Erica Stoddard, and it was with number 23, Leilani Montgomery, when somebody needed to stand up. She was the one to do it, and this is going to look good on the replay. She's from halfway. She dummies one way, goes out, dummies the other way, steps through, nobody in sight except her own teammate, Stoddard. Well done, and that has got them back in the game.
Oh yeah, back in a big way. Down by 1 as the sun shines through again here at Port Macquarie. Now another little show and go on the other side. This time decides to link up in the corner. No, they've gone over the sideline.
She did really well, Alec. See on the replay, she could have nearly gone. Oh no, there was a player coming across. She did the right thing.
Probably just couldn't get it down cleanly as well.
Couldn't get it down, unfortunately, as we see more choppers overhead, or we hear them. They might be enjoying the game as much as us, Scotty. They've come back around to have another look.
I think they're just hanging above the stadium here and checking out this game. It's on a knife's edge at the moment. Just one try separating. Central Coast clawing their way back into the game.
You know what's happening there. Edgeworth straight forward, and she might go through here from acting half. She comes back the short side. Indeed she does. She's been knocked over in the process, but they won't be too unhappy with that, Brindis. They've gone from the full length of the field. She's taken off the last touch. The ball's gone out the sideline, and now they've reset their defensive line.
A nice little play to start with, splitting through the middle and then having a release off the back of it. Allows them to shift it across the park. Get some changes. Oh, ball down on the deck. Big dive forward, straight back to her feet. Montgomery on the bump. Still throwing the footy around, play on at the moment. back on the inside. Nice footy. He picked up metres at least as they were throwing the ball around.
Very enterprising play, and you can see here they've gained some confidence from that try they scored a couple of moments ago, Central Coast have, and they're pushing up in defence as well as Edgeworth makes some more metres for her team, and they're putting the Brindis under pressure in this set, Scott.
They're definitely fighting harder for metres this time around. Kapia comes back onto the field. It's up with Kelly who plays it. Kapia skips, ball in two hand. This time he came across and close out the set. Just over 5 to go. Central Coast shifting yet again.
I like that play. They kind of go one way and then just drop it back in the other way and then head back towards their box. They're getting some nice ball movement and metres out of that play.
Final play.
Oh.
And running onto the ball nicely. Kapia had to get on the skates. Again, they finish it off in the corner. They can't come up with points. It's the next best option for them. They're just trying to outgrind the Brindis at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to have to do something special to get round Kapia in a situation like that out wide. As we see her offload the ball there, great, make some extra metres for it. Wanted it dropped back in there to recycle, not to be. They played the safe game, and they're just marching it forward here, Brindis.
Sophie Dorr back inside. Oh, what about the fingertips there to hold on to it from Smith? Now the ball out in front. So 4 minutes, just over on the clock. Central Coast chasing another try to lock it up. Brindis looking for their first victory of the tournament. 2 draws, 3 losses so far. Late little offload. They're continuing on. There's space out here down the wing. Up the ball in the end. Smith.
She just strolled over.
Oh, didn't even get out of second gear there.
It's felt like to me, Scott, that Brindis have been in control pretty much the whole match, but just there's a last little wave of energy coming from Central Coast, and they can sniff they can get at least a draw, if not a win out of this, but they're going to need to score very soon to try and even the score up.
And this is the last touch of the set. It's pretty hard to come up with points on that last play. Brindis hold them out yet again. They need to force a mistake here, Central Coast, and start their set down this end, but Canberra again, just with their ball movement, as I say that. This is a pretty good place to start, just over the halfway line. Just under 3 minutes to go. You feel like it needs to be this set.
The crowd's getting into it. There's a good contingent of Central Coast fans here watching this afternoon. They need to get some players on the field. Looks like they've got Montgomery back on. She's had the hot hand for him the last few minutes and looking most likely with him.
Stoddard plays it on the 7 metre line. Running in nicely. Paris Mooney. She said, give me the ball. Went straight to the line. Central Coast have locked it up.
Calm as you like on the replay. She was running at speed when she got that ball, planted it down. The Brindis defender was actually behind the line, which in the end was the difference. But Paris Mooney, as she swept round, Scott, there was no second gear there. It was full pace, straight to the line, and evens up the score.
And the Brindis straight away from the restart. Under 2 minutes left. How does this game finish? Kapia, they need to try and close her out. Just looking for a penalty. Referees are happy. Central Coast players were onside. Kapia, a little bit clunky, decides to give it. And a nice touch in the end.
Oh, the crowd is well and truly in it. The helicopters are back around. They've come to watch this exciting finish with just over a minute to go. Can Central Coast pull this one out of the bag? They're at the wrong end of the field, but they're doing their best to win this match.
Get some changes now. 60 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to go deep. Pick up and go.
She's through.
And gone. And there's players everywhere. No, they're coming back. Oh, listen to the crowd.
Oh, there's boos, there's hands in the air. The referees called the touch. Mooney thought she was through, setting up the try. We'll see the replay. They set it up perfectly. Mooney, we know she can run. Through she goes. Touch has been made.
Been on the boot.
Oh, Central Coast thought they'd got it. Not to be, but they still return to live play. There's still a chance here for Brindy, Scott.
Yeah, they might be able to snatch it down the other end. Goodness. 10 seconds. It's going to take a miracle. Oh, the contact. They give the penalty away. Probably not a bad penalty to give. Now they've just got to defend one touch.
They might do a grubber through.
Oh. Kick over to the wing. No, they're going to finish it off. 3 tries each. Oh, it was just a big gasp from the crowd. They wanted more. Give us extra time.
I wanted more. That game came to life in the last few minutes, Scott. For me, a draw is probably a good result. Brindies looked like they're on top. Central Coast came back at the end and a very exciting finish in that Women's Open game.
The poor old Brindies, 3rd draw for the tournament. The poor girls, they just couldn't chalk up the win. And Central Coast finished with another draw as well. They had one earlier in the rounds. Well, we've got a great game to finish off day 2. It's been a massive day here at the New South Wales State Cup. All abilities coming up next. The crowd is going to all come in to the stadium. This is going to be an awesome atmosphere for our all abilities game to close us out for day 2. Wingham taking on Wallsend. Stay with us.
Bring all the good work of all the volunteers together, what they mean to the community, and you represent the club and the players and every affiliate. I think it's a wonderful night. It's just great to be amongst the social scene. That's why we play tups mostly. It's not about the sport, it's about getting together with friends, and tonight's a good night for it.
It's our celebration, it's our night off. We don't expect awards, it's not about that. It's so good to catch up with the former player. There's so many similar faces.
2 minutes, players and referee, 2 minutes.
Opportunity to bring everyone together in New South Wales and celebrate the wins and successes of the year. So the Blues and Roar is such an incredible opportunity to have here at the SCG and just have so many touches in the same room and get to celebrate the special moments throughout the year.
live action for the final game of day 2, and what a great way to round us out. It's the final game for the All Abilities division as well. Such a special division. I've got Adam Collins with me in commentary for this one. Great way to finish us off here for what's been another massive day here at the State Cup.
Certainly has, mate. Hectic conditions, very hot. We had smoke, we had wind, and what a way to see it out. This All Abilities division, it's very special. And these guys and young ladies will be bringing their best here to round out day 2, as you say, Scotty.
Absolutely. So we've got Wallsend taking on Wingham in this one. Wallsend with the footy to kickstart this game.
So much slower pace you'll see, but they have all the skills, and it's how they execute it. Ball movement galore. And you might see a breakaway here as we just get on to look to get to the outside. Couldn't quite get there. Now the acting half in position. Charging across to the wing now.
Good run.
So number 8, Tim Peace for Wallsend. A real meter eater there. Justin Shoulders, one of the support players. So you'll see their support players out there. And they are able-bodied athletes who are supporting those people with a disability.
It's just so good to see the All Abilities competitions just keep expanding as we let this play unfold. No contact being made
the
yet.
referee's called play on. Todd Carney it is. Woo! I don't know if that's the Todd Carney that people might have in mind, but he certainly lit up the field here for Wingham. The Wombats score first. Length of the field, Scott.
Some run. He's running like his NRL name counterpart.
He certainly was. As we said, they've got all the skills.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Wingham. The old Wombats on the board. We'll see it here. You see all the defenders pointing. They nominated who they want. Carney charged through it. The play was offside. Referees have called play on, and that's what the game's all about. You'll see that. Open running. Look at the stride on the young fella.
He's going so fast. The hat just whoosh flew off the melon. A great first try here for Wingham to kickstart us here in this All Abilities match.
Lachlan Archer taking one up there for the Wallsend team as well. Right through the middle. Couldn't find an opening. They swing it wide. It's Taylor Wells with the ball in hand now. He's looking for space. Fortunately, gets the ball away, but it finds the ground. There's a good opportunity there for Wallsend.
Yeah, it was unlucky. He looks electric. Taylor Wells almost creating a chance now. Wingham, he turned the footy over, so Wallsend are going to get another crack here.
Good opportunity. Full set on the 7 metres. Talking about their next play. Lachlan Archer takes another one up through the middle. It's Hamish McClellan now. He looked to get on the outside, but good defence coming up off the line. Alex Brown. Good defence here. Sean Darcy was up off the line there, Scott. Cut it down.
They're holding out at the moment, Wingham. Wallsend throwing plenty of questions here. Looking for their first try. Now, ball out to the edge. Again, they get on top of Taylor Wells. Looks like a dangerous player. Can't get away.
He looks to have plenty of speed, as does this young fella here. He gets on the outside, Alex Brown. Great defence again from Wingham, so they shut it down. Now they come off their own 7 metres.
We saw last time when they were down this end. Carney just put the foot
on the
down.
outside here, Scott. We've got a breakaway. He's on the precipice of the sideline. Defence comes across.
Here comes
it's
Wells.
A foot race for the ages. In the corner. Mitch Wiseman.
Look at the tries here for Wingham. Full length. Man, they've got speed to burn.
Let's have a look at how that unfolded. He came across field, got outside the winger. Here it is from within his 7. This is where he beats it. Look at how close he was to that touchline. Speed now. The chase coming across from Wells. Thought he had him about there. And great try to Wingham. The Wombats out to a 2-0 lead.
They're actually a very fast land animal, the Wombat. And I think their All Abilities team is matching that right here in this game.
I was out for an evening bushwalk once. We'll come back to that story as we
We see the Wallsend team on the attack through Savannah Nash. Yeah, I got between a Wombat and its burrow.
Ooh.
This thing made a noise for the ages and charged at me. I didn't know where to go. Dived out of the way and I went straight down the hole.
Outsmarted by a Wombat as well.
Mate,
that would have been a battle for the ages.
And I was actually the first coach of a Wingham Wombat rep team.
There you go.
The country champs many, many years ago. But
good connection.
Great to see these guys out here now. As Wallsend on the attack again through the middle.
Yeah, they can move forward a little bit. They're right at the try line here, Wallsend.
The defender just waiting back there, and that's great. It's the camaraderie in this division as they spread the ball wide now. Unmarked player out there, she can't get it to ground. Charlotte Lackmaker.
Very close to getting their first try on the board.
It's a turnover. Great crowd here too.
Huge crowd that's made their way in. It's great to see all these local clubs supporting the All Abilities. It's a great way to finish off here in day two. Now Wallsend are going to have to be on their toes because both the tries have come from deep down this end of the field. They're doing a good job though to start here in defence.
Right foot step, straightens up, there's a hole.
Oh.
Can he get through? Good speed, the hat flies off again.
Hat flew off both of them. Sean Darcy as well.
Tim Darcy this time.
Oh.
The Darcy's lighting up the stadium field here at Port Macquarie. Wingham out to a 3-0 lead.
It's actually getting my number 5s mixed up. Quade Sands, the number 5 for the other side. In Wallsend, his hat went whoosh as well.
Here we go. This is where he straightens up. There's the chase coming across that young fella you spoke about. There goes that, almost in tandem. Synchronised hat loss.
Beautiful. Beautiful hat synchronisation.
and doesn't matter, all abilities, able-bodied athletes, that skill there to pick the hole and straighten up and accelerate the way he did, that's outstanding touch from Tim.
Yeah, straight. Absolutely. It's good awareness.
Great game sense.
Doing a fantastic job.
Hamish McClellan, he stepped away from one. Play on was the call.
Good
nice touch.
As well.
It's Kaya Cheers up off the line there to touch Alex Brown again. Ooh. Can he get through this one? No. Shut down right at the last moment.
Had a good look at that. Oh, there it is.
And celebrate you must, Tim Darcy. No, that's Taylor Wells. I've done what you've done. Mix them up, but Taylor Wells, we've mentioned him a few times in the run of play. Another young fella. He did that long chase here when Wingham scored down the sideline, and he's been rewarded for his efforts there with a great individual try.
Oh, he's been so energetic in this game. Wants his hands on the footy. Look at that. Getting away from one, cutting in again. Hands to the sky.
That acceleration there, Scott, and then off the right foot, he beat the defender and then straightened up back into the hole that defender had left. Again, the awareness to do that is exceptional.
Absolutely. It's good footy. Some good footy IQ from some of these players this afternoon.
Kaya Cheers rolls one up the field. There's a pass for the big fella to take it forward. Jack Shelton, he gets one down for the Wingham Wombats. Mitch Hoppy now takes it forward. Good meters there from Mitch.
Great meters.
They look to go wide here. Now they're going to keep it up that middle third. Kaya Cheers takes it to the 7 metre line. She gets a bit of a shove there, but just gets on with it. In the hands of Yannick Fugaris. Fugaris gets it down. That's Tim Darcy. We've already seen him in motion, charging through the middle. Great shutdown defence as well there from the Wallsend defenders. And again, they turn him away in tight.
Yeah, I like that intent. As soon as he got the ball, he went straight in, tried to create a little chance, saw some space to work with.
Good speed here. Tucks the ball under the right arm, gets on the outside. The field opens up for him. Can he get past the last man? Cover comes across. Good defence there from the Wombats.
Tim Darcy coming out of nowhere. Gee whiz, that was some sort of run.
Need to move it wide here. That's Wells again. Get back on the inside. Great little turnaround pass. He's gone from one side of the field to the other, Tim Darcy.
Well, he's the Energizer Bunny, and he's made some big touches for his team.
He's the right winger for the Wombats. He's run all the way to the left to make a touch, and then he had to get back out to his own position. So it's worked for him there. On the outside, Wallsend. The diving try.
Yeah, baby.
Try celebration.
Nice one, Alex Brown. Some space to work with. What about the finish? Wait till you see this. Quality gets it down.
This play here,
great
that
ball.
release. There he is, Brown with the hand on the ball now, under the wing. And then there's that finish. Look at that. The try celebration. Yes.
Oh, this is my house, he says. Been a good little hit back here from Wallsend. Couple of tries.
3-2. Wingham jumped out early, but Wallsend with back-to-back tries. This is Hoppy taking it forward. Darren Weston in the half position. It's Carney taking it up through the middle now. Big charging run from Yannick Forgaris. Does he get through? No, the referee's going to call him back.
Yeah, a good attempt, wasn't it? Had a good crack at the line.
Look at that. Camaraderie.
That's what it's all about.
Wallsend opponent went and picked the ball up for him. Here's that man. We've called his name a few times. Darcy gets the ball away, but unfortunately goes to ground for the Wombats. Wallsend bring it back into play off the 7-metre line.
Beaters off the first. As they're really working their way into the game. Here, Wallsend.
Nice step off the right foot. Beats one, beats two. Through the middle, he pushes. Oh, the defenders converge. It was yellow jerseys everywhere. Had him surrounded. What a great run. I think that was Craig Sands. Now on the outside, pace the ball, dive to the corner.
Well, I think he got there.
Yeah, the referees are going to call it all clear. You have to award that one, sir.
Yeah, what about that? Just head down, straight for the corner. I thought the covering defence was going to come over. I was a bit nervous about a big collision in the corner, but
there were bodies everywhere, Scott. I'm with you on that one. I was concerned. Tim Darcy will see come across, as does the big fella. Couldn't get there in time. What a dive.
It just didn't even enter his mind that I need to put the brakes on here. I'm just going for that corner, and this ball is going down. Man, that's some finish.
There was almost a slight goose step in that. That held up Darcy.
Yeah.
And then he dived off that goosey and got it down in the corner. Great try. And just with that, we're all tied up at 3 apiece.
What about the hit back here? 3 on the trot. Wallsend lock up the scores.
So now it's Wingham with the ball in hand again. I want to try and get back in front.
Ross, good run. Great run.
Carney it was through the middle. Toddy Carney bags his second try of the game. And again, it just opened up through the middle. He charged through that hole. Oh, all the skills out there, the boys.
This is some skill, again, man, as well. Speed. It's quick. And then covering defence as well to then arc away last minute and get that ball down. This 1, 2.
Dive too. Look at this dive. Slow motion. Great shots from the boys here at Bar TV on KO and Sky Sports. That finish is for the ages.
Quality. Right under the sticks as well. Happy days. Back in front as well. After Wallsend done a great job. Here we go again.
Cover defence that time by Mitch Wiseman. Justin Shoulders, one of the supporters out there. So we've got 2 of the Shoulders family, Justin and Caitlin, out there as support players. It's Justin with the ball in hand now. He releases it out to our man Taylor Wells. He gets it down in the corner.
Good finish as well. They're entertaining the way they're scoring these tries, these two teams. I see Wells heading over for a breather.
Just looking at Wells come off, he's only a very young man.
Yeah. Jeez, he's got some skill, he's got some speed. Take a look at the replay.
It's a nice ball. There's space on the outside and he takes it.
Love the slide dive finish. Look at this. Yeah.
Nice. So the Wombats get the tap off on the halfway line. 15 minutes remain in this match. The touch was called back on the inside. He didn't feel it. He likes to run.
Oh, he definitely likes to run.
Yannick Fugaris, but Charlotte Lackmaker made the touch through the middle.
Yeah, good work, Charlotte.
Savannah Nash, it might have been. My apologies.
Savannah, I think she's coming forward to make another touch. Yeah, makes it too.
Savannah's a little live wire.
Yeah, great defence. And you need a player like that in your team that's just going to come forward and make those big touches. She started their set nicely.
She goes in cover this time. She get across. No, Wingham. That's Mitch Hoppy. And another try celebration. They love it. We love it. High fives all round.
Kisses to the crowd. Kisses to the fans back home.
Yep.
He's still serving. I can hear him as clear as day.
Yeah,
We're about 50 metres away. He's coming through the effects mics. Oh, he's loving it.
If the people of Wingham are watching this back home, this is what it's all about. The joy of representing your little village out there. It's a beautiful township out about 45 minutes away from here, west of Taree.
Nice.
Great celebration there from Hoppy. Skip to the outside, the foot race now, the chase. He gets there in cover, Mitch Wiseman. And a penalty goes the way of Wallsend.
Another 6 touches. Get back underway. Wallsend down by 1 at the moment. But gee whiz, they've got some points in them. Seen some awesome tries.
Tim Peace. He's had a few good carries, always gets the metres. Peace, he sets up the Wallsend team. Slow roll ball, but they bring it back into play now. Now they look to shift it. Back to the left, the gap's opened up. And that is that young lady we spoke of earlier, Savannah Nash.
I'll see you tomorrow.
She's worked hard in defence and she's earned that try. It's great to see Savannah get across the line. And there she is celebrating. It's all about the enjoyment. High fives as she comes off. Five apiece here. Here it is. Came from nothing. Ball back on the inside. This pass back from Lachlan Archer.
That was great both ways. It wasn't the first the offload, but then she held her position nicely to get another pass coming back.
And again, we speak of it, that's the game awareness, not to overrun that next pass, to put herself in a position to actually contribute to the play. Outstanding. This team's been well coached. The support players out there with them.
Yeah, we just want to give a shout out to those that are supporting the All Abilities team. So we see a great run, jumping through. Do they get through the defence? They're just confirming if a touch is made, they'll send it back.
I thought the touch was made, but that's the thing with these guys as well. They've just got to be more communicative with those touches. And you know, there we saw young Alex Brown. You can see as he's out there, he's a very quiet lad. But when the referee said, "Did you get him?" he said, Yep. I touched him. So now the Wallsend little hop step there. Trying to come off his right foot. Couldn't get through the line.
Oh, he's a live wire, old Jackie Dixon. Oh, talking about live wires. I like that, though. Nice little inside ball.
Yeah, there's Wells again, that man you speak of. Scotty, keep an eye on him. There's Dixon, takes it forward. He's into half. Here's one of the try scorers, Alex Brown, tries to get on the outside, but shut down that time by Wiseman. Shelton again around the back. Gets it out wide. Unfortunately, the pass finds the ground there. Wingham back on the attack. Jess Fresson. Good meters. The matching boots with the shirt as well.
Oh, yeah. There's some good fashion statements out there. There's a pair
Oh,
of...
look at that.
Oh, great dancing.
Ball under the left arm. Gets to the left side. There's
Oh.
some space now. Can he go down the sideline again? The cover comes across.
And yeah, he did get him.
He's called the touch.
I'm just confirming. Maybe he missed it. Yeah, might have either just got the ball down first. I thought there. Charlie might have been saying, oh, no. I might have been. Yeah, the number 9 there. Jackie Dixon may not have made the contact. Let the referees know.
Wiseman it was that was down the sideline again. Let's see it. The ball's come all the way from that right side. Little step off the right. The ball under the left again off the right foot. Gets on the outside here. There he is down this touch line. Millimetres away from the paint. And a great decision. The touch was made, but the ball was down first. Wingham go out by 1 again. 6-5 now. Another charge through the middle. Taylor Wells celebrates again as he gets another one across the line. High fives from a very excited Wallsend team as they come together to celebrate. You see it here. Another individual effort from that young man, Taylor Wells. Little hop again in the air, gets off the right foot, angles in behind the defensive line that had just fractured slightly. He's got speed to burn. There's the little goosey. There he goes, straightens up. Great try. Early celebration.
He's got them fast boots on too. Look at them. Got the bright green.
The brighter they are, the faster they are.
100%.
That was Brady Carney. Takes it forward, as does Mitch Wiseman. Centres the ball up. Gets it onto the inside, and fortunately there the ball goes to ground. It was a tough pass to take right into the setting sun. Has to be said there for Fresson.
Yeah, tricky one. Like you said, there's tricky conditions this afternoon. Still very hot out there. Sun's starting to dip down.
Been tough conditions all around New South Wales. Shout out to our friends on the Central Coast battling some very serious bushfires down there at the moment. Taken out, last count I believe, Scott, 12 houses, and that's where I hail from. So my local area, certainly feeling the pain at the moment.
Yeah, definitely thinking about all those that have been affected. There's just been a few more that have popped up in different places across New South Wales. So we see another great run. And I don't know whether the touch was made. It wasn't, unfortunately.
I think that's a bit of leniency displayed by the referees there. And it will work out for the teams. He came across in cover, potentially called offside. He puts his head down there, but the support players just let him know it's okay. We'll come back into it. And it will be the tap off here as the sirens sound in the background. Wingham will have the tap off. That is Fresson.
Oh, good tap as well.
They've all got some fancy footwork. They don't mind the goose steps.
Got the fancy boots to match those fancy feet.
Brady Carney. He always looks to straight up. Little fumble, juggle. Mitch Wiseman secures possession. We've seen this man before.
Yeah.
Gets on the outside. No. Great cover defence from Lachlan Archer.
Big touch.
That's Jack Shelton. Taking it through the middle. The hole opens up. The cover comes across in the form of Savannah Nash once again. Numbers on the right. It's one of our support players, Erin Thomas. She gets it out. For Brady Carney, is it out there? I think that's Carney.
Oh, it's the last touch of the set.
They're going to award that one.
Nice work.
I think that's Wiseman. That's the fella that came across to make the last touch. He gets a try for his efforts. We'll see it here. Just takes it forward straight from the half. And the winger defender didn't want anything to do with that.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about what he was going to do when he got the footy back in their hands. And the poor young fella.
A nice finish from Wiseman too. It was a class dive. It was a body swerve. The left foot came into play and then the dive over for the try in the corner. Ties us up again at 7 apiece.
7 tries each. This game is epic.
Here's the two pacemen coming together.
Ooh, ooh.
2 touches made. Great defence. Sean Darcy throwing his body at it. It was Ryan Archer that was trying to find the space down this right-hand side. There's Lachlan Archer.
Oh, run.
Big dive, left foot.
Hey, when you talk about the dive, watch it when it comes up on the replay. Technique perfect. Ball in 2 hands. Slide dive in between the defence.
You will see it. You call it.
Look at that. Dayberg Muir at his peak.
That's awesome. As we said, these are players with all abilities, and I think that's a really good description of these guys and the young ladies that are out there. I heard it explained once. I was an official at the first, they called it the Disabled Games. It was before the Paralympics came into play. And one of the participants said to me, one of the athletes said, I'm not disabled, I'm otherwise able because I can do things that you can't.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yep.
And we see it on display here. There are plenty of these players out here that can do things that I can't, as we see Fresson cross the line.
Gee, that was some sort of run. And you can see the sportsmanship. High five from her opposition.
And that picture there, the smile on Jess's face. And as she makes her way back into the line, you can hear it on the mic. Sub! I want to change. Look at her celebrate as she comes off. That's awesome.
When you're running 30 metres to score a try like that, you might need to go and have a break.
Slam dunk as well.
Oh, yeah, love it. Hands to the sky. Jeez, good try.
That's
look
small. Look at that light up.
Good on the young lady.
And shout out to the referees as well. Kudos the way they're managing this game and the way they're bringing the game forward. It's all about the players. They're not injecting themselves, making tough decisions. They're allowing the game to flow and these guys to get the most of their time on this stadium field. Little ball, little release, straighten up through the middle again.
Nice finish too.
Hamish McClellan. Again, it's all about the support players are the ones in the line that you can see there. They're offering space to the All Abilities players. We see it open up there for McClellan. And look who's in support as well. He hasn't stopped.
Johnny on the spot. Look at him, he sees it here when he makes the break and he goes, I'm just going to pop up on the right shoulder just in case I'm needed in support.
But McClellan said, I'll get this one done, thank you.
Oh, don't worry about that.
A minute 50 remain on the clock.
9-8. What a game.
It's always a high-scoring affair, this All Abilities division. Darren Weston pumps one up through the middle. And bring it out here to Sean Darcy.
Ooh.
Here the crowds go.
Ooh.
Sean's down the left-hand edge.
Great try.
There was nothing Nash could do there in cover that time. Sean Darcy.
Oh, I'm not sure if you heard that through the effects. You got the crowd here going, this is a nail biter, isn't it? You betcha it is.
They are loving it. Hope you're enjoying the coverage at home. We certainly enjoy bringing it to you. Courtesy Bar TV on KO Sports and Sky Sports New Zealand. Tiptoeing down the sideline.
Seen that a few times with some big breaks and staying inside the field of play, flirting with the sideline.
Alex Brown again takes it forward. Defence comes up to meet him.
Just over 30 seconds
off the right
left.
foot. Down that left touch line, it's our man, Taylor Wells.
Well, he beat me.
Has he just taken it out for his team?
He beat me to the punch because I was just about to say 30 seconds to go. Can something happen here? You betcha.
It breaks the deadlock. It's going to come down to a single play here.
Yep, they'll get one tap. Look at him. We're looking at the replay at the moment, but when you come back to live action, you'll see a winger has sprinted back to the halfway line. The crowd's counting him down. Get the tap away. Here we go. Last play of the game. Looping ball. Space down the right edge.
What a game. What a finish.
Oh.
Jack Shelton gets it away for Shane Manette. Manette scores in that right corner.
Wow.
Outstanding. What a way to finish this tournament. For the All Abilities division, look at the pace on Manette. He breaks away. The chase comes across, but not in time. Outstanding. 10 tries apiece. 20 tries in a game. And you wouldn't have seen many more entertaining tries than some of those, Scott.
Oh, they were awesome. Yeah, all 20 tries. Great skill from both teams and the perfect way to finish that game. So entertaining. And the teams just did a fantastic job out there. All high fives, all smiles. That's what All Abilities footy is all about.
This is what it's all about, mate. You've captured that beautifully. The high fives, the smiles, the celebrations. It's not about the scoreline. It's about the fact they're out there. They're playing the game that they love. They're putting the skills on the line, and they're doing an outstanding job. So shout-outs to these affiliates that have come behind this division. The Wallsend Wolves and the Wingham Wombats out there, they've captured it right in that last game.
What a great game and a perfect way to finish us off here on a big day 2 at the New South Wales State Cup. Day 3 is going to be even bigger. Coverage starts tomorrow from 8 a.m. and then we'll start to get into finals. We'll see who's going to take the State Cup this year for 2025. Big day coming up tomorrow. We look forward to your company then.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.